All right. Shalom, everybody, and peace of the Lord to all of you. We are live in 3 locations in the same time: Ramble, YouTube, and Discord. I hope those who are watching Ramble and YouTube, you like the scenery. This is a video I took when I was in Singapore. I hope it's relaxing. Today our topic about how we debate Muslims, or let us say how not to debate Muslims. You know, many of us, I like to see more people debating the Muhammadan, for sure. But we need first, before we go and fight with the devil, we have to be ready. We have to learn how we can expose the devil lie. It's not just going there and, you know, talking to the devil. The devil is a professional liar. So in order to speak to the devil, you have to be ready and learn how to talk to such a person. Always the Christians, when they go to debate a Muslim, right away they start talking about the blood of Jesus. Jesus cover your sin. Jesus forgive your sin. I mean, we start throwing those things at the Muslim right away, you know. You are not being saved without Jesus. Hold on. You know, we do not, what? I mean, you are talking to Abdul. What sin? Those people, they worship sin. Those people, their prophet is the biggest sinner in history. And then you, like, supposedly now you want to convince them that Jesus is good for you because he is the one who cover your sin. What cover your sin? Is that like an insurance? So today we will show you. By the way, the one who sent me the video, he is one of our brothers, and I have the link for his video down in the info. You can click on it and subscribe to him, support him. And we are here to encourage him, not put him down. Remember, we are here just to show you how you can use the Muslim lies against their own lies. When you debate a Muslim, don't use your logic. What Christian they do, they have their logic. Jesus love you. Jesus died for you. Jesus, you know, sacrificed his blood for you. Jesus died in the cross for you. Hold on. Those people, they have a wrong Jesus already. And nobody is listening to you. You are just wasting your time and your energy. This is the very wrong approach to speak to them. So today, our friend here, he drove into a park. I don't know which state is that. And he stopped by those Abdul. So let us see together what the Abdul, they say to him. Let me know if you have any problem to hear their voice.
We're giving out free Qurans, you know, all charge of free. We're giving out pamphlets as well.
Oh, that's what you guys
giving
do?
out Islamic literature, as you can say.
Oh, okay. So
what is the purpose of life, women's rights, you know, science in Islam and all this.
Purpose of life, women rights. I mean, if I'm there already, he gave me 10 nails to screw his prophet with it. Purpose of life? You don't have a purpose of life. Allah, in the Quran says, I created not mankind except to worship me. So do you have even a purpose of life? Purpose of life is when something you can decide, not when you believe in destiny. See, the guy did not even talk it. He did not even say anything yet. This is the first word in the video. And I want those who are listening to take notes. Purpose of life, right? Muhammad, he made it clear, and his God made it clear, that there is no purpose of life in Islam. You are created to be a slave of Allah. And a purpose of a slave is nothing but to be a slave. All right? And this is not just about destiny, this is more than destiny. Because it can be destiny, but you will live happy. It can be destiny, no, you are created for one reason. Not to enjoy life, not to be happy, but to worship me. And this is chapter 51, verse 56. Now that can lead us to other topic which can destroy Islam even furthermore. Because Allah created the jinn and the human to worship him. Shaitan, he worship Allah. Shaitan is just a tool for Allah. Shaitan is not a bad person in Islam. So if we ask ourselves, when Allah created Shaitan, did he created him? Let us take this idiot Joe Biden flag, son of Muta. So we go to the Quran. Other verse. You will see that Shaitan is a Muslim person. And he totally believes in Allah. In fact, he was deceived by Allah. As an example, chapter 7, verse number 16, Shaitan is talking, saying to Allah, because you have deceived me, I will deceive them. Allah, he agree with him. Chapter 15, verse number 39. Shaitan, he is calling Allah my God. He said, my God, since you have deceived me, the word here translation is saying lured me, it doesn't make any difference, lured me away, well, I am going to lure them. All right? So Allah is the first one who lured Shaitan, and Shaitan is going to lure the one next to him, a human. So the real Shaitan in Islam is Allah. So the guy, he just said one word from his video, and right away we have a lot of ammunition to destroy his cult. Are you following? I hope you are taking notes. Don't shake your head. So if you are a person who want to debate Muslims, listen carefully to what they say. Don't open your mouth. Listen. Don't say Jesus. Don't say his blood. Hold. No, no, no. Very, very, very wrong approach. All the Christians in the world, they do the same mistake. Those are Muslims. They have already been told lies about Jesus. This guy is not a Hindu. He does not know what Jesus is. This guy, all his book, all his religion is about attacking you. So when we debate those Abduls, potatoes, we listen to them first. Then he said women's rights. Here we go. What is women's right in Islam? I can beat my wife. Is that a right? Is that a privilege? Oh, we beat them lightly. Well, do you accept your wife to beat you lightly? This is number big fat lie, actually. Where in the Quran it says lightly? The Prophet of Islam, he said, don't beat them until you break their bones. If you beat them, don't beat them the same way you beat your slaves. Because they beat their slaves to death. And we have a hadith where a Muslim woman, her husband did beat her until her skin is greener than her clothes. And Muhammad took the side of the man against this woman. He did not say, look, why you beat her until you made her skin greener? He did not complain about that. Aisha, she said, I have not seen any women suffering as much as I believe in women. Look, her skin is greener than her clothing. Do you see it? Women in Islam, she cannot be a witness in the court. A single woman cannot be a witness. 2 women only, and 2 women of your choice, and only for the case of borrowing money. In the case of murder, women cannot be a witness. The guy, he said women right. The man, he can have multiple wives. Can the women have multiple husbands? If they say to you, well, you cannot do that because we need to know who is the father of the baby, well, that problem is solved. A little test of DNA, we will know. No problem. You can register the baby in the name of the mother anyway. Women rights, even in heaven she is mistreated. The man have unlimited number of partner for sex and joy, and the woman, she is just a sex toy. So in the court she is useless. In the house she is a sex toy. Even violent is not protected, and we divorce them as we wish by text message, and we replace him, and we can have 4 in the same time. And then the Abdul, he came to him in the video saying Muslim women right. Women rights. So the video did not start, and we have a lot of potatoes to fry.
So who's Jesus to you guys?
So who is Jesus to you guys? Why I want to start talking about Jesus? He already told you something, as we saw. Let him talk more, so he can give you more information. When you open topic about Jesus, you know, all those things, the Muslim, the reason he come to you and he says, we talk about women's rights, the purpose of life. He did not say to you, Jesus, so why you open the word Jesus? Beat him in his ground in what he said. So who is Jesus for you? Let us hear the answer.
So,
He's a prophet. You have a YouTube channel?
Say it again?
YouTube channel? Do you have a YouTube channel?
Maybe, but I just want to curious ask you,
yeah,
who's
so we
Jesus?
believe Jesus is the prophet of God. He's
Okay.
not a son of God or not a God himself. Because we believe he's a prophet of God. But the thing, if you can park, we can discuss.
All right, let me just hold on a second.
So Jesus is a prophet, but already we know that. I mean, what was the purpose of this question? But anyway, you can ask this question, who is Jesus? But we know already what the Muslim believe about the Messiah, right? They believe he is just a prophet. In fact, he is nobody. His book is corrupt. He accomplished nothing. He was a failure. He ran away with Allah. Allah took him from the cross to save him. So Isa in their religion is not our Jesus. We don't even have, in Arabic, we never heard the word Isa before. Never. You will not find one Arabic person ever who is a Christian, he called the Messiah Isa. The only name found first time is when Muhammad mentioned such a name. Screen is frozen in YouTube. Really? Well, why is that? I'm not sure. Okay, hold on. Let us see. Maybe. All right, maybe my mistake. Let us see. All right. What about now?
All right, let me ask you this. Come here, buddy.
We cannot block the
No, I'm just gonna get out of it soon. But I want. So you're saying to me
Still
is
not
Jesus
working
Christ
now?
is just a prophet, right?
prophet of God. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Mighty
prophet.
messenger of God. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So let me ask you this: how do you get to God if what do you call it? If Muhammad's
Frozen, hold on. Why is that? All right. Yeah, for some reason it's switching. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see now if that will work.
Is just a prophet. In other words,
What about now?
who's gonna cover your sins?
So in Islam, our
Let me see the literature you have,
Is
guys.
it working now?
I got the brochure on
Yeah,
Jesus.
this is
Oh, okay, you got that.
you can read this about more information. You can get this as well.
What's your channel on YouTube?
We don't have any channel.
We don't have any channel.
We are doing this work only for God. You know, we are not getting paid for this. None of this. You know, and we want to share whatever we believe.
Where are
in.
you guys from? Pakistan, may I ask?
So
I'm born and raised here.
Okay.
I live in Patterson. My parents are from India.
Okay, God bless. Okay.
Yeah, his
okay.
parents are from.
Do God bless people who believe in a wicked man? His name is Muhammad. Do we give a blessing to people who they are wicked? How I mean, if you believe that the one who don't believe in Jesus, he will go to hell, how we say God bless? Or it's just a word we throw? A person who will go to hell, he is for sure not blessed. And God obviously is not blessing the person. So if we say that just to be, you know, kind, well, this is the wrong kindness. You should say the opposite. You are going to be cursed. So are we there to tell them you are blessed and you are okay, or you are wrong and you are doomed? You see what I'm trying to say to you? We have to be careful in words we say. Otherwise, throwing words here and there can even, you know, give them 100 reasons to stay as a Muslim. You just told them you are blessed. They are not. They are doomed. Let us continue.
Bangladesh, okay, all right.
Yeah. What about you?
So I personally believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior.
Okay.
Did you know that Jesus Christ is the one and only one who came and lived on earth perfectly? So that means all other prophets, they did not.
Okay.
So are you...
Jesus, he came in the earth and he lived perfectly. So is that why Jesus, he is God? Because he lived perfectly? And why we are comparing Jesus to other prophets? Is he a prophet? When I say and other prophets, that means you just say that Jesus is a prophet. The definition is wrong. You should say, do you know that the only person who come to us in the flesh of a man, but yet he never commits sin, that is Jesus? That will make sense. But other prophets, others prophet, you know, the word prophet, in reality, God is the only prophet. But when we speak to average people, the word prophet is about a person who sent by God to prophesy. But the truth is, the only true prophet is God, because all prophecies come from one person, which is God. A prophet of God, he don't prophesy really. He is just delivering a prophecy. The true person who give a true prophecy is God, for he is the only one who can see the future. Prophet of God don't see the future. He see nothing. He just receive what God says to him. Let us continue.
Do you know this?
How do I know that?
Yeah.
It says in the Bible.
Do you believe the Bible?
The Muslim, he said to you, how you know this? Well, you should say to him, is Jesus in Islam is a sinner? Is Jesus in Islam a sinner? If we go to the yellow pages of Muhammad, 19, we will find that Jesus is holy. So if Jesus is holy, this is a translation of Yusuf Ali. In their religion, how the Edith Abdul he said to you, how you know that? So instead of going and saying the Bible says so, which you know that it's a book they don't believe in. You know, Imagine you go to the court and you tell the court, this guy, he borrowed money from me. And then the judge, he says to you, what is the proof that he borrowed money from you? Then you write a paper signed by your hand saying he borrowed money from me. The judge will laugh at you. You have to provide a document signed by the idiot, the thief, who borrowed money from you. It's not you who sign it. Your signature is only against you. Your signature is never good for you. You use his signature against him. And this is his signature. So you should say to him, well, can you show me where in your Quran it says that Jesus is not perfect and he is holy, not holy? He might say to you, all prophets are holy in Islam. That is a big fat lie. The Quran stated clearly that Muhammad was a big fat sinner. In fact, the verses we will show here have a big defect. The one who wrote them is an idiot. In chapter 48, verse number 2, that Allah may forgive your sin, Muhammad. So now we have verse in the Bible says, in the Quran, says that Jesus is holy and Muhammad is a sinner, and Allah hoping that there is other Allah will forgive his sin. As you see, it's a supplication. The one who made the Quran in Arabic is an idiot. His Arabic is broken. If you say that may Allah forgive your sin, Allah, if you ask the Muslim who's talking, they will say to you Allah. So why Allah says me that may Allah? Why Allah saying that may Allah forgive you? And what is he forgiven or not? You know, obviously Allah himself is not sure, so he's asking other Allah. And this verse can be used to prove that Islam is not monotheist, because if Allah is the true God, well, and he knew the future, don't he knew that Muhammad, his sin is forgiven or not? What do you mean, may Allah? I hope those who want to debate Muslims are taking notes. So now we have a clear proof that Muhammad is a sinner. If they show you a translation doesn't say the word sin, it says fault, because some translation they saw fault. In Arabic here it says dhambaka. The word dhamb mean sin. Sin. The English translation, because we cut it, all right, here. Sin. Crime. All right.
Sin. Sin.
All right. So the word here is dhambaka. Dhamb means sin. The ka mean yours. Like in Arabic, we add ka at the end to make anything belong to you. All right. So like bait. Bait is a word, is an Aramaic word, is a Hebrew word, is an Arabic word, because Arabic is not even a language. It's a stolen from the Aramaic and the Hebrew and other languages. So bait, like Bethlehem, you know, Bethlehem, you know the name, Bethlehem. Bait mean a house. So bait, you add ka at the end, that make it baytuka, which mean your house. So ka at the end of a description, adjective, will make it yours. All right? Your car, your, you know, even son, even living things, you know, like your son, your daughter. So the verse is so clear that Muhammad is a sinner. However, there's other verses make it even more clear that Muhammad was a loser. What's wrong with this website? Chapter 93, verse number 7. It says, and look at the Muslim translation, which is false. If you remember once, we went to challenge this guy with his name, Muslim Learn Turn Potato. We went to his channel. He told his admin to block us. But during the time we were there, and the video is still there in Rumble, this potato, he said that the word dal mean evil doer, criminal, lost. He have no mercy from Allah. You watch the video. So he found you dalan. Dalan mean evildoer, misled, wrongdoing. Even if you use the Google translation, see it?
Stray. Lost. Astray. Wandering. Aberrant. Erratic.
See? I mean, even a stupid software can do better than the Muslim, because the Muslims, they try to hide it here, for this is an embarrassment for their prophet. So Muhammad was lost, and Allah, he guided him. So when the Muslim, they say that Muhammad was Abrahamic, he is born from a family who believe, that's a lie, you know. Muhammad never been Abrahamic. And here you need to ask, if Muhammad was lost, so what was his religion for 40 years? Huh? What was his religion for 40 years? Pagan. Muhammad always was pagan. And as you see, we are just changing the translator. Look how the translation changed. And found thee lost on the way. Lost. So he is not worshipping the true God. A person who worshipping the God of Abraham is not lost. Correct? We just changed the translator, one of, you know. We found you unaware. Look how silly even the translation. If he is unaware, we guided you, you know. You do not need a person he is unaware. That means he is a flat. That means he do not know God. But we can even show more reference, and I hope you guys are taking notes and writing down reference. Remember, we are talking to those who want to debate Muslims, so you better be ready with all your reference handy when you go to fight the devil. The Quran is so clear. About Muhammad being a loser. We have way more strong verse which will destroy all the statement about the Muslim they say to us about Muhammad, that he is holy. So now we confirm in chapter 19 verse 19 that Jesus is holy, and we are confirming that Muhammad is a big loser, sinner. We showed you he is a sinner, we showed you he is lost, and now let us show you something very important. Chapter 42 verse number 52. Muhammad do not know what is a book and what is faith. So if a Muslim speaking to me says Muhammad is a prophet of Allah, I will ask him what was the religion of Muhammad for when he became a prophet. He will say 40, at the age of 40. What was his religion before the age of 40? He will say to me Abrahamic. Get him busted with this one. Chapter 42 verse number 52. Muhammad, he do not know what is a book, which means he know nothing about revelation. He don't have anything to do with faith. You see how clear the verse? You do not know what is revelation, and you do not know what is faith. Then why Allah will choose someone who do not know any of those? You know, we can extend the topic to make it way bigger. Because already we have Muhammad is a sinner. Already we have Muhammad is a loser. He was lost and Allah guided him. And now we have Muhammad is a person who did not know what is revelation and what is faith, which means he don't believe in any God which is a true God. Correct? So why he is chosen to be a prophet? Based on what? Allah would choose someone he do not know? He do not know anything about God, the true God? He do not know what is revelation. He do not know what is faith. So what he know exactly? Now the Muslim, he can say to you, Muhammad was the best of mankind. The people, his people, they call him As-Sadiq al-Amin, which means the trustworthy. But we have tons of reference proving that Muhammad was not a trustworthy. As an example, the story of him going to his own wife, his own son's wife, and flirting with her, and later he take her to his bed. Right? So until now, if Muhammad is a prophet, can we compare him to the Muslim prophet which is in the book of the Muslims? Like Moses, Noah, Abraham, Isa, and there's other prophets which are pagans. Muhammad, he mentioned them, like as an example, Alexander the Great. I mean, this guy, he made everybody prophet. You know, he just added names. Anyone famous, anyone a celebrity, he put his name in the Quran and became a Muslim. Michael Jackson, you know, Bill Clinton. Muhammad is just adding names. So why Allah he chosen someone like him if he is a sinner, which means not decent, if he is lost, and we show you the verses, and now he do not know what is faith, and he do not know what is revelation. And what is faith is so important, because I can be a person who is ignorant about revelation, but I can be a person who have faith on God. This guy don't even have faith on God. So what he have? What was his religion? There is nothing to make Muhammad a choice for so-called Allah. Right? Going back to the video. As you see, the video did not even start. Already we made a lot of info about what we just heard.
Bible is reliable and trustable.
Absolutely, without a
like, if it is, do you believe it is the word of God?
absolutely, without a doubt.
Can the word of God have mistakes in it, contradiction or errors in it?
No, it cannot.
So here, the Muslim, he mentioned the Bible. Let us go back.
How do I know that? It says in the Bible.
Do you believe the Bible is reliable and trustable?
Absolutely, without a
Like, if it is, do you believe it is the word of God?
absolutely, without a doubt.
Can the word of God have mistakes in it, contradiction or errors in it?
No, it
Here, the Christian person should not jump this opportunity. The guy, he just gave you a drill to drill in the butt of Allah. Why we Christians don't notice that when the Muslim they speak against the Bible, the Muslim they have a problem. Problem number one, they are stupid. Problem number two, they don't know their book. Problem number three, they are accusing their God book to be corrupted, because according to the Quran, this is Allah book. So why you are saying to them, oh no, it's not? Say to them, you should say, oh, so Allah, he sent the Injil to Isa and he sent the Torah to Musa, but Allah could not protect his book. Well, you know what? This is additional reason for me not to believe in your God, because obviously your God cannot protect his book. And then he will see right away they will start trying to change the topic. You stick with it, glue it. So no. I want you to explain to me why Allah, if Allah is the one who sent the Injil, if we go in the Quran and we type the word Injil, in your case, like if you are using English website, you don't need Arabic, you can type gospel. As long Allah is the one who sent the Injil, and the Muslim is saying to us that the Injil is sent by Allah, so what is your problem as a Christian to defend it? Why you are defending it? Why you are saying no? Say to him, well, thank you very much. You are telling me that your God, he sent a book. In fact, he sent all books, but he could not protect any of them. If there's any book he protected, they will say the Quran. Then you say to them, oh, so Allah, he neglected his books and he decided to protect only one book. What's wrong? I want to know why Allah did not protect his book. They will say to you, oh, Allah was testing the Christians. Well, you say to them, this is not fair. Allah should test the Muslim too. Because if he is the one who protect the Quran, decide to protect the Quran, and he is the one who decide not to protect the Bible, that means he decide to mislead us. Number two, where in the Quran it says that the Quran is protected? Look what the Quran is saying. Stupid website. According to the Quran, chapter 6, verse number 34. Chapter 6, verse 115. And there's many other verses. Chapter 10, verse number 64. Chapter 18, verse 27. All those verses saying nobody can change the word of Allah. Now remember the guy, he says, do you believe the Bible is the word of God? You should say to him, you mean the Bible is the word of Allah? He will say yes. Say then, as long as it is the word of Allah, and Allah, he says in all those verses in the Quran, nobody can change the words of Allah. Did Allah make a false promise? If he said to you, Allah, he said he meant the Quran, tell him why he did not say Quran. Same time, when Allah, he says nobody can change his words, and suddenly now the words of Allah is the Quran, that means the Bible never was his words, and the Torah never was his words. Because you just said to me, when Allah, he say nobody can change the word of Allah, it means the Quran. So the only words of Allah is the Quran. That means the other verses is a lie. Allah did not send the Injil. Plus, there's a major question and very important, and I wish every Christian, when a Muslim he say to you your book is corrupt, to ask this question: was the Bible corrupted by the will of Allah or against Allah's will? Listen carefully. This is a very important question. Was the Bible corrupted by the will of Allah or against his will. Here the Muslim, his butt will turn into red. He will scratch his head and his ass. And he will call a friend. Because if he says to you, according to Allah will, that means the one who corrupt the Bible is Allah. That means Allah is shaitan. If he say against his will, that means Allah is not God. Remember, this is not about sin. This is not about sin. Like I can do something against the will of God, but God, He gave me the freedom in Christianity, free will, to do or not to do, to be or not to be, to follow or not to follow. That's why Jesus says, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do His will. So there is your will versus the will of God. In Islam, no. This is His book. Was the Bible corrupted according to Allah's will or against His will? If His will to protect it, then he cannot, the Muslim cannot claim that the will of Allah is enough to protect any book, because as you see, it's against His will to corrupt the Bible, but people were able to corrupt it. So how the will of Allah will protect the Quran? Are you following with me? Are you with me, guys? If the Bible is protected by the will of the Quran, protected by the will of Allah. So what is protecting the Quran? The will of Allah. Okay, put it on the side now. The will of Allah protecting the Quran. Was the Bible corrupted by Allah's will or against His will? If He say by His will, that means Allah is not God. Because why anyone want to corrupt His book? If it is against His will, that means the will of Allah is not and proven not to be able to protect the Quran. Because as you see, the will of Allah failed to protect the Bible, failed to protect the Torah, failed to protect all the books. According to Muslims, Allah, He sent 124, 28, the event in the Hadith, 1,000 messengers, all their books is gone. So how the will of Allah can protect the book if the will of Allah failed to protect the other books, which are His books? Plus, when this Abdul, he said to you, the Bible is corrupt, then we should say, don't go to the Bible and say, Bible says so, Bible says so. Remember, you are talking to someone who don't believe in your Bible. So you need to get him busted and spank him from his book. In the stupid Muhammadan books, it says, in chapter 2, verse number 89, Muhammad saying to the Jews, Allah saying to the Jews and the Christians. Here it says Jews. There's no Jews. In Arabic, there's no Jews. But this is about the Torah and the Bible. And actually the proof, even the translation there is adding the Gospel. Because it says in Arabic, Injil. Here. Actually in translation, I mean. So, and when came to them, between two brackets, Jews, the book, a book. Which book? A Quran. From Allah, confirming what is with them. So when this Abdul, he said to you, do you believe that the book of God have errors and contradiction? So he's saying to you, it's corrupt. You should say, do you know when it's corrupted? Usually the Muslim, they will say to you, well, right away after Jesus, like the Christian, they met in the Council of Nicaea, and they decide to corrupt the Bible, which is very funny and silly. Why people, they were willing to die, they will allow anyone to corrupt anything. That is really stupid. People, they are willing to die for their faith, yet they want to corrupt their faith. What is that? So, this is 600 years after Jesus. And the stupid Quran confirming what is with them. Who? Jews and Christians. And we have tons of verses in the Quran saying so. Chapter 2, verse number 91. Confirming what is with them. In fact, in Arabic, it doesn't even say confirming. It says believing in what is with them. Believing is way more stronger than confirming. مصدقا. Abu Bakr, later who became a caliphate, the Muslim, they have a title for him. They call him Abu Bakr al-Siddiq. What Siddiq mean? Because he believed in Muhammad. He believed Muhammad. So their book believe in our book. So how the Abdul in the street saying to us, your book is corrupt, but his book saying believing with us. If he says to you, at that time the book was not corrupted, then the reason for Muslims not to accept the Bible is gone. Because Muhammad, he received a book in his time. It's not corrupted, correct, guys? Do you understand? If they will say to you, at that time, brother, the Bible was not corrupt, and later, so okay. So where is the Bible? Why you did not keep it? Isn't this the book of Allah? Here we go. Muhammad, he have. In fact, when the Quran says مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا مَعَهُمْ, believing what they have, there's even verses says believing in what is between his hands. But between his hands. Look at the Muslim translation fabricated saying confirming what is before it came before. No. In Arabic it says بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ, between his hands. Chapter 2, verse number 97. So Muhammad now he have in his hands the true Torah and the true Injil. So why the Muslim did not add it to the Quran? Why did you Muslims hide it? Why you are hiding it? And remember, so now we have confirming what is with them, with the Christian and the Jews, which mean the Torah for the Jews. And here the funny, by the way, Muhammad, he mentioned only the Torah. I mean, what is the rest of the books? The Jews, they have only one book. That's it, the Torah. But what you can say, idiot. This is what he knew. The Jews have Torah. That's it. So the Torah and the Injil, and now it says confirming what is between his hands. His hands, Muhammad's hands. So we are the one we should ask them, where are the Torah and the Injil which Muhammad he have in his hands? For sure they cannot answer. We continue. Chapter 2, verse 101. Confirming what is with them. Not was, confirming what is with them. This is a false translation. مُصَدِّقٌ لِمَا مَعَهُمْ. Now, believing in what is with them, what they have. You see how the line translation? So we have tons of verses in the Quran saying, giving us proof. Chapter 3, verse number 81. مصدقا لما معكم. Confirming what you have. What? What you have. What is with you? Do you see it? Do you see how the Quran is messed up and how stupid the Muslims? So I do not need to use one verse from the Bible and say, hey, the Bible says that Jesus is God, and the Bible says the Bible never corrupt, never change, and the Bible says, and the Bible says. Those people don't listen to you. Get them busted from their own books. Is my screen coming good to you guys? In Rumble and in YouTube? Everything is good? All right. And we can continue showing reference. Chapter 4, verse number 47. I mean, look how many. Confirming what is with you. And then the stupid Abdul, he come to us, says, the Bible is full of errors. And the Quran says, confirming what is with them. So imagine how embarrassing when you say to them that, and you are recording their faces. They will look like a bunch of monkeys, and they are now do not know what to do, and they will try to change the topic. And this is another issue. When you start cornering Muslims, don't let them escape the topic. Don't change the topic. Don't change the topic, one by one. Because they are the fastest people to change topic. In order to avoid the embarrassment. And look here, the verse after here, it says, verily Allah forgive not that partner with him. So how Allah forgive to Abraham? Abraham, in the Quran, he worshiped the moon, the stars, the sun. And the sun is called Akbar. But Allah forgive not. The Muslim, they will say to you, well, if you don't, this is if you don't repent. Well, that means the verse is wrong. Because you should say, Allah, you see, all the sin in Islam, they will say to you, you have to repent in order for Allah to forgive you. So Allah here is so clear saying to you, Allah forgive not if you associate someone with him. And the Quran says that Abraham worshipped 3 gods before Allah. The moon, the sun, the stars. So if Allah forgive those who repent for the rest of sin, and Allah forgive not those who associate with him, so the stupid Abdul who says to you, I used to be a Christian, well, he's going to go to hell because Allah forgive not those who took partner with him. Allah forgive all sin which is under those things. So the top sin is to associate with him. The rest is not important. He forgive. So it's so clear. And Allah will not forgive the Christians. He will not forgive the Hindus. He will not forgive the atheists. The atheists don't take a partner with Allah. They don't believe in God anyway. Correct? It's just a stupid religion. So let us continue with this video.
But do you know that? Are you aware of that? I'm not saying to oppose you, but you know, as a person of research, as a person open-minded,
ask me. Go ahead.
There are, like, you know, more than, like, you know, so many contradictions in Bible, errors in the Bible itself. Okay. That's why
here, this is your opportunity to say, well, we can prove your contradiction to be false, but let me give you a contradiction in the Quran. And we have tons of videos I made. You can study them carefully. and then you can show them the contradictions. I mean, everything in the Quran is a contradiction. And in the Quran, it's made clear that if you find a contradiction in the Quran, this is a book not from Allah. You know, our book, the Bible, the Muslim, when he speak about contradiction, they will tell you, in this verse it says that, you know, he killed 7,000. Here it says 700. Here it says, well, it's a war. And this is a book of history. There's books in the Bible, which Muslims obviously do not know. Muslims, they think when we say Bible, which means that every page there is written by God. That's not true. We have books of history written by rabbis. Rabbis. It's not God. And they are talking about the history of the Jews, the history of their kings. So those are not, even we call them the book, the Bible, but this is not God talking. And this is not God writing. And this is not God speaking. Those are books of history. Do you understand? So when a Muslim, he tried to be smart, he do not know, or he played dumb. And maybe even the Christian, many of them do not know that when we say Bible does not mean that every word there is written by God, said by God. Even Satan, he said something. The Bible is the history of between God and man. And the Bible in the Old Testament concentrated on the history of the Jews, which is very normal. So there's books which is God speaking. God said to Moses. Moses says to God, Abraham, etc. And there's books talking about this king, he built a house, have many rooms, he built a temple, have many houses, etc. The height of the wall, the height of etc. This is not about God, this is about the man who built the temple. So when the Muhammadan, they speak about contradiction, that because of their ignorance and their stupidity. But in the case of the Quran, according to Muslims, every word in the Quran is said by Allah. Are you with me, guys? So in the Bible we have statements of the Prophet and the disciple, which is inspiration of God, and we have history written by rabbis. History. This queen, she said, this king, he did, this guy, he was evil, this guy, he was etc. This priest, he did this. This is history. All of those things will make no difference even if the whole book is gone. Those books is not about our faith. It's not about knowing God. It's about knowing the kings. Like we have a book, it's called the Book of Kings. The whole book is talking about kings. History. So, ignorant Muslims, they do not know that the Bible is a book of books. It's not one book. And there's many books, in the Bible, the word we call it Bible, they are a books of history. Details about the nation of Israel and their experience with God. The word of God is the one about faith. Not about a house is built. Are you with me? If the house have 2 floors or 7 floors, God don't care for how many floors your house is. What God cares for, you shall not lie, you shall not murder, steal, fornicate. This God teaching. The details there is about the history of the man and their relationship with each other and the same time with God. Going back to the Quran, as long as the Quran set the rule that if you find a contradiction in the Quran, then this book is not from Allah. Now I want to take a caller, if there is any Muslim, to give that a test. And we will continue, not necessarily today we finish all this video, we can continue with this video just to show you how we can play with the Abdul easy, and how we can show them how stupid their God. Who is a Muslim would like to call me and challenge me about the Quran? Challenge, because the Quran made a challenge. Do they not consider the Quran with care? Had it been from other than Allah, they would surely have found contradiction. Kojin from Senegal. Hello?
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Where are you from, my friend?
I am from the UK.
From the UK. You are a Muslim?
Yeah.
All right. What do you think about the Quran? Is it the book of God?
Yeah.
Why it is yeah? Why it is the book of God?
Because there's no contradictions in.
Oh, okay. That's a good thing. All right. Well, you know what? I want to ask you then, in the Quran, you know, Muslim, they have 4 wives. They can have 4 wives, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So in the Quran it says in chapter 4 verse number 3, if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan, marry women of your choice. Now I'm not going to ask you why your God is talking about having sex with little girls. They are orphan. This is a different story. We will focus now in the contradiction. But look what kind of God you have. He is teaching you that if you want to be nice to the orphan, you have sex with them. So now, marry women, by the way, it doesn't say marry, it says if them, of your choice, 2 and 3 and 4. Here it says or. In Arabic it doesn't say or, it says and. However, it says, but if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with them, then only 1. Do you see it?
Yes.
All right. So now, if you don't fear, if you fear, sorry, that you cannot be justly, what do? You marry only 1, right?
Yes.
So is it possible for a Muslim to be just with 4 women? Based on this verse, it's possible, right?
Wait. The reason why you can marry 4 women is because when they went to war, the Muslim Ummah, when they went to war, then
no,
sometimes...
No. My friend, I'm not asking you why you are marrying 4. No. Me, myself, I have 10, you know? Yeah, I have 10. So now, I'm asking you why you cannot have 4 if you cannot be just with them. Based on this, it is possible to be just with 4, but if you cannot, then you take 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So it is the verse in front of you confirm that it is possible to be fair with 4 wives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is a verse here, says no one can be fair with women.
Could you please say that?
In the same chapter,
Okay.
in the same chapter, verse 129, it says, and you will never be able to do perfect justice between wives. Remember, the first verse we showed you, chapter 4, verse number 3, it says, go and F2 and 3 and 4, but if you cannot be just, only one. And you confirmed to me a second ago that this verse means that I can be just. But the Quran in the same chapter saying nobody can be just with women.
Okay, so
What so?
so you know why?
How Allah says to me, go and sleep with 2 and 3 and 4, but if you cannot treat them justly, only one. And then in the same chapter said, and you will never be able to be just with them, even if you try to do so.
Yes, but let me first say why. Like why it goes against, like the two
What?
verses go against each other. I'll tell you why. So, are you familiar with the concept of what the shall be heard?
My friend, focus with me. I don't know what you are saying. Allah said to you,
Are
you can
you-
have 4 if you can be just. So what is the condition?
Wait,
You treat
Wait.
them just. I asked you, is it possible for a man to be just based on this verse? You said yes. Now,
Wait.
Allah, He said in the Quran, your God said, you cannot be just with the women even if you try to do so. So the verses about having 4 is stupid, because a man, he cannot be just anyway. The verse before it, chapter 4, verse 3, says it clearly. If you are not able to be just with them, then only one. Only. If you cannot be just. And then the same chapter saying, and nobody can be just.
yes, but I'll tell you why.
Okay, my friend, let somebody, I can understand what he's saying, come. I have no idea what this guy is saying. He's speaking his sleeves. Sorry, I have to let him go. Anyone understand what he's saying? I know what he's saying. But do you see how easy this is a stupid book? The same chapter, it says you can have 4 only if you are just. Only. If you cannot be just with them, then 1. So Muhammad, he broke the command of Allah. Muslim, they broke the command of Allah, because nobody can be just with women. If you say to me, I can, that means the Quran is a lie. Do you see it? Do we have any Muslim who would like to join us and his voice can come clear, like not like this guy? Well, I can beat you back, but you have to talk like a normal human being, speaking to yourself.
Okay, yes, okay.
All right.
So,
So how you
reason
explain
why
to me
the
this?
two verses.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So the reason why the two verses contradict each other is because of the concept of mutter shall be heard, right? So now I'll tell you what that means.
So you just
basically-
agreed. So you agreed that those two verses contradict each other, correct?
Yes, but
the Quran
they
says.
also don't.
But the Quran said, if this is a book made by other than Allah, you will find in it contradiction. And now you agree that, okay, well, the Quran have contradiction. And now you're trying to explain to me the contradiction, but I'm not asking you to explain, you know. I'm just trying to confirm what the Quran is saying. If this is a book made by someone other than God, you will find in it a lot of contradiction. And you agreed. You just said, yes, those two verses, they contradict each other.
And I finished my point. Then you can like.
You want to tell me about the muta? I don't care about the muta. The muta, what muta? Muta is not a marriage. Muta, you pay a woman to sleep with you.
I said muta shabihat. It means the on clear verses in the Quran, and you know the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah is like so. Basically, there's clear verses when there's unclear verses.
Okay, take a hike. Allah knows best what you are saying. I mean, not only their God is stupid, they cannot even put two words together. You made me dizzy, man. I lost a debate with you before I start. What are you talking about? I have a cross eyes now because of you. I'm going to sue you. What you did to me? What are you talking about? You cannot be just to women. Allah said, you can have 4 women only if you are and you can be just with them. So Allah made the stupid or impossible something to practice. So Allah did not allow you to have 4 wives. Did Allah allow you to have 4 wives? Yes. This verse here says, no, you are not allowed. Do you see how this is here very, very serious? It's not like David, he have 4 rooms or 10 rooms. This is about the very practice of Muslim belief. About marriage and divorce and what is lawful, what is not lawful. So if I cannot be just, then I cannot have more women. So why Muhammad have 18 wives? Why you Muslims have multiple wives if the Quran says nobody can be just? So the reason for that, because the Quran is a book of contradiction. So for you, already you have an excuse to have 4 wives. But if you want to be serious about your book, you cannot have 4 wives. Because of the contradiction. For no man can be just to his wives. And we can find serious contradiction in the Quran. Like, which one Allah created first? The mountains, the trees, the water, or the stars? One chapter in the Quran says the stars, the other chapter says the mountains, the trees, the water. Which one? Muhammad even could not maintain the days of a creation. If you ask the Muslims, how many days it took Allah to create the earth and the heaven? Any Muslim want to help me? Any Muslim would like to join me and tell me how many days it took Allah to create the earth and the heaven? Any Muhammadan? Anyone? My audio is not good in Discord. How is my audio, guys, for you in YouTube? Is my audio is good in YouTube and in Rumble? All right. So look like this is only in Discord issue.
CP, we can't hear you. Something happened with your microphone.
All right, hold on. Let me get out.
Okay, good, good. Thank you.
I know what happened with my microphone. All right, do you hear me now?
Yes, yes, it's good now. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I think there is a genie or something. I forgot to read Quran before I start today. That's what I did. Mistake, big mistake. Suleiman, you know, he had sex with 99 women and 100 women, but he forgot to say inshallah. He was shooting blank all night. He could not even make one baby. You have to say inshallah. Do we have any Muslim who would like to join us? Is it 6 days? Who agree with 6 days? So a Muslim have a big mouth to talk about our Bible, but your Quran is a piece of garbage full of contradiction. Is it 6 days? It is 8 days? It is 7 days? Choose one. Muslims, which days, what is the number of the days of a creation in Islam? Those verses in front of me, it says 6 days. Look how many. Muslims only, please. If you are a Muslim, you are welcome to join us.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Are you a Muslim, my friend?
Yes.
All right. How many days it took Allah to create the earth and the heaven?
I think 7 days.
7? Are you sure?
I don't really know. You can tell me if you want to.
Okay, where the Quran says 6 days.
Khas, it's 6 days.
Like in this verse here, it says 6 days. Do you agree with it?
Let me read.
All right.
Yes, it's 6 days.
All right, that's wonderful. But in this verse, it says 8 days.
What verse is it?
Let us see. What verse is it? You are a Muslim Sunni?
Yes.
All right, that's good. This is chapter 41, verse number 10. Read for me and calculate the numbers of days.
It says, and 4 days equal.
It says here 4 days, right? Okay, and verse verse number 11, it says he went up to the sky, and then here it says what?
But let me read. He rose.
Let us go back the verse before it. Here it says,
yes, it says
in verse number 10. Okay, here it says 4 days. Here it says 2 days, correct? Here it shows 4 days in the front of us.
Wait, let me read.
Verse number 9, it says 2 days.
Yes, 2 days.
And then here it says 4 days, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then here it says another 2 days. What the total is? 2 days.
7.
No, 2 days plus 4 plus 2 is 8.
Yes.
So how Allah is why Allah is saying the Quran in other verses Allah created the earth and the heaven in 6 days?
No, like maybe it says like he did something each day.
Yeah, he did something.
He told us. He made the world in 6 days, not 7.
No. He told us exactly what he's doing. He said he created everything in the earth in 2 days. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Then, this is to create the earth. Then, he placed mountains in the top of the earth. He made the water, the trees, etc. in 4 days. Correct?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I just got one question. I asked God Logic. Do you know God Logic?
Yeah, those are my students, but you are talking here to Christian Prince. Focus with me in the topic.
Yes, it says like 4 days.
Okay. So here it says 2 days to create the earth, and then 4 days to create whatever in the top of the earth. And now Allah, He finished the earth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now He go up to heaven. Do I agree?
Wait, can you go up? I just want to read it. I want to read all. He placed so. So do you? Okay.
All right. So now 2 days to create the earth, 4 days to create everything in the top of the earth. Then now Allah, He went up to heaven, and now He made the heaven, 7 heavens in 2 days, correct?
Yes.
So the total is what? 8 days.
8 days. Yes.
Okay. But the other verse in the Quran says 6 days. Allah created the earth and the heaven and whatever between them in 6 days.
Yes, He made it, but He didn't made it all.
No, He says He created the heaven and the earth and whatever between them in 6 days. After that, He is done. He go to the throne. You see here it says, and then He went to the throne. He's done. Allah, He finish. He go and sit in His chair.
Yes.
All right. So 6 days or 8 days?
Hello. Yes, 6 to 8 days.
But here it says 6 days.
Maybe He didn't finish it all.
Huh?
Maybe He didn't finish it all.
That's what?
Like He didn't finish the heavens, the earth, and the universe.
No problem. This is no my problem. No problem. But this verse here says Allah, He finished and He went to His throne after 6 days. He said clearly, I created everything in heaven and earth, both, and even what is between them, which is God knows what is that.
Yes, but not
In
the
6 days.
angels and everyone.
Huh?
Not everyone. He didn't made everyone.
What everyone? What do you mean everyone? He said
Like the universe and everyone.
No, He created everything. He says He created the heaven and the earth. The heaven and
No,
the
like
earth and
because
whatever
go down a
between.
little bit. Go down. Go down a little bit.
Where? Where here?
Like the 4 days.
You're talking about the other chapter. What? Okay, so what? Go back down. Allah, He made the earth.
The mountains.
Created the earth.
The 5 mountains. Like
Huh?
this. Yes. Down this.
Okay. He created the earth
He
in
made
2
the
days.
mountains.
Yeah, and He did not create mountains. According to Quran, Allah, He placed mountains in the top of the earth, which is absolutely stupid, because mountains is coming from the heart of the earth, not the opposite. According to the
This
Quran,
is stupid.
yes, because the mountains, okay, who is the one who taught you that we place mountains on the earth? Place.
Allah.
But is that what you learn in school?
Allah made it. Like God made the mountains.
No, He did not say even made them. He said He placed them.
Yes, like He made and placed them. I don't get what you're saying.
Yeah, but mountains is coming from inside the earth. The mountains, they exist because either the pressure of tectonic plates or because of a volcano. One of those. So we have 2 plates on the crust of the earth. One is Asia, one is Europe, whatever, etc. And the point where they meet, there's a pressure, and that pressure will make mountains. Or it can be an area they have volcanoes like Hawaii, like in Japan, like in Iceland.
God made every mountain. I don't get what you're saying.
The Quran says Allah, He placed mountains on the earth. He placed them.
Yes, He placed and made. Like He made everything. He's God.
Okay. I don't know how to explain to him. I think if I repeat 1,000 times, still he will understand. My friend.
No. Listen. I got a problem in the Bible. There's no the real Bible. The oldest Bible we got was 1,800 years ago. I don't get what you're saying.
The oldest Bible we have is what?
Like the oldest Bible we have, it was 305 AD. Like 300 years after Jesus.
Okay.
So I don't get what you're saying. There's no proof that John, Matthew, we don't have their books.
All right, that's a good thing, by the way. You just told me that the Quran is stupid too, because how the
Quran is stupid. I'm
hold
saying
on.
the Bible
No.
proof.
Yes, okay, no problem. I'm going with you. So why the Quran says to the Christians that he agree with the books they have in their hand 600 years after Jesus?
Let me see. Let me read. You're saying the first Bible.
Yeah, the first Bible, yeah. You said, everybody, remember, he said there's no Bible. The first Bible is 300 years after Jesus. Okay, wonderful. So now, 300 years...
No, the first Bible when Jesus has it, not the 300 years ago.
I know, but you just say...
Now you're lying now.
The Christian don't have the Bible. They have, the only Bible you have is 300 years after Jesus, what you said to me. So,
yes, but the first one, Allah has it.
So did Allah... Okay, but Allah, he agree... Listen. Allah, he agree with the Bible of the Christians 600 years after Jesus. Look, read it.
I want to read it.
It's in front of you.
Yes.
Chapter 2, verse number 89. Allah, he said to the Christians,
I'm reading it.
Okay. Does it say Allah, he confirmed our book?
We will just let me read. He's saying the first book of the Bible, like the true Bible, because we don't have the true Bible.
But you just say
we don't know what John.
But you just said we don't have a true book. The oldest book we have is 300 years after Jesus.
Yes, but the true old book, the first Bible of Jesus, it was the true.
Exactly.
But how do we know John?
Okay.
How do we know
but you see,
John
but this is 600 years. But this is hold on, Abdul. This is 600 years after.
I'm not Abdul. First, we don't have the Bible that was in Muhammad. Even the Bible in 600 AD, we don't have it. Which Bible is it? The true?
So why the Quran confirming the Bible which you don't have? I mean, if Allah, he says, confirming what is with them.
I'm asking you this question. Don't ask me a question. I'm asking you a simple question. How do we know what John and Matthew believe?
I know.
We don't have any book for 180.
Okay, hold on. I will go with your logic. I will go with your logic. How do you know what Muhammad believed? Do you have the book of Muhammad?
Yes.
Where we can find it?
Is in the Islamic place. I don't know what's the name of it.
Where Islamic place?
Look.
Hold on. No, I want to go with you. I want to go with you. You see, you're asking him. No problem. I have a conversation. Right. We are having fun. Listen. So now, you Muslim don't have the book of Muhammad. You don't even have the book of... You don't have the book... Okay, in front of everybody, prove me wrong. Show me the book of Uthman. Or the book of Muhammad. Even Al-Bukhari, you don't have it. There's no book, it's called Al-Bukhari. Al-Bukhari never wrote a book.
Yes, he did. His name was Muhammad.
He never.
Not the Prophet Muhammad, but Muhammad. If you look,
Al-Bukhari never wrote a book. You see, here you are changing topic. I am showing you in your Quran. I'm showing you from your Abdul. I'm showing you from your Quran.
My name is not Abdul. It's Khalid.
You are Abdul. You like it or not? You're Abdul. Are you insulted because you're Abdul?
No. My name is Khalid.
No, you are Abdul. Isn't it the Quran says?
No, my name is Khalid.
No, your name is Abdul. Let me show you from the Quran. Here we go. The Quran says all Muslims are Abduls. If you are a person who don't like what Allah he says to you, then you are out of Islam. The Quran says, I created not human being and genie except to be Abdul. Read it.
Is it in English or Arabic?
It's in Arabic, it's in English. Read whatever you want. If you speak Arabic, read it.
Okay, I have only created jinns and men that they may serve me, not Abdul.
Well, this one
you can read it in English.
No, it's not. Serve me is wrong. Abdul is a slave.
No, Abdul isn't a slave.
No, Abdul is a slave. The word the Abd is, it means a slave and black slave. Not only slave, a black slave. Now let's go back to the topic.
It's in English. Serve me.
No, let's not change topic. So now, you said to me that
you can read it, my brother. I'm not lying to you. You showed me English. It said serve me. You just lying.
It's your translation. Okay, in Arabic it says إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, which mean to be my abd.
Abdul means serve.
No, to
not
be abd.
Abdullah.
To be my
You're lying
abd.
now.
To be
I
my
speak
abd.
Arabic. What do you
To
mean?
be my abd and to worship me. To be my
No,
abd.
no. Okay, even the Bible, like we're
Okay.
all slaves
What
for God. Do you
abd?
believe
What
that?
abd mean? What abd
No,
mean?
in the Bible, are you slave of the
What
God?
abd mean? What
God.
abd mean? What abd mean?
It means to serve your God. It's like
Okay.
serve.
All right. So anyway, you are Abdul. You like it or
Yes,
not?
right. You see, you're lying
You
now.
are Abdul. Okay, you're a prophet. Okay, you're a prophet name.
Yes.
Let
I'm
us
a
see.
slave of
Let us
God.
see. Let us see. Let
I
us see.
don't get what you're
So,
saying because it's Arabic doesn't mean anything.
okay, hold on. According to the Quran, the word abd mean what?
It means like I think a black slave.
So why you are saying I'm lying?
No, there's a different way. I'm not saying lying.
Okay, so here in chapter 19, it says here that I am a black slave. Jesus was black.
No, read it in Arabic.
It says قال إني عبد الله.
Yes, Abdul. Abdul means slave. It isn't. Abd means different. Abd and Abdul, it's not the same.
No, Abd is Abdul.
You're lying now. You're lying to me.
Anyway, let us go back to the
Funny,
let us go back
Allah
to
is
the
funny,
let us go back to the Bible, which is corrupt. So listen, I want you to tell everybody that your God, he sent Isa the Injil, and then Allah could not protect the Injil. Explain to us why Allah is so weak he could not protect the Injil. Go ahead.
He didn't because people used to write it. It's fake.
So
but look at the Quran. Like no one messed up the Quran. We have
okay. Hold on.
685 AD with the Khalifs.
So
I don't get what you're saying.
But you did not explain to me why Allah could not protect the Injil. This is His book, isn't it? Allah in the Quran.
Because people write and they're affected because like Muhammad was the last prophet. I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, but you're not focusing with me. If the
You lied to
Injil,
me.
if the Injil, Abdul, if the Injil, hold on. If the Injil is the book of Allah, why Allah is not protecting His book?
Because people like it messed it up. But if you look at the Quran,
this is another question.
It's still the same.
Okay, are you
Quran
saying to me? Are you saying to me the people that defeated Allah and they were able to make him look like a loser, and he keeps sending books and they change it?
Everybody has free will to do what they want.
That's false. That's false. That's false. That's false. The Muslim don't believe. The Muslim don't believe.
Look at the Prophet Dave.
Okay, hold on.
Look at the Prophet Dave.
All right.
You complain about Muhammad, but you don't look on your Prophet.
No problem. We can talk about David. Here, read with me. The Quran says nobody can change the word of Allah. Is that did Allah make
the Quran? In the Quran.
Where it says the Quran? Show me.
Let me read.
If you can show me the Quran, I will shave my beard. 20-meter long beard.
You wouldn't show your face, so I don't get what you're saying.
Show me where it says Allah, he said nobody can change the Quran. You Muslims
it means the Quran, because why was Muhammad the last
he says prophet? Nobody can change Allah words. He did not say.
Yes, in the Quran.
Okay, hold on.
Because Muhammad was the last prophet.
All right.
Because Jesus was the prophet of the Israel.
If Allah, he said the Quran. Okay, hold on. Who is the one who collected the Quran?
Zayd.
Who?
Zayd. I forgot his name.
Zayd? So
yes.
Is the Quran protected by Allah or by a guy? His name is Zayd.
No, he collected all.
So
I don't get what you're saying.
Okay.
Did Jesus make the Bible or John or Paul?
So are you saying?
No, I'm just because you're
one by one. You can say whatever you want. Just wait. Everybody heard you saying that the one who collected the Quran is Zayd. Correct, guys? Did he say Zayd?
Yes.
Okay. But isn't it Allah is the one he promised that he will collect it and he is going to put it together?
No, he didn't. Allah did not say that.
I have a weak hadith. It says Allah will collect the
Quran. It's a weak. It isn't real. It's weak.
It's a weak. Well, this is Quran. Here we go.
There's no Quran. Wait.
Hold on. It is Quran. No. Well, the Quran is a weak hadith. The Quran is a weak hadith.
The Quran isn't hadith.
Well, I told you a weak hadith right away. Right away you said, well, it's weak, it's a lie. And you said, and everybody heard you.
No, I'm not saying to lie. Did John Matthew made the Bible
hold on.
Jesus?
So now,
Jesus write.
So now Zayd, according to you, is the one who collected the Quran. Everybody heard you. Do you insist?
Yes.
So why Allah lie?
And John and Matthew.
Why Allah he said that? What's wrong with this
website?
Never
met Jesus. He wrote the Bible.
Okay, read for me. We will go to the Bible. Chapter 75, verse number 17 says, "It is on us to collect the Quran and to recite the Quran." Who is us? Is that Zayd?
But not Allah. It does not say Allah.
No, this is Allah is talking.
Yes, but it isn't Allah because it's us.
Okay, open the interpretation. It says Allah. Why you are lying? Why you are lying?
It did not say Allah. Prove me where
Why every Muslim? Why every Muslim he love to lie? Is that because you are following Muhammad?
No. Because you're a hypocrite. Every Christian is a hypocrite.
Okay.
That Jesus wrote the Bible
hold on.
Who never
Abdul. In the front of everybody.
I'm not.
Can you show me?
Yes,
can you show me? Can you show me? Okay. In the front of everybody. Can you show everybody that this is not Allah speaking?
What do you mean?
You said this is not Allah. I said Allah said He will collect the Quran. You said this is not Allah. Everybody heard you. Can you show me the reference where it says this is not Allah? Get me busted?
But you can't prove it's Allah. It says us. Who's us?
Exactly. Thank you very much. Stupid God. You just even gave your God a screwdriver. So how Allah he says it is on us.
Wait. How can you
Allah
make
is
wrote the Bible?
Listen. Did the Christian Prince pay you to come here? So you come to debate me and you are who said
No, but you're a hypocrite and you're a liar.
Hold on.
Who wrote the Bible?
Okay, don't change topic. Here we go, change topic. It says, you just said, it cannot be Allah because he said us. You're right.
You're lying now. Jesus said the Bible. Stop laughing. You laugh, it's weird.
Okay, listen. So now if we open Ibn Kathir to read the interpretation for this verse, is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you willing to open your camera and do the monkey dance if this is Allah?
No.
Why not?
Because I know the Quran is the truth, not the Bible.
But you just said this is not Allah. But you just told me this is not Allah. Everybody heard you.
Yes. Look, you can read it.
So how come you know it's the truth, but you just gave me a lie? You said this is not Allah.
No, Allah, no. Allah said, but He not made it.
No.
Like
when He said it is for us to collect, when it says it's for us to collect, is the one is talking is Allah. You said no, this is not Allah. He will collect.
Allah was one talking, but He will collect the Quran.
Okay, so He is not the one who will collect the Quran. All right. This is Ibn Kathir. This is Ibn Kathir, and this is about the verse we are talking about here. Let us go to verse number. Remember, it's you who said that, not me. So you cannot get away with it. The one who will collect the Quran, Allah never said He will collect the Quran. You said that.
What is the little bit hadith?
Hold on. This is the interpretation of the verse.
But what hadith is this? It's not the Quran, it's the hadith.
What? What Quran, not hadith?
It's the hadith. Okay, go down, let me read.
What Quran, not hadith? What are you talking about?
No, because this hadith.
This is chapter 75, verse number 17.
Okay.
Chapter 75. Let's go to 75. I made a mistake. 75. And this is from verse 16, 25. All right. And this is Ibn Kathir. So it says here, this is Allah teaching a messenger how to receive revelation. For verily his prophet was rushing to attempt to grasp the revelation. And then while the angel reciting it, therefore Allah commanded him, when the angels bring revelation, he just should listen. And Allah would make sure to collect it in his chest. Do you see it?
Where?
In front of you. Allah, He would be sure to collect it.
Yes, collect it, but
All
but
right.
he just
So
collect
the
the
one
Quran.
who will
He
collect the
collect the
Quran.
Quran. He not made the Quran. You don't get it about made and collect.
Okay.
Like,
No, it's you who said Zayd who collect the Quran. I said to you who collect the Quran. You said to me Zayd.
yes, they collect, but like Muhammad made it. Like the papers was Muhammad made it.
Okay. What do you mean papers? Muhammad was writing Quran on papers.
No, Muhammad was writing the Quran because
Was
the
what?
angel told him what Allah said.
So
I don't get what you mean. Collect it or made it because you make me confused, wallah.
who is the one who collected the Quran? The Quran, the book you have. Who is the one who collected?
No, they collect the papers, but not made it. He just collect the papers, the same
You
papers.
said that Zayd he collected the Quran. Do you have reference that Zayd is the one who collected the Quran?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Wait, just give me a second. What's the Bukhari name? Wait. I just want to find a hadith.
No problem. Take your time.
Bukhari 4986.
Bukhari 4986. All right, that's wonderful. Are you sure?
I think so. I think so because someone sent me when I debate him in your channel.
Bukhari 4896.
I think so. Just let me go find where did the guy send me.
Just be sure, so you cannot take it back because that will be a disaster for you.
No, it's okay because you just liked me about Abd and Abid.
All right. Give me the reference where Zayd he collected the Quran. It be the Prophet of Islam is Zayd. And the promise of Allah is false when he said it is for us to collect it. Remember later you need to answer me about why Allah did not protect his book, because that is more laughable. We like it.
What?
Yeah, find the reference now. Find the reference.
Yes, it's Bukhari. Listen, right? So Bukhari 7191.
Bukhari 7191. Okay. 7191. That's number. That's
yes,
great.
I know, because you know the Islam is the truth.
I know. You know, I cannot
yes.
I cannot wait to get my penis to be endless because I want to have a true penis.
What?
I cannot wait to get a penis is endless because Islam is the truth.
No, don't laugh.
Isn't it your prophet? He promised us endless penis. Is that a true penis or fake?
No, he didn't.
Well, we will show you the reference. Just wait.
Yes.
All right. So now here we go. This is al-Bukhari. It's you who asked me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's you who said to me to read this hadith, correct?
Yes.
All right. Where is Zayd who collected the Quran?
Go down. Go to the English.
All right. No, go to
the English. You're going to Arabic.
Okay. The English. Okay, here we go. Where? Down. I'm going down. Where?
Go up a little bit.
Huh?
Up a little bit.
Up? Okay, up.
Look down Zayd. Zayd.
Okay.
His name is Zayd.
So? And? He is the one who collected the Quran?
No, he collected papers, not the Quran. See, you're lying now.
Okay. So, the Quran you have today, is it the Quran collected by Zayd?
Yes, but it was the papers of Muhammad.
No. Focus with me. The Quran you have today, is it collected by Zayd?
Yes, by papers, yes.
All right. Let us go and read. Do you have page number A in the Quran?
What?
Page A in the Quran. Page A. There's a page in the Quran. It's called page A. Do you have it? Do you have a Quran? Do you have a Quran in Arabic in your house?
Yes.
All right. If we go in the Quran, we will find this page. Let me show you. We will go back. I posted the picture before in my Patreon. We will put it in the screen. Give me a minute. And we will find that your God, how the Quran is written, according to whom?
You showed front of your eyes that they collect the.
Hey, hold on. No. This
read it
this
all.
is not Zayd. This is
tell you why.
hold on. This is Zayd. It's just he says he was a scribe for Muhammad. This is, and Abu Bakr is not the one who collect the Quran. The one who collect the Quran
he
is
told.
I know. The one who collected the Quran is Uthman. So here you are.
No, Zayd.
Hold on. Okay. Uthman is the one, is the caliphate. Hold on. Okay, we will go.
I know what you're playing. I
will show you. I will show you the Quran.
I know the story. You can't
all right,
me. I know the story.
All right. Okay. Just a minute. Let us see. I will put something for you on the screen, and then I'm just going back on time trying to find.
Uthman had the Quran. He just made, listen.
Wait.
Because back in the Persian days and because the Khalif, there was like a lot of land. So
a lot of land.
Lands. Like
okay.
the Muslim conquered Rome. Persian.
I see.
You don't understand.
All right.
You're a little boy.
Yeah. I understand now. But in a second, everybody will laugh at you. Did you find Did you find the page? Did you find the page you have?
Which page?
Okay. The page I told you in the Quran. I told you to look for it. Did you find it?
I can't read Arabic very well.
All right, hold on. Let me see how I can share this one here. Share. Copy the link. All right, here we go. So here you will see in my screen.
Yes.
All right. Do you see the page?
Yes.
كتب هذا المصحف. This mushaf is written according to Hafs. Who's Hafs?
What's Hafs?
Hafs is a person who exists 200 years after Muhammad.
Who?
Hafs is a person who exists 200 years after Muhammad.
Who was Hafs?
No, you tell me. You Muslim, you say this Quran written according to Hafs.
I don't really know. I think Hafs means like Hafs. Like it's hard to say in Arabic to English.
Abdul. Hafs is the name, the most famous. The Quran you recite every day. This is the Quran of Hafs. Hafs.
Yes.
But Hafs was exist 200 years after Muhammad. And this is
what do you mean Hafs exists 200 years of Muhammad?
Type right now in Google, type Hafs ibn Sulaiman. The Quran, the Quran of Hafs.
How did Muhammad know that guy? It's possible.
What?
How did Muhammad know that guy? It's possible.
Muhammad know what?
No, you like Muhammad. You guys said Muhammad copied the Bible, but he can't read or write.
Don't change the topic. Don't change the topic. So now.
No, you just said no. First you said Uthman, but now this I don't get what you're saying.
Well, the Muslim they claim that this is a Quran of Uthman, according to Uthman. So here it says.
Not Uthman. No.
Al-Ibaya. One by one.
Don't talk, please. You just lie now.
So listen. In the front of you it says that this is. It says this is a book. Hold on. It says according to Hafs, according to Asim, according to Ibn Habib, according to Uthman ibn Affan, according to Ali ibn Abi Talib, according to Zayd ibn Thabit.
See your line now.
It's in the front of you on screen. Do you have a phone? Do you have a phone in your hand? Use your camera. You can translate the screen. Take a screenshot and translate in Google. Who's lying?
Can you read all in Arabic? I just want to know.
All right. كتب هذا المصحف الكريم وضبط على ما يوافق رواية حفص according to the tale of Hafs. Now tell me, who's Hafs?
It's hard to me to say it in English.
Type in Google Quran of Hafs.
Okay.
And tell me which year Hafs was exist. Why is it taking you so long?
I'm writing it.
It take that long?
Oh, okay, now I know what means house means. It means protector. I forgot it means. It's like...
It's what?
I can't say it in English. Like... protector. I forgot to say it. It's like...
No. Hafs is a name of a person. You are an idiot. Hafs is a
name.
No, it's a name. Like... Abdul, it says this Quran according to the tale of Hafs. You're an idiot. According to the tale of Hafs.
No, you're an idiot. You believe? No, you look.
Okay, his name is Hafs. Okay, Abdul. His name. Do you see the blue? Do you see the blue? Do you see the blue name? Do you see the blue name? It says Hafs ibn Sulaiman. Ibn Sulaiman. Ibn Sulaiman. What Ibn mean? Bin Sulaiman.
Ben, like the father.
Aha, so he's a man.
Yes.
Abdul,
I don't know what you mean.
Ben mean the son. Ben does not mean the father, I mean the son. So yeah, Hafs, like the son of Sulaiman. Okay. So Hafs is a person exists 200 years after Muhammad. You said to me that you Muslim, you have the book of Muhammad. I said to you, who is the one who, where do you have this book?
Wait. Ben, does it mean son? Ben?
Ben means son, yes.
No. Ben means no. Like the bin of the father, like Chuf, like my name is Khalid bin Nasser, the father. Why are you lying to me? Yeah, like you're lying a lot today. Listen, I'm asking you a simple question.
All right.
Like, so now,
listen. Okay. Why you don't use your phone to take a screenshot and translate? I'm showing you the page. What's wrong with you? This is you will find in your Quran. Open your Quran. You will see it there. This is new Quran. You will find this page in every Quran in Arabic. It says, Riwayatu hadha al-Mushaf. The tale of this Mushaf. It's not even called Quran. It's called Mushaf. The tale. It's a telling. You see, this is according to. But Hafs never met Muhammad. His father never met Muhammad.
Isn't a name.
Listen, hold on. Those are people. Potato. Those are people.
Yes, Hafs is protector. Don't lie to me.
Guys, is my voice is coming good? Is my voice coming good?
I want to answer a simple question. You asked me 20 questions.
All right. So now, if you deny, who care? I mean, this stupid. Now I will go with you. I will go with you. So now we do not have the Quran of Muhammad. Nobody have it. Same time.
We do. It's in 685 AD.
What?
It's in the library.
No, this is a page donated by a Christian guy. This is the page, the leather go back to that time. Go back even before Muhammad. This is not even the Quran. So you have one page from the Quran? Hold on. You have one page from the Quran? You have one page?
No, but it's the same.
It's the same. But where is the Quran? You just get yourself busted, guys. He said there's a page goes back to the time of Muhammad. Page.
I don't say time to Muhammad.
So
Muhammad died in 635
go back to who then?
I said 685 AD. Don't lie to me.
Okay, 85 guys. 85 AD.
No, 65, like 685 T. Like 40 years after Muhammad or 50 years.
Okay, so 40 years after Muhammad. Where is the Quran? You tell me there's a page. If you have the Quran, you will not be proud about. If you have a Quran, you will not be proud about a page. Where is the Quran of Muhammad? You don't have it. Same time. I will go with you. I will go with you. I will go with you.
I told you.
We mentioned many things. I'm just having fun. You know, it's good to have you. I like you. So listen.
No. I want to ask you a simple question.
Don't change topic. One by one.
You asked me 20 questions. I asked you a question.
No, I did not answer this question. We are talking about the corruption of the book. We are talking about the corruption of the books, correct? So don't change topic.
Where was the first Bible? No, I'm asking a question. Don't answer me.
Well, we
Where was
have,
the first Bible?
you see, I answer Muslims from their book. If your stupid Quran says 600 years after Jesus that my book never changed, that means your Quran and your prophet is false. So I showed you, I showed you, hold on. Did I show you that
no,
your Quran?
Hold on. Listen.
Did your Quran, did your Quran confirm my book 600 years, 600 years, hold on, 600 years after Jesus? Listen, I'm showing you Quran. You cannot listen, Abdul. You cannot deny your Quran. Are you denying your Quran? Are you denying? Are you denying my Quran? Are you denying the Quran?
No.
Okay, so does the Quran say is confirming what is with them, and this is 600 years after Jesus?
What do you mean?
The Quran said to the Christians 600 years after Jesus that the Bible with them and the Torah. Is it true?
Let me read.
Well, I show it to you
already. It says the first. You believe, listen, you believe the Bible that Roman has.
Don't change the topic. The Quran speaking to the Christians. Listen, Abdul. The Quran, what Roman? Abdul, what Roman? Abdul, focus with me. In fact, your God believe in the Roman Bible. I can prove it to you. Your God, he called the Bible Injil.
This is 100 AD. Listen, where was the John Bible?
Answer your Quran. Okay, I will go with you. If what you are saying, Abdul, listen.
You're a liar.
If what you are saying,
Abdul is the same.
Okay.
You just lying to me now.
If what are you saying is true, that means the Quran is lying, because the Quran says 600 years after Jesus that our book never changed. Read it. Why you refuse to read it? Are you spitting at the Quran now? Shame on you.
No, I'm saying
then read it.
AD, the first
then read it. Why you keep repeating the same thing and you deny the Quran? You are spitting at the Quran. Shame on you. I will tell your mom.
No.
Then read the Quran. Otherwise, I swear by Allah, I will tell your mom. I swear by Allah, my shin, I will tell your mom that you are spitting at the Quran. The Quran in front of you says,
I tell your mom, you're not following the true Bible.
600 years. Okay, are you making fun of the Quran? So what, I want you to correct the Quran. I want you to correct the Quran. The Quran says,
yes,
confirming what is with them. Did Muhammad make a mistake confirming the book with us 600 years after Jesus?
Let me read.
You keep saying it. Let me read.
I'm reading.
Are you sure?
I'm reading.
Finally, I agree to read.
Oh, you're a liar now. Muhammad hijab debate you.
The guy who said he is defending a girl, she said Jesus, he played with his boobs, his mother boobs.
No, I don't know that. But listen. I'm the best Muslim here. You can't debate me.
Right. Okay, so you can call me hijab to join you so we can laugh. Now answer, read it.
Yes, Muhammad John.
So now answer. How stupid your prophet to say he confirmed the gospel and the Torah with us 600 years after Jesus, and the stupid you spit at the Quran and say this is not true.
Just let me read. It just said conforming. Doesn't say anything.
Confirming what is with them. What do you mean? Confirming what with them? That the Torah and the Injil. It's in front of you.
You can't do this very well. You have an accent too. Don't make fun of my accent.
I'm not making an accent. But now you said confirming.
You have an Arabic accent. I can't say it very well.
So Abdul, how your stupid Quran confirm? How your stupid Quran? Focus. How your stupid Quran confirm?
You're Arab and I'm Arab.
Abdul. You see, you keep talking because it's embarrassing. You're trying to avoid the
topic. I'm right. I'm saying what you're saying.
Listen, I am showing you how Muslims are like monkeys. And in order to...
No, you're like gorilla.
You cannot debate a Muslim. You have to grab him from his tail. So I'm grabbing you from tail. You're going to change the topic. The Quran confirming the book is with us. Does the Quran say confirming what is... Does the Quran...
Does the Quran...
Okay, does the Quran confirm what is with us?
Where was the first Bible? You can't.
I'm answering you. The first Bible is even exist in the head of Muhammad. Isn't it Muhammad? In the Quran he says, confirming what is with him?
What?
The Quran, does it say that Muhammad, he have our Bible too?
No.
Why you keep lying?
I'm not.
Okay, you want to bet? Read it.
Let me see.
Read it and open your camera and do the monkey dance.
Just let me read.
All right.
I did not say the Bible.
It says, here we go, in Arabic it says, you see here the translation, they lie. They says confirming what is before it, but in Arabic here, it says confirming, believing in what is between his hands. What is between his hands? This is a false translation. Here in Arabic, read, بين يديه. Here, listen, look. بين يديه, in his hands.
In his hands.
Do you see it? So Muhammad, he have our Bible and he confirm it, and it is between his hands. So now I'm going to ask you, where is the Bible which is between the hands of Muhammad, which is in total
all in Arabic?
Which is in total agreement
read
with
it all in Arabic. Why are you scared, you pig? Don't call me monkey. I don't want to cuss.
Hold on. Did you call me pig?
You call me a monkey.
But isn't Muslims are monkeys?
No.
Okay, here we go. I see. I'm not insulting you. This is what your prophet said. Your prophet says Muslims are monkeys.
Say that you're lying now.
Okay, here we go. Monkeys, and they practice Sharia law. Is that true?
No.
I mean, everything you say to me, no, I get you busted. Here we go. This is a Muslim monkey. She cheated her husband, and she exchanged sex with the other guy. She did mut'a for the sake of banana. And then the monkey.
But she wasn't a Muslim.
No, she was a Muslim.
No, she wasn't. You can read it.
Okay, read it carefully. This is the companion of your prophet, and he is witnessing how the monkey, they surrounding the monkey because she committed illegal sexual intercourse. And I, too, stoned it with them. He's a Muslim, and they are Muslims.
Yes, even the Bible, like you should kill the animal. Or
okay,
like,
so now, monkeys, monkeys, they follow the rule. Do the Muslims, do the Muslims,
simple question
do the Muslims follow the law of Allah? Do the monkeys? So chimpanzees, they practice Sharia law. Now let's go back to our topic. Why you're a prophet? Too. You see, guys, I'm just having fun. Why your Quran confirming?
You're a hypocrite.
Why your Quran? Why you don't answer? Why the Quran confirm what is with us if what with us is bad?
It means in the 100 AD Bible, like the first Bible.
But this is 600 years with us.
Can you read it in Arabic?
With us. Abdul, with us. It is with them now, in the time of Muhammad.
No, just read it all in Arabic.
What Arabic? You don't know Arabic, you Somalian boy?
No, I'm not Somali.
So what are you?
I'm Qatari.
Qatari? حمار قطري. So listen.
قطر.
جزيرة الحمير. Here, read with me.
لا والله أنت والله يا حمار والله.
رسول أميركم حمار وبموزة حمارة ونصاب وحرامي.
والله أمك يا قحبة.
سلم لي على موزة. سلم لي على موزة. صنف متعة. So you don't want to read. You see, the Muslims are satanic people. If I try to answer them from the Bible, showing them reference, I mean, I'm showing them their Quran, still they don't want to read it. Do you see? This guy is a Qatari, and those Qatari are scumbags. Muta, prostitution, rape. They bring Indonesian women, they rape them. I mean, go and read and do what they do to them. Very trashy country. Slavery. Especially the way they treat Muslims from Indonesia. Every Indonesian Muslim woman, she comes from Indonesia, she is going to be raped by a group of those boys. Those boys, they call their friends, hey, we have a new maid, you know, come to my house, let us have party. We know what do you do. Do we have any Abdul? So when a Muslim, he say that the Bible is corrupt, we have a proof from the Quran. Tons of verses saying the Bible.
You're lying. See, it isn't true what's saying about Qatar.
Okay, do you want to challenge me about Qatar?
Not everyone
I can show you
Muslim
right
are all
now. Okay,
Muslims.
if I show
Let's
you
look
right,
at the
if I
Christians,
show
what
you
they
right
do.
now,
Look,
if
the
I
Christians,
hold
the
on,
Christians rape
if
little
I
girls.
show you right now from the
See,
United
that's
Nations,
every single
if I
Muslim.
show you from the United Nation what they say about Qatar, do you accept?
No, listen, not everyone Qatari is the same all. Listen, Christians, friends,
Hold on,
listen.
hold on.
Not everyone
Okay.
Qatari is the same.
No, hold on. Are you saying to me you left Islam?
No. Like,
Well, did your prophet
Qatari
did your
is a
prophet
religion.
have
Not
sex
every
with
single
did
people are
your
the best
prophet
Muslim.
did your
Listen,
pro-
you
did
lie.
your prophet did your
Christians rape little girls.
prophet have sex with his servants?
No.
No? Are you sure?
Just let me see. You're lying, wallah.
Okay, chapter 66, verse number 1. It's about what?
Stop laughing. You're laughing weird.
Your prophet wives, they found Muhammad having boom with his servant. And then he promised them, he took an oath he will never do it again. But then he got horny again. She is so beautiful.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, read it.
Where? Okay. Oh, prophet, why? It did not say anything. I read it. It did not say slaves or
Okay,
sex.
you are a Qatari and you are a Muslim. Tell me what it is this about.
I can't read Arabic because I got reason. Because they, in my school, they didn't teach me good Arabic.
What
I
about
got
you?
reasons.
You got what? Reasons?
Yes.
All right. Does it say in the books of tafsir that this is about Mary the Copt?
Mary?
Uh-huh. She
Did I say Mary?
She was a servant of your prophet, and your prophet was doing boom to her?
It didn't.
All right, let us see if it's true or not. Here we go. Are you ready?
You just gave me another verse and you just lied about it.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go.
Yes.
This is your tafsir. You said you don't speak Arabic, no problem. I will use a translation. And here, this is tafsir al-Tabari. I can show you.
Is this Quran or Hadith?
I can. This is the Quran.
This is Hadith or Quran?
Okay. كان ذلك ماريا مملوك القبطية. Here we go. Your prophet, he was having sex with her.
Wait. Is it Hadith or what? What verse was it?
This is from the Quran. This is chapter 66, verse number 1.
The Quran, you're lying now.
Anything I show you, it says, you say it. Okay. Anything I say it as, okay. Your prophet wife, hold on. She came to his house, her house. Muhammad, he sent her to visit her dad. She asked her dad, do you want me? Do you need me? He said, I did not call for you. So she felt suspicious because Muhammad is a scumbag. So she went back and look, she found Muhammad in the top of the woman, and she said to him, in my bed, on my day, you filthy scumbag. Here we go. Read it. Here we go. And she said to him, in my bed, in my day, you idiot. She said to the prophet, read it. This is your interpretation. This is your interpretation for that.
You liar.
She said, that is the messenger of God
in
my house and on my bed. So he made it forbidden to him. She said, O messenger of God, how you prohibit what is lawful for you? So he swore to her by God that he would not harm her.
So if you're a prophet, have sex with his slaves, why you will not?
It didn't.
Well, I am showing the proofs. I am showing, guys. Did I show the proof? Did I show the proof? Are you saying to me? Are you saying to me that you are better than your prophet? Seriously? So why you are saying to me you will not, Qatari will not do that? It's everybody heard you saying Qatari will not do that.
Yes. No. I'm not saying. I'm saying like every single country. It's not the same. Like, look, everyone bad Muslim.
No, every Qatar is a very Islamic terrorist country.
In the 800, they saved black people. Are they Christians?
What?
And the 800s, like 200 years ago in America, the Christian used to slave black Muslims and hit black Muslims.
Who is the one who sold the slaves? Isn't it Prophet Muhammad?
No.
Did your prophet he own black slaves?
No. Listen, he used to own and let it free.
Really? Can you show me? Can you show me? Hold on. Listen. Okay. So your prophet, he freed the slaves. I can show you your prophet enslaving slaves. What you say about that? Isn't it your prophet he left? Coward. Potato. So do you see, guys, how they lie? Do you see? Even people, they came to Muhammad and they said, I free a slave. Muhammad, he made them a slave again. That's your prophet. Even Bilal, he died and he is a slave. This is your religion. Do we have any brave Muhammadan? So you will notice that he was avoiding what we show him, that the Quran confirm our book, because that will show how stupid even all their argument. The Quran says what is between our hands. The Quran says what is with Muhammad's hands. The Quran believing in what our hands, and even we have a hadith where Muhammad, he take an oath by the Torah. So if a Muslim, he says to you there is a contradiction in the Torah or in the Old Testament, tell him, how you stupid than your prophet. Is he being hypocrite when he took an oath of it and he says, I believe in thee and the one who sent thee? So Muhammad, he said to the Jews, bring me the Torah. And Muhammad, he took his cushion from underneath of him. He is showing respect to the Torah. Look how hypocrite he is. And he placed the Torah on it, saying, I believe in thee and him who revealed thee. Do you see it? I believe in thee and the one who revealed thee. So if the Torah was corrupt, as the Jew or as the Muslim they claim, that means Muhammad is a big fraud. How he take an oath of a false book? Was Muhammad taking an oath on a fraud book? Very possible then. That means Muhammad is a fraud. A true Christian will never take an oath in a book of the devil like the Quran. Do I agree? A true Christian will not even consider the book of the Mormon or the book of Jehovah's Witnesses his book. How Muhammad is just a hypocrite man. He is not. He don't believe in the God of the Jews. He don't believe in the God of the Christians. He don't believe in Abraham. But this guy, wherever he go, he meet the Sabian, he's a Sabian. He meet the Jews, he's a Jew. He meet the Christian, he's a Christian. He meet the Arab, they worship the three daughters of Allah, and Allah, he bowed down with them, and he say the intercession for the daughter of Allah is a must. So going back to our video, as you see, and I gave you today an example how the Muslim, they play games. The only way the Muslim, in order to refute you, is to refuse their own evidence. So imagine we are showing them from their books and still they say it doesn't say that. Where? No, it doesn't say that. It says that, confirming what is with them. Confirming what is in his hands. Every Muslim is a liar until he proved the opposite. Let us continue with this video.
We cannot believe this, as the word of God.
Okay.
And this brother, became reverted to Islam.
Was he Christian?
Yeah, my family is from Portugal.
Oh, Portugal.
His family from Portugal.
Portuguese.
Okay, so
where are you from?
I'm from around here. So let me ask you this. If you reverted to Islam from Christianity.
And here there's a question. Why we say reverted? Are you supporting the Muslim now? When a Muslim, he say reverted, it's mean he is coming back to the true faith. You should say you converted, not reverted. You have to be careful, very careful when you say words. If I agree he reverted, that means he come back to the faith. That's a big mistake. He became pervert, not a person who, reverted. He followed a pervert. Let us see the reason for this person to become a Christian. Let us see. He's being smart now.
What was Jesus to you, my friend?
What was Jesus to me?
Yeah. What was or what is?
In any prophet, we believe him as a prophet. That's the difference.
No, I'm saying, well, we said you were a Christian before.
Yeah.
So.
No, my belief in, well, I was raised Roman Catholic. My personal belief, my personal journey, I never took Jesus as God. I never took.
So why you are lying and say you were a Christian? You never been Christian. Because you never took Jesus as God. So what you took him?
Saints.
So you never read the Bible?
I always looked up and
have you read the Bible?
Felt an omnipotent God.
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course. Actually from the Bible, for example, like Matthew 17:19.
Right.
One came unto Jesus and said, "Good master, tell me something that will give me eternal life." He, Jesus, said unto him, "Why dost thou call me good? There's none good but God."
Right.
All right. So here he says, Matthew 17:19. And here you see how we can get those Abdul busted. Let me show you. Jesus in the verse, he never said, "Don't call me God." He said, "Why you are calling me God?" Why you are calling me? He's quoting the wrong verses too. Let us go back to the video. Hold on.
Right, so that's what we believe. That's the first part of our testimony. Right, so that's what we believe. That's the first part of our testimony of faith.
But he also said in John 17,
said unto him, "Why, good master, tell me something." Actually, he's looked up and
have you read the Bible?
Felt an omnipotent God.
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, of course,
okay.
Of course. Actually from the Bible, for example, like Matthew 17:19.
Right. Okay.
One came unto.
So if we go to Matthew 17:19, you will see how this person, if a person he knew the Bible, he would know what he's talking about. But right away we'll find that he do not know really what he's talking about. Matthew 17:19. Let us go there.
To Jesus.
This is Matthew 17:19. If we read 17:19, we will see how we can laugh at this guy. You see, always when a Muslim he says something, you have to check out what he's saying. Let us check it out. You do not know what he is quoting. We go to Mark. Ten 17. And then if we read carefully, we will see the Messiah, nowhere he said, don't call me God, only God is good. And what the word good mean? The word good mean that a person who is perfect and his perfection is above all, to the point he have no error, no mistakes. So why you call me good, Jesus said, don't you know that only God is good? So if this guy, he knew what, first of all, he's quoting the wrong verses. Secondly, if he knew really what the Bible says, he should know very easy, in 2 seconds, that Jesus in the Bible, in many places, clearly he said, I am a person who have zero sin. Zero sin. Which means I never ever committed a sin. Never. So we have tons of reference. Let us see. My screen is folded with the... All right. As an example, if we go to Hebrew, chapter 4, we can go to verse number 15. For we do not have a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weakness, but one who in every respect has been tempted as we were, yet without sin. This is about who? This is about Jesus. Let us continue. We are not done. If we go to Matthew, he mentioned Matthew, right? And that's why he's quoting wrong. Or we can take Mark 12. When anyone he speak about Jesus, like we mentioned for you, chapter 19, verse 19 says that Jesus is holy in the Quran. Muhammad is a sinner. So now the Quran confirmed the holy Jesus in both books, if we can consider the Quran as a book. But we will use the Quran as a book against them, not against us. So here, in Mark, you will see the Messiah speak about himself. Who is the Messiah? The Messiah, did he say he is not God, or he confirmed that he is God and he is the God of David? So he asked the Jews, Yeshua, he asked the Jews, and Yeshua answered, said, as he taught in the temple, how are you scribes saying that the Messiah is the son of David? For David himself, in the spirit of holiness, said, in the spirit of holiness, the Lord Jehovah said to my Lord, sit in my right until I shall constitute your enemy under your footstool. David therefore called him my Lord. Who? The Messiah. So the Messiah is saying to the Jews how the Messiah, which is him, He is the son of David, yet he is the Lord of David, and David worshipped him. So did Jesus says, I am good? And I even God? We have Jesus says, the one who saw me, he saw the Father. The disciple says, why don't you show us the Father, which means God, and that's it. He says, I am with you all this time, and you do not know me. The one who saw me, he saw the Father. I and the Father is one. Jesus said it clearly. That he is the only person who have no sin. And this is his own description. Give me a second. Open the verse. We have tons of verses actually. We can show them. Let us start. In 1 Peter chapter 2, verse number 22, it says, he committed no sin, neither was deceit found in his mouth. Let's see more. If we go to John 8, let us go. Give me a minute. All right. So this is John 8. Jesus is challenging all people to show him one sin he ever committed. And we are not done. Who among you is convicting me of sin? Who is it challenging? That is Jesus. So, who is Jesus? Is he good? Only God is the one who don't commit sin. For all mankind, remember Jesus in the flesh, all men are sinners. All men. Jesus have zero sin. Now, Jesus said, I am the good shepherd. So Jesus, he confirmed, even using the word good, saying, I am the good shepherd, in John 10:11. But again Yeshua said to them, timeless truth, I speak to you. I am the living God, the gate of the folk. And all who had come were thieves, which means the one who came before to lie to you. And here you will see he says, I am the living God. Not only he is saying he is the good shepherd, I am the living God. Typing in Arabic. I am the living God, the good shepherd. Who is he? Did Jesus say clearly that he is God? Or not yet? I mean, do we need more clear evidence? So, a Muslim who is trying to use the gospel as a proof of Jesus that he is not God, he is a fool. for the whole gospel and the word of Jesus itself, saying it each time Jesus says I am, he is saying I'm God. Some translation don't show you really what is the language as coming from the Aramaic as it is. I am the living God, the good shepherd. So now if we go back, when the guy, he said to him, good master, good Lord, Jesus says to him, why you call me good? Don't you know only God is good? Only God is good. But did Jesus confirm that he is good? Not only he is good, he is the good shepherd, and the shepherd of mankind is God. I am the living God, the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for his flock. It's in the front of you. Again, he repeats in verse number 14, I am the living God, the good shepherd. I know mine. Do you see it? So this Abdul, right away you should show him that Jesus himself, he called himself good. And not only he is good, he is the good shepherd. And he not only he said that, he said he is God, the living God, and he is the resurrection, he is the life. 7 verses, Jesus saying, I am. All of them is about Jesus being God. I am the resurrection. I am the truth. I am the living God. I am the life. And they say to you, where Jesus? I said, I'm God. So this fool, when he said to us, Jesus said, I am, why you call me good? This is your foolishness, because if you know the Bible, you should know. Obviously, this is why you said you never believe Jesus is God. If you know the Bible, you should see that Jesus many times said he is God. In fact, Allah have 99 attributes. Many of them are taken from Jesus. As an example, one of the names of Allah is the truth. Jesus says, I am the truth. One of the names of Allah is Al-Haq, which means the truth. But Jesus said, I am the truth 600 years before the faith of Muhammad. I am the life. If there's any prophet can say I'm the life, if there's any prophet can say I am the truth, you can say I give you the truth, I am delivering the truth to you, but you cannot be the truth, for the truth is God. And the Muslims agree on that. I am the resurrection. Allah have a title, the resurrector. And Jesus is the resurrector. Isn't it Jesus is the one who resurrects people from death? So this foolish man, he took one verse, because this is the Muslim told him, Jesus says, why you call me good? Don't you know that God, only God is good? But Jesus never said there, don't call me God, or don't call me good. He says, why you are calling me? Which means, how you know that I am the good God? I can take right now a verse from the Quran. It says, no God, by cutting the rest. Then the Quran is a book of atheists. La ilaha. Now let's continue with this video.
And said, good master, tell me something that will give me eternal life. He, Jesus, said unto him, why dost thou call me good?
Here we need to be careful. Isn't it Jesus says, I am the eternal life? Correct? What he's asking him? Who is the one can give eternal life? Any Muslim can answer? Who is the one can give the eternal life? Any Muhammadan? So the person is asking Jesus how I can receive the eternal life. If we go to John chapter 11 verse number 25, we will find it. If we go to Romans chapter 6, verse 23, we will find it. Who is the one who gives us eternal life? That is Jesus. There's no prophet can give you eternal life. Only the Messiah can give you eternal life. Do you remember the Muslims always, they come to us and they quote for us that Jesus says you are the only true God? Anyone remember which verse? You remember it, right? The Muslim always, they copy this. Look, Jesus says you are the only true God. Right? You are only the true, the only. I mean, Jesus said that clearly. This is in John 17.
There's no.
Let's go there. A disaster for the Muslims. Those cowards, they take a verse and they don't want to read the rest. They say, look what Jesus said. They will not even read the first verse, the second verse, the third verse. They jump right away where he said, you are the true, only true God. But if you read verse number 1 and verse number 2, before you arrive there, you will find the answer. These things spoke Yeshua and lifted his eyes into heaven and said, my Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, that your Son may glorify you. So who is Jesus? The Son of God. The Father glorifying the Son. My friend, God don't glorify a man. Nobody. A man is nobody. So your Son may glorify you, just as you have given him the authority over all flesh. He will give eternal life to them, because you have given all things whatsoever into him. Who is the one who gave eternal life? That is Jesus. It's in front of you. But these things are eternal life. They shall know you, for you alone are the true God of truth, and Yeshua the Messiah whom you sent. I have glorified you in earth. I have accomplished the work that you have given me to do. Now glorify me, Father, in union with yourself, in that glory which I had in union with you before the universe was. Jesus was with the Father, in union with the Father, before what? Before the Word was. So what the Muslim they do, because they are a bunch of hypocrites, they say, look, it says here, they shall know that you are the alone are the true God. But he says, alone, true God, and I am his son. And I am in union with the Father. Do you see the hypocrite? They want to read only what they like. They want to see only what they like. Same time, if the Muslim believe that Jesus is alive until now, and all the prophets, they die, is that because he's a prophet of God? Is Jesus coming back because he's a prophet of God? If a prophet of God is the one who will come back to fix the world, will Abraham deserve more to come? He is the father of the prophets. Correct? All the children of Israel belong to Abraham. So who is the one deserve more if it's just about a prophet? Why Jesus? Who more deserve to have the honor to exist in the end of the world? It should be Abraham then. At least for the children of Israel. But it's Jesus. And as you see, Jesus here is saying it clearly that he was in union with the Father before the whole universe was. And then Jesus, he continued. Everything, read with me carefully. In verse number 10, and everything that is mine is yours, and yours is mine, and I am glorified in them. From now on, I do not dwell in this world, but those are in this world, and I am coming to join you. Holy Father, keep them in your name, that name which you have given me, so that they shall be one, just as we are. I mean, how many times Jesus need to repeat? When I was with them in this world, in the world, I kept them in your name, and I kept those whom you gave me, and no man among them has perished, except the son of destructions, that the scripture should be fulfilled. Read and continue reading. All of this, Jesus confirming who is he. So when Jesus says, I am God, they say, well, this is not really, we don't accept. And then they say to you, show me where Jesus says, I am God, worship me. Jesus says, I am not from this world. Jesus says, I am from above and you are from below. The Jews, they crucified Jesus not because he claimed to be a prophet, but because he claimed to be God. Everything the Muslim they say is a big fat lie. And it's so easy to get them busted. But as you see, this is why I say, if you waste your time showing them from the gospel, it's just a time killing. When they speak about the Bible is corrupt, focus on two things. The Bible of Allah is corrupt. Right away, the Muslim, he will change his tone. As this guy, he called me. He don't want to talk about it. Well, did Allah allow it to corrupt? How you can corrupt the book of Allah? This is the problem for Allah. Why I wanna? This is the very same reason I should not accept Allah to be God. If Allah could not protect his books, how I can trust Allah to be God? And when the Abdul speak about errors, his book is the book of errors. Every page in the Quran is a book of error.
None good but God. Right? So that's what we believe. That's the first part of our testimony of faith.
But if you ask this guy, is Muhammad good? He will say yes. The pervert Muhammad. Just ask him, is Muhammad is good? He will say yes.
But he also said, and John,
our brother who made this video, if you are listening, you should ask him right away, was Muhammad good? Let us see what he would say. He just said, only God is good. Say to him, was Muhammad good? Then now he have no choice except to say, no, he was not.
John 17:3, he said,
like, La ilaha illallah. For example, I'll ask you.
John 17:3 said, no one comes to God except through me.
through now, if you were the prophet behind the Gospels, the Injil, right, of Isa.
Did you know that the
and I'll ask you,
yeah, go ahead.
What language did Christ speak?
Christ?
Yeah.
He spoke the language of where he was born.
What is it?
So
it's Aramaic.
Hold on a second. Yes, but do you think he is incapable of speaking other languages?
No, but I'm saying he did speak Aramaic, and I think Jesus in Aramaic is Yeshua, right?
Just wait. Just to show you how stupid he is. The word Yeshua have nothing to do with Aramaic. This is Hebrew. You are an idiot. Secondly, as long Jesus he spoke Aramaic, so why the stupid Quran use the Greek name of the Bible, says this is the book Allah gave to Jesus? Oops, I'm typing wrong. Right? As long as the Muslim, he said, just speak all languages, is God. Not like your God. He speak only Arabic. So if Jesus spoke Aramaic, all of you right now, you can go and read and search what the word Injil mean. What Injil mean? Where this word is coming from. You will find right away that this is a disaster, bad news for the Muhammadan. If Jesus spoke Aramaic, that means his people, they were Aramaic, according to the Quran. Because the Quran said clearly, Allah will never, and he never send any messenger except in the tongue of his own people. So what was the tongue of the Jews? The Jews in the time of Jesus, they speak Hebrew. Aramaic is a very popular language at that time, but they speak Hebrew. They pray in Hebrew. They teach in Hebrew. Their synagogue run by Hebrew. Until now, it is in Hebrew. So if the Muslims, they come to us and say, Jesus speak Aramaic, so why the stupid Quran use the word Injil, which is a Greek word? See here in translation, it says gospel, but in Arabic it says At-Tawrat wal-Injil. What is the origin of Injil? It's a Greek language. So the God of Islam, he copied the book which is in Greek, not a book in Aramaic. It's obvious. And as long as Allah, he never sent any messenger except to speak in the tongue of his own people, and those are the Jews, so why Jesus is speaking in Aramaic if he was a local to the Jews? Shouldn't he speak to them in their language, which is the Hebrew? Let us continue the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aramaic. We're speaking Aramaic. So
okay.
like in the Bible, right?
So let me ask you this:
so
why,
in the Bible,
why do we need to speak and pray only in Arabic if only came to Muhammad?
No, I'm saying that man came to him, right, of that time. He was to me the prophet of the time, and he said, "Tell me something that will save me, give me salvation." You're speaking on salvation. Now take Jesus' advice. Matthew 17:19. If you take Jesus' advice, you will see right there the eternal life is there is no one good but God. Lie.
And Jesus, he said in Matthew 17, you are a fraud. He is the eternal life. I am the eternal life. John 17. You see the stupidity. Do you see how liars? He said, I am the eternal life. I am the life itself. I exist before the word was. So this guy is a fraud. He never been a Christian. He take one sentence from the Bible and he said, that's it. This is salvation.
Ilaha illallah. You don't even have to.
He never said that.
No, he literally says that.
Jesus, he said there's no God but Allah in John 17. Where it says that? Can you show us? Which book it says that?
No, he did not.
And if
he did not,
he
did not. I'm gonna correct you what you just said.
If he spoke Aramaic, then in there he would have said Allah, because you can go.
In Aramaic it says Allah. That's a big fat lie. Allah, it's true that Allah is an Aramaic. The origin of it is Aramaic. But the God of Islam, this is a name. There's two words are different. There's the word ilah, and you can add a letter H, little H to it at the end for like a musical purpose. It's not part of the word. And there's the word lah. The God of Islam, it's a name. It's not a word meaning God. Look what he will say to you now.
Go to any Aramaic dictionary and you can search God and it will come up Allah.
Allah. Allah. The word God, this is not a name, this is a word. As a generic word for God. Al in the origin of it is a word meaning God. Al-ilah is a word meaning the God. Ilah, not Allah. So this Abdul, he is so confused and he think that word is Allah. But I will go with him and I will give him a credit that the word Allah is coming from the Aramaic. The Aramaic are the ones who worship a God, his name Allah, which is the God of sin, the moon god. How we can prove that? Very easy. If you go to chapter 36, you will see that the origin of the Quran obviously is Aramaic. So Allah, he said, Ya sin. Do you see it, guys? Ya sin. Ya is a word meaning God. Sin is the name of the God. The Muslims are so confused what this word means. They don't know. So they are guessing, oh, what they knew, that it is Syriac language, and they say here, it says a human. That's false. Sin is not a human. You go here, you change the translator or the interpretation, you will see it says only Allah knows what he meant by the word, those words. Nobody knows. Ya is not an Arabic word. Is a word used by the Egyptian, used by the Aramaic, used all over the Middle East. It's a word meaning God. Sin is the name of God. Now we go to the Quran. If you go to chapter 1 in the Quran, to make it the easiest, you will see that the first word here says Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Allah. And then the second one it says Alhamdulillah. If you ask the Muslims, is the word Allah is a name? They will say yes. Is it a word mean God, or it's a word as a name of God? They will say both, and I agree. It's both. It's a word mean God, but it's a name of God in Islam. Which means it's a name. Because it's a name, the second you say this name, you are talking about the God. As simple as that. But the word itself is not a word mean God, but the second you say Allah, obviously you are talking about God. But look what happened. The word before it, Allah, verse number 1, is different from the word after it. Why? You cannot take letters out of the names of any person. Can I take the letter M of the name of Muhammad? Say his name is Hamad? No. Muhammad. Ask them, is Allah a name? They will say yes. What he said, Aloha, Allah, that is not a name. That is just a word meaning God in Arabic. If we go to John, you will see in the Aramaic, this is the Aramaic Bible. This is the Aramaic Bible. And they are using words which is the same as appear in the Bible, in the Aramaic word. You see, this is Pashita Holy Bible translation. This is Aramaic. This is the Aramaic Bible translation. Many of the words they might appear here, they are keeping them as they are in the original book they have. As an example, Yeshua, the Messiah, Jehovah. Where is the word Allah? But a Muslim, he is dreaming to find his God. But anyway, for the sake of argument, let us say the Muslim, their God, his name is not even Allah. His name is, they call him Jehovah. Still, their God is not our God. And when Jesus says there is no God but you, and I am your son, why you don't quote for him the rest of the verse? He said that they shall know that there is no God, there is no true God but you, and I am your son. Is Muhammad the son of Allah? No. Did Jesus say I am the son? Yes. Did he say I am your only son? Yes. Because Jesus, he said, I was with you, Father, in union before the world was. Glorify me, so I glorify you. Glorify your son. So when they make a fabrication, we need always, like in this case, if you want, you can open the Bible right away and say, let us see and read what Jesus said. And then you will see that you are lying.
And you will understand the language of Jesus.
Okay, let me ask you this. Why would God say there is no God but only God if he's talking about himself? Wouldn't God be saying...
No, before that he says, why do you call me good? There's none good but God.
The reason Jesus said that, the reason Jesus said that is because he knew their hearts. He knows who you are before you speak. Jesus said that no one could come to the Father or God except through me. I and the Father are one.
I'm speaking on like that verse.
I'm just telling you.
That's the salvation
I know
verse.
the Quran very well. I know Quran.
That's the salvation
But here's
verse.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Why?
He said this is the salvation verse. That's not true. Is the book, all the Bible says salvation only once? What this guy is talking about? We will read, if we read the same chapter he is reading, we will see how we can get him busted. But let's see. Just to show you how those people lie. Salvation, the second you say salvation, you are talking about Jesus. So if we go to the book of Acts, chapter 2, verse 38, where Peter, he said, repent, be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ, for the forgiveness of your sin, and you will receive the gift of Holy Spirit. The same book of Acts, salvation appeared again in chapter 4. Again, it is in the name of Jesus. In Matthew, I mean, we can quote tons of verses. Those people, they have no shame and they love to lie. Jesus, he said it clearly, whoever believes in me, this is salvation. And he die, he will live. Whoever drink my water, he will never go thirsty. I am the way, I am the truth, I am the Alpha, I am the Omega. So this guy, he took a short sentence from the Bible, and that's it. This is what Jesus said. Hypocrite cowards. Maybe we can ask our brother here, next time he go to the park, he open his camera, record them, and he call me, and we will go live with them. What do you think, guys? But you better have like an maybe a tablet in your hand and additional to your camera. All right. Maybe you need more than one gadget, like a way to talk. In the same way we can go live. Maybe actually we can link his camera to our Discord here, maybe, or we will see our Skype, and we share the screen right away, live with them, and let us see if they dare to debate me. Right? The Bible is, all the Bible is about Jesus is salvation.
Why would Jesus come and say?
So you know the Quran?
Absolutely.
A lot?
Not a lot, but I studied it.
Do you know the verse of justice that is Supreme Court of America?
Supreme Court of America?
Yeah, they awarded Muhammad, praise and peace be upon him, as the greatest lawgiver ever.
No.
It's in Washington, D.C.
No.
So you can go check that.
No, the Ten Commandments. They don't go by the...
No. Let us talk about the justice of your prophet in the Quran. In the case of murder, do those in the Supreme Court, they knew that in the case of murder in the Quran, free for free and slave for slave, and women for women, right away you should hit him with that. He is the leader of justice. Is that what justice says? So if I kill a white man will be killed. If I kill a black man, I will not be killed. If I kill your wife, you kill my wife? If he say it doesn't say that, CP, open for him the interpretation, chapter 2, verse 178. Muhammad is the man of justice. Isn't it Muhammad in the hadith says he cursed Muslim and he beat them unjustly? If Muhammad is mistreating his own followers, how he can be a person of just? Chapter, this is the book of Sahih Muslim, talking about the good manner of the Prophet. Look at this. Chapter, whoever I cursed, when he don't deserve, does not deserve it. What else Muhammad did? O Allah, Muhammad said, I am a human being, and if for any person among the Muslims whom I hurl malediction or invoke curse or giving him a whipping, make it a source of purity and mercy. Does the hadith confirm that this was unjust? Beating? Physically beating people, cursing people, using bad language. A person who would deserve it. How a prophet of God he do such a thing? Did Jesus do that? Absolutely not.
No, I'm saying that's
this country is based on what?
No, what I'm saying
is,
no, I'm saying that verse. That verse of justice, right? That verse of justice. So in Islam, you'll hear those that be just to those who follow another religion.
Islam says be just to those who follow other religion. I want to see this verse. Islam says that? Isn't it the Quran says kill those who they are Christians and Jews until they pay jizya? Islam says be just to other religion. I will tell you what he was quoting. The mother of Aisha, she came to give a gift. This is not about being a just, you idiot. This is the mother of Aisha. And this is abrogated too. Let me show you how they lie. Unbelievable how those people there. This guy, he just told him this, and he's, he's just repeating what he said. This is what he learned from the Muslims. Do you know the word of justice, the teaching of justice, Prophet Muhammad? This is justice. So who is the one he killed, the one he raped? The verse he is talking about it. This is about the mother of Aisha. Let me show you the verse. And this one is totally abrogated. And the whole drama is about accepting a gift from her mother. Not about being nice to those who they are not. And later Muhammad, he abrogated all those. This is why Muhammad, he says, I am going to kill every single non-Muslim who stay in the Arabian Peninsula. If the Quran is saying, don't fight those who did not fight you, well, 90% or maybe 95% of those who live in the Arabian Peninsula, they did not fight Muhammad. The Roman did not fight Muhammad. The Egyptian never fought Muhammad. In fact, they sent him a gift. Yet he invaded them. The Persian, they never fought Muhammad. And this verse is abrogated. I cannot find one Muslim is not a liar. Can we? Let me show you. If anyone have the website in English for At-Tabari, you can use it. But for now, we will use the Arabic. This is the same verse he is quoting. And again, it's about the mother of Aisha. She want to give a gift. Read carefully. It's just about taking a gift. Muhammad, his saliva ran when he heard that she is given a gift of gold. Oh, should not, just take it, take it.
It was revealed about Asma bint Abi Bakr. She had a mother in the pre-Islamic era called Qutayla bint Abd Alaza. She brought her gifts, baskets, kibbles, and ghee, and said, I will not accept a gift for you, and do not enter upon me until permission is given.
So Muhammad, he gave her that verse. This is not about being nice, and then we will find this, that this verse is abrogated. Read it. After that, this is abrogated, and Allah ordered to kill
their
them all.
homes. He said, God then abrogated that by ordering them to be fought.
Do you see it? I mean, do you see the scam of this religion? He is quoting for you. He is quoting for you a verse. And look how many times in the same page it says it is for abrogated, abrogated, abrogated. Do you see here? All those I highlighted, it says abrogated. Abrogated. They have no shame. So this guy, either he's an idiot, he do not know what he is saying, or he's a liar. Which one? Which one? It doesn't really matter which one. We know now that this is a verse is abrogated, and the whole drama is about what? He want to receive a gift, and he tried to find an excuse because he told them, you will not find one person is loving to his parents, his family, if they are not Muslims. As simple as that. So he will say to you, the Quran says, be just to those who are not Muslims. The Quran says, kill them. Let me see if I can find you something in English. Maybe we can find in this website. Hold on, give me a second.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Yes, here.
All right, you are a Muslim?
Yes. Yes, sir.
The verse we are talking about, is it abrogated?
I just joined.
Huh?
I'm not really here to debate. I don't know much about what you have to say and such.
So what you are here for?
A friend recommended me to you, and he said if I listen to you, I'll leave Islam.
Well, I don't want you to leave Islam. You know, in heaven, Islam, you will have a lot of women. Do you like sex?
Act accordingly, please. I don't want to talk about that.
But don't you like to have, like the Prophet, he promised you to have endless penis?
I said act accordingly, please.
No, I'm talking serious.
Leave sexual talks alone, okay?
Well, if we take a sexual talk alone, that means we will leave Islam alone. We have nothing to talk about. Isn't Islam all of it about sex? What is the purpose of somebody believing in Allah? No. Okay, what is the purpose of you believing in Allah? What is the reward?
Well, that's between me and Allah. So I would need to believe in Allah.
I know, but what is the reward? What is the reward for you? I know it's between you and Allah, but what is your reward if you believe in Allah?
I get benefits in this life. I get peace. I get the biggest benefit of going to heaven and getting His mercy. That's the biggest.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know. Do you have verses from the Quran saying that? But I know the Quran said that you will have a lot of women in the bed to sleep with them.
Sir, I follow a different kind of sect, and some of my group members have done research. They haven't published anything yet to us, but I remember they denied this, and they translate as whores as something else.
They translate the word whore as something else?
Yes, I don't speak Arabic.
What they translate? Okay, share with me what they translate. What was the translation?
As I said, I don't know what they have said. They haven't published it yet. I'll have to ask them to.
So they're like, from what you understand from them, those are not women?
No, we don't get 72.
But you know, did the Quran mention like they will bleed from their vagina?
I don't know about that.
Okay, let us see if this is true or not.
Okay.
مثهن actually in scene. Where is the read with me.
See?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't speak Arabic. Okay.
No problem about Arabic. I'm going to show you in English.
Okay.
Right? All right. So
I don't really trust their English translation because the Sunnis have a monopoly on.
I don't trust any translation too, but you can use your Google translation if you want. But here it says that in Arabic it says لم يطمثهن. The word tamth in Arabic mean women bleeding from their vagina by losing their virginity. So if they say to you that this is not about women, so why the Quran saying that they will not bleed? They never bleed yet from their vagina because of sexual intercourse.
As I said, I don't know much about this. So I'll have to get back to you on this.
Uh-huh.
Is that okay with you?
No problem. Before I forget, guys, this is the page here. I will post it for you. We mentioned about this verse is abrogated. The Muslim, they will quote for you. So you need to arm yourself and get them busted. So here, this verse is abrogated. As you see, you can translate the whole page into English. And you will see it is abrogated.
What's abrogated?
We are talking about the previous verse before you came here. So I will post the link for you.
What I was...
All right. So I will post the link. You can share it in Ramble and in Google and YouTube. Now we go back to you. So Al-Abida, how I can help you, my friend? As you see, I showed you the Quran saying those are women and they did not bleed from their vagina. And if you don't accept, I mean, Arabic is my first language, you can use your own translation.
We take it like, as I said, I follow the Ibadi sect, so you might not know about that, but
you follow who?
It's the Ibadi sect. I'm not Sunni.
Ibadiyya. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you know much about that?
Yeah, but they believe in the same thing.
Like, what do you mean the same thing? We have a lot of differences.
So the Ibadiyya, they don't believe in the virgins?
What do you mean virgins?
The virgin, the girls. Are you from Amman?
Like, no, I converted to Ibadi. So like I was like Sunni, and I was like having like really weird doubts. I was like considered Christianity, Shiaism, and atheism, and like I was going all over the place. When I found out Ibadism, I was like Islam.
So what do you like? What is good? What is good about those Ibadiyya? What do you like about them?
Well, like they take the Quran more figurative and more rationally. In that way, it removes like all those contradictions from the Quran. So example, like believing that the Quran is created. So I watched a video once. It was like, do you know Shamsi?
Shamsi, yeah, is an idiot, yeah.
The debater, right?
Yeah, the guy in England, the one who still watches.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. So like there was like these bunch of Christians, and then they were like, is the Quran the speech of God? And Shamsi was like, yes. And then the Christians were like, how could you separate the word of God from God Himself? And I said, yes, these Christians. And Shamsi is bamboozled, and the Ibadis believe that the Quran is created.
So what Shamsi he said?
Shamsi said the Quran is the speech of God, and then the Christians say, how could you separate the speech of God from God Himself?
Right.
And those Christians have a point. They're right.
Yeah. But you know, those Abadiyya, when they say that the Quran is created, this is according to whom?
According to the Quran.
Where in the Quran it says the Quran is not created? I mean, is created, sorry.
Does ja'alna mean make in a sense of created?
Okay, well, you know, the word ja'alna, you are right, okay. And?
Yeah, so could I look at my notes real quick?
Where is the verse speaking about ja'alna?
So
is that
like there's a lot of verses that says like we made the Arabic to understand. So it uses the word ja, root, the word J, Ain, Lam.
Yeah, but
that's the root word for ja'alna.
Okay, what verse we are talking about?
Did you give me a minute to find?
Yeah, what verse is saying Allah He? Because I'm trying to find, you know, their belief based on what?
Could you give me a minute to find it?
Sure. Take your time.
Thank you. I'm searching for, but one thing I can give you, one thing I remember is that in the Quran it says, in Surah Al-Ikhlas, it says, Qul huwallahu ahad, say Allah is one. So we interpret that as Allah is one essence. So his attributes are him himself. So
first of all,
say that
yeah, but you know, this verse doesn't say Allah is one. The word ahad have nothing to do with the word one. It is a word mean echad, which mean unity. If you type the word ahad, you see my screen?
Okay.
You see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I type the word ahad in the search, I will type it, and I will click search. You will find that every single time you see it in yellow.
Yeah.
Okay. All of this is ahad. Ahadun, ahadin, ahad. So ahad always it come as one of, not one. As an example, chapter 4, verse number 152, those who believe in Allah and His messengers, they did not differentiate between any ahad of them. Ahad mean any of them. Any of them. Ahad cannot be about one person. Ahad mean many. He have to be one of many. So you see how the translation come in between any of them. This is ahad.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that justifies our point even more because like there's many attributes of Allah and He's one in essence. So His attributes are Him. So then if the Sunnis say that Allah, the Quran is Allah's speech, where we say it's a created representation of Allah's speech, because if you're gonna say it's Allah's speech, then you're gonna say the Quran is Allah. So then we question. So is the Quran you're holding right now Allah? Will you pray to that Quran? The Sunnis would say no. And also, like, they're separating the word of Allah from the speech of Allah from Allah itself. So the Sunnis are wrong in that case. So that's why we say it's created. And I think I have my...
Is the Quran a person?
No.
The Abadiyya, they believe in the Hadith, correct?
You don't believe in Hadith?
No, you do. What do you mean you don't? You do.
Like, we take it more critical.
Yeah, but the Hadith is you want to play with the Hadith? Does the Quran says?
No.
Does the Hadith says? Your Prophet said that the Quran will come as a pale man.
That's where the Sunnis are wrong, because they have their own Hadith. We have our own Hadith.
Why they are wrong? This is not a Sunni. This is your Prophet saying that. It's your Prophet saying that, not the Sunni.
No, this is their books. This is the Sunnis, right, claiming.
But Abadiyya, okay, Abadiyya as an example, they believe in the punishment of the grave. Where you got this story about the punishment of the grave? Is that from the Quran or from the Hadith?
Yeah, I don't think we believe that either.
Huh?
I don't think we believe that either. sir.
Oh, okay. Let me search for you. Hold on. Let's see.
I'll have to ask my sheikh.
No problem. No, I can help you. Do you know the book? It's called بلاغ الراغبين. منهج الطالبين بلاغ الراغبين.
No.
Okay.
What is that?
Well, and this is your book. This is the book of your scholars, the sheikh who established this sect. It says here. Let me show you. Okay.
Who is it written by?
By the one who established this sect. So if you don't accept him, that means you don't accept. So you don't accept.
Abdullah ibn Ibad?
Let us see here. Give me a second.
But Abdullah ibn Ibad is not even the founder of our school. He's just a namesake.
He's what?
And he didn't even write anything. He's just a namesake.
Oh, so he's not even exist.
No, he's a namesake, meaning we were only named after him.
So why you name after him if he is nobody?
So basically the history was we were named Ahl al-Haq wal-Istiqa, Nahrawani, etc. And basically Abdullah Ibad, he was part of us, but he was more of a political leader, and he engaged with the leaders of the Ibadiyya, and the first leader of the Ibadiyya was Jabir ibn Zayd. He was the first fiqh. He's like Abu Hanifa.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying to say?
All right. So if I ask you right now, when you want to learn about your sect, you learn from which book?
We have a variety of books, but there's
From
only
who?
one hadith book.
From who you learn?
What do you mean?
How you learn about your
Give
sect?
you just one name?
Who is the one who can teach you the truth about your sect? From where you get information? If there is a person, you consider him the one you can trust to listen to?
I have a group, a dawah group, so
No.
like my
The dawah group, they have to take it from the imam. Who is the imam? Who is your imam?
My imam? We don't do taqleed.
No. You are doing taqleed. You are following a guy. You just said you are named after a guy, so you do taqleed. Taqleed means
How
customs follow.
taqleed means you. Yeah, but how's being named after a person taqleed?
Yeah, because you should not name yourself after a person. You are following Allah, not a guy.
We just accepted ourselves that name because basically the Sunnis they labeled us Ibadi. We didn't want to take that name before. If you research the book, the early Ibadi books, they never took this name. But later on in the 7th century, they took this name because they said there's no harm in it. Like who cares?
Okay. You know what? Forget about all of this because now we can play games as much as we wish. Like they say, I say, I don't accept what they say, and you don't. I want you to tell me about what you accept. As an example, Allah in the Quran, He says He created the earth in 6 days. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
But Allah in the Quran, He said in different verses, huh?
I don't know much about that, sir.
Well, here we go. I will show you. I will help you. As an example, chapter 7, verse number 54, chapter 10, verse number 3, chapter 11, verse number 7, 15, 25, etc. There's tons of verses. All of them, they are the same. It says that Allah, He created the earth and the heaven. He created the earth and the heaven in 6 days. Do you agree with that, or your sect have different opinion?
I don't know about that.
If there is something you are solid to know, like something you are sure, so we can talk about, because anything I show you, I don't know. You keep saying I do not know about that. So what we will talk about? Give me something you are very sure about.
Very sure about? I came to you unprepared, sir. I'm very sorry.
All right. So if I say to you now, if the Quran says in one verse, Allah created the earth and the heaven in 6 days, and then other verse says it's 8 days, which one we will take?
That's a contradiction.
But you are in a body. Do you care for contradiction, or contradiction is okay?
I'll have to research that by myself. I'm open-minded, sir.
Why it is hard? I mean, We can find that in a second, you know, if this is true or not. If it's not true, then I'm making things up. If it's true, you do not need searching. We are searching together. So the Quran says,
yes,
the following.
I have to consult my own people.
Can you call them to join you? Can you call like the best of them, the one who is so knowledgeable, you know?
I don't feel like they'll be comfortable doing that.
But why?
Because they don't have Discord, and they're very busy. They're not like, they have other things to do.
There's many more important. There's more important for them, something more important than God. I'm busy too. But somebody told you I'm a loser, I'm a homeless, I have nothing to do in my life. Do you think I'm here just because I have nothing to do? That's not nice of you. But look with me.
No,
okay, focus with me. Focus with me.
I don't mean any disrespect, please.
It's all right. It's all right. So focus with me. Chapter 41, verse number 9. It says Allah created the earth.
Okay.
Allah created the earth in 2 days. No, that's very simple. You know, I'm sure you can calculate. Like, okay. Is it hard for you to calculate 2 plus 4 plus 2? I mean, that's not hard, right?
No.
Okay.
It could be like literal, and I have to check my own tafsir.
Well, we are talking about the earth and days, so it's literal. Yeah. So Allah, He created the earth in 2 days, and then He put everything in the top of the earth in 4 days. So what the total?
6 days.
6 days. And then in verse number 12, it says He created the 7 heavens in 2 days. What the total?
Okay.
8. But this verse here, it says Allah created everything between the earth and the heaven and the heaven and the earth in 6 days. How this can be a book of God?
That's some pretty tough stuff.
Huh? See, those do not need the scholars. And now, if I am a scholar defending a faith, I will start fabricating. I will start saying, oh, okay, hold on. Here He created the earth in 2 days. And then He said here 4 days, but He mean the 2 days included. No, it's clear. It says then, and then, and then. وَجَعَلَ فِيهَا رَوَاسِي. Wa and. It's not the same time. So, and then He created the earth in 2 days. And then everything in the top of the earth, He created in 4 days. The substance, the water, the trees, the mountains. And then now the earth is complete, 6 days. 2 plus 4. Then He went to the sky. And then He made the sky in 2 days. Total is 8.
Okay.
How this can be a book of God?
Like any? Yeah, I have to do. I don't know about that, but do you know any? Have you heard any excuses that Muslims use to justify this?
I heard any what? Sorry, I did not understand.
Like, do you know like any justifications that Muslims have used for this?
Yeah, the Muslim, they will say, well, here the 2 days here are included here. That's not true. The verse is so clear. They try to fix it. They say, when Allah, He says 2 days, and then they say, well, when He say 4 days, He meant those 2 days included. That's not true. Because already He says He created the earth in 2 days, you know? And then after that, everything after that, He finished everything in the top of the earth in 4 days. So the fabrication is obvious, you know, you do not need to be genius, you know? He created the earth in 2 days. And then He continued working. He placed therein on the earth mountains, which is a mistake, because if God, He placed the mountains on the earth, that means the mountains are coming from heaven. They are not from here. Right? He placed them. Who is in the world going to believe that mountains are placed on the top of the earth? They are not. Mountains either coming from volcano or coming from the tectonic plates pressure. And then here he continues saying, and he created the mountains and the sustenance, water, trees, etc. And then all of this in 4 days. So when they try to fix it, they say 2 days here, yes, but those 4 is just addition, saying that those 2 are exist the same. They are included, but that's not true. And just to make it more worse, Muhammad, as always, he cannot repeat the same story twice. So in the hadith, he says the following.
It might be tricky to use hadith. As I said,
I know, but I'm just giving you additional information for your sake. You know, no problem. You don't want to take it, don't take it. Okay. But this is your prophet. He count how Allah created the earth and the heaven, and if you count them, Allah started the creation in Saturday, and He finished in Friday. How many days total?
Yeah.
How many days? Start on Saturday, finish in Friday.
6 days.
7 days. 7 days. So one verse in the Quran says 6 days. One verse in the Quran says 8 days. Hadith says 7 days. What kind of religion is? I mean, this is very simple. If this is story Muhammad, he could not match it. What he can match? I mean, this is the easiest one. And as you see, this is Sahih Hadith. This is not a fabrication. This is Sahih Muslim.
Yeah.
You know?
Sahih doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, my friend, okay, how you trust the Quran?
They have
how you trust the Quran?
Because did I say what I said before? I was trying to explain. So basically, they're gonna use they're gonna use their own scholars to justify the Sahih for this.
No, I want you to your scholars, how they can justify the Quran. The Quran is a stupid book. As you see, he just said, place the mountains on top of the earth. Who in the world can justify? I mean, such a science? Is that really what happened? How the mountains are created?
I'll have to ask them because I don't know their justification for this.
No, you don't you have a brain? I mean, like, are you saying to me somebody else have to think for you? You cannot think for your own, aren't you? How old are you?
I'm 17, sir.
Oh, you are 17. Oh, okay. Well, you know, well, even if I'm 17, you know, when I was in your age, I have a business. So what if you are 17? So
I'm just saying, I'm sure there's an explanation for this, by those who are like smarter than me. And if
age is not no, you should think right away. I mean, this is easy. Do you believe that mountains is is a place in the top of the earth? When I was in your age, I joined the Air Force to be a pilot. I was even younger than you.
I thought you were from South. I thought you were from Saudi. How are you part of the Air Force?
Well, there is no airplanes there. Anyway, so it's you who make your age. How old are you? If you know you want to be a man, you can be a man. So anyway, name for me one thing in the Quran is not stupid. But can you choose for me a chapter in the Quran is not stupid?
Surah Fatiha.
Al-Fatiha is stupid, are you sure?
Start with that.
All right, let us see if Al-Fatiha is stupid or not.
Yeah.
All right, remember, this is your choice. Here, who is the one who's talking?
Allah.
So why he is saying in the name of Allah?
Because, well, actually, as I said, it's not Allah's speech. It's the created representation of Allah's speech.
Creator representation of Allah's speech? What does that mean?
It means like, you know how we were created? Allah said, let it be created. And as the Quran said,
No, see, I mean, friend, we can play games.
Also,
Allah saying in the name of Allah. I don't care who is done. Is it Allah who is making the speech? Yes or no?
No.
What do you mean no? So who is saying in the name of Allah?
Because Allah is saying that.
Is the Quran is a speech of Allah or a speech of somebody else?
It's not the speech of anyone.
So it's what?
It's a creative representation of Allah's speech, inspired by angels.
What does that mean? A creator representation. What does that mean? Is it like a keynote? What do you mean presentation? Is that like a PDF file? So is Allah talking or not?
No, he's not talking. He didn't talk the Quran. He doesn't talk in sound. It's not like the Quran didn't come out like I talked and just generated.
Like AI? AI? Is that AI?
What?
You are using the word generated. Is that like AI?
No. I'm trying to say that the Quran did like come out like Allah spoke and then the Quran came out. That's not how it came. That's what the Sunnis.
How Allah he spoke? When Allah he spoke, what happened?
He didn't speak.
So how the Quran came to exist?
It was created.
How you can create words?
Allah could do anything.
Okay, listen. He did not talk. Did he write?
No.
So where is the words was?
What do you mean?
But the words of Allah was where? Allah he created the words.
Like
when you say he created, is the word of Allah is a physical thing?
Yes. It's created.
All right, where it was?
It was given to Jibreel alayhi salam.
Was it in the board?
What do you mean?
A board like tablet.
Physical. What do you mean by physical?
Physical board.
Like actually, like you could hold it?
Yeah, physical board. Tablet.
Oh. Wait.
Huh?
Tablet?
Yeah.
Did they have tablet backs in the day?
What?
They didn't have tablets back then.
I mean, you are talking about Allah. Come on. Do Allah have tablet at that time?
They didn't have tablets back in the day.
So is it possible Allah he wrote his Quran?
He could have.
Okay, is it possible Allah he wrote his Quran on the tablet?
Like no, I wouldn't. No, it's not like physical. Like you could hold it. Like,
so did Allah put his Quran on a tablet?
No.
What the Quran?
The companions wrote it down.
No, the Quran say so. Says Allah, Quran is in a tablet. Okay. There you go. Chapter 85, verse number 22. Do you see it? Are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
All right. Do you see it says preserved tablet?
Yeah.
And the word lawh actually, the word lawh mean board.
Yeah.
It's a physical board.
Oh, this could be like, you could take this word.
You can take it what?
Figuratively. I don't know. We could take it figuratively. I don't know how my scholars interpret it.
So anything I will say to you, he will say to me, I do not know what my scholar will say. So I say to you, my friend, if you want, maybe you should bring your scholars. The one you say to them, they are busy. I mean, it is more important than God to tell the world about the truth.
I'm very sorry, but you're not an intercessor for God.
I am not what?
I don't mean any disrespect.
I am
not an intercessor for God.
Did I say I am? I'm saying if there are scholars When you say they are sheikhs, that means they are doing a job as a mission for God. So those who have a mission for God, don't they have time to come and speak to me?
Yeah. I'm very sorry, but I don't think they're gonna take. They don't take.
I will pay them $100.
Seriously.
I will pay them $100 if they can come.
I don't think bribing will work. That will help them.
Okay, I will tell them. Okay, $102 if they accept.
You're still bribing.
Huh?
You're still bribing.
Bribe?
You're still bribing. You're saying I'm gonna pay if you come here.
Is a bribe is lawful in Islam?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, I have a weak hadith. It says bribe is okay.
So why are you a weak hadith against me?
Because the weak hadith is the Quran. The Quran says you can pay. The Quran says you can pay money, bribe, to those who don't believe in Islam, so they will convert. Chapter 9, verse number 60. Those their heart is inclined toward Islam, pay them some money. You see it in front of you. Pay them some money to attract their heart. Bribe. They don't believe in Allah. They don't believe in Islam.
No, it says those who are like lenient towards Islam.
No, they are not. It says they are inclined. They don't want to attract their heart. It's in front of you. Give them some from the fund, the money the Muslim they stole from their enemies. Give them some fund so they will convert to Islam. It's in front of you. Bribe. Did they pay you money to become a body? Like you used to be Muslim Sunni? They give you some money, they bribe you to be a body or what?
No, sir.
You don't like bribe? You know, if you like, I can give you $500 if you became a Buddhist. I will follow the advice of the Quran. So if your belief is inclined toward Buddhism, I'm willing to give you $500. I will talk to my friend Moody in India, and he will give you a free red dot in your head.
Do you actually have $500?
Yeah, I have.
I'm joking.
No, I'm serious. I have. You know, because I was a mujahid, and the mujahideen, you know, have you ever heard of a prophet he steal underwear?
It's not stealing. That's taking war booty.
No. The Muslims accuse him that he stole an underwear.
Stole underwear?
Yeah.
Where did it say that?
When they attack and they stole, then when they broke what they stole, the booty, the thief, they start fighting about who is the one who stole the panty. There's a red piece of a cloth is missing, and then they accuse Muhammad that he took it, and those are the companions of your prophet. The word
there's something wrong.
Yeah, the word yaghul here in Arabic mean to steal, thief. So they accuse your prophet that he stole a piece of a clothing. What do you think about the companions? They accuse their prophet to be a thief. And he's a trashy thief. He is a laundry thief.
The companions are accusing?
Yeah, the companions.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. You also, what's it called? Omar called the prophet delirious. Muawiyah.
No, Omar, he did not. Omar, he called him mentally ill. He said, Hajar al-Rasul.
Hilarious.
Yeah, not hilarious. No, he called him mentally ill.
No, not hilarious. Delirious.
Delirious. Okay, delirious. Sorry. All right. Yeah. So yeah, he called him.
Yeah. And yeah. So they're prone to
making
mistakes.
But don't you see here something? Don't you see here something wrong in the verse?
Well, that's talking about what the companions did.
No. You see, Allah is clearing the name of Muhammad, saying he did not take it. But shouldn't Allah say who took it?
Yeah.
Is it hard for Allah to say,
you have a point,
go to Christian Prince's house, open his drawer, you will find the piece of clothing, Christian Prince took it. So what this drama is about, just tell them who took it. Until now, nobody knows who took this piece of clothing. So if Muhammad is a prophet, and his God is trying to defend him, as you see, this is God talking. So when Allah, he created the Quran, we go back to zero. When Allah, he created the Quran, as you said, created the presentation, he made part of the presentation the verse about the panty.
Yeah, he could do that.
Oh, okay. But don't he knew at that time who was going to take the panty, so he can tell them, hey, look, Prophet Muhammad, he knew who took it. Shouldn't Allah say, I mean, what kind of investigation this investigation is if I just say it's not him? This is a statement anyone can say, but God should say who took it.
Yeah.
Have you ever taken any underwear? Be honest with me. From your neighbors?
Act accordingly, sir.
From your neighbors, it's okay. I mean, things can happen.
And I know you make sarcastic jokes, but like
no, I'm serious, because if you're a prophet, if the one you follow, he steal underwears, and so why you will not? I mean, this is your best man.
Yeah, it is. Those are the companions accusing him doing that.
No, Allah himself is confused, because Allah, he did not clear his name. He just said it's not for a prophet to do so, but he did not tell us who is the one who took it. Who took it?
No one knows.
Okay. The Quran says that Jesus can tell you what you hide in your houses. Can't Allah tell them who hide this panty in their houses? He can call Jesus.
He could have, but he didn't.
So Allah did not call Jesus?
What do you mean?
If Jesus can tell you what you hide in your houses, what you even eat, which means what is inside your stomach, why it's Allah, it's hard for Allah to tell us who is the one who took the panty?
Oh, he could have, but he just didn't.
It's about, you know what? Okay. I could split the earth many pieces, but I don't want to do it. I'm crazy these days. Yeah, I could. Actually, you know what? Do you know the country is called Pakistan?
Yes.
The reason they call it this way, because it used to be in my yard. I throw it in the back. And since then, it's became Pakistan. Yeah? Pakistan.
Oh.
Yeah? So like, I do many things. It's easy, but, So now, anything I show you, you says, Allah, he could. But where's the proof Allah could anything? Here we go. The accuser, this is the time Allah should show his skills. So if now he did not even tell us who is the one who took the underwear, until now the Christians are making fun of this verse. She should tell us who took it, so he can clear his name. You don't clear his name by saying it's not him. What if Muhammad is the one who made this verse? Nobody heard Allah saying that to Muhammad. Muhammad, he came, he says, Allah, he says, it's not for a prophet to steal. Thank you very much. Anything else you want to say to me? Huh?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming. But I wish you can invite your sheikhs with you.
Yeah.
And as you see,
I'm gonna come next time, and I'm gonna come next time. I'm gonna do a lot of notes.
Yeah. Did you take notes of the things I said to you? So maybe you can answer me about them. That's wonderful. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming. You are a nice guy.
Thank you very much.
You're
You
welcome.
too.
Did he say to me you are nice? Did he say you too? I mean, I just said you are nice. Why you insulted me? You guys gonna believe it? He said to me you are nice too. Unbelievable. I hope my mom, she will not hear you. She will sue you for saying that. Anyway. So, you know, listening to Muslims, you see how confused they are. Their God, their book is messed up. Science is messed up. History is messed up. Date is messed up. Mary is the sister of Aaron, and Mary is the daughter of. Look at the verse, chapter name, Ali Imran. You read it in English, Ali. This is not Ali. It is Al. Al in Arabic does not exist. This is Aramaic word. Al mean the family of, and this is a word only used before a name of individual. Suddenly, according to Muhammad, Imran, who is the father of Musa, is Umran, not Imran. Suddenly he become the father of Mary. In different verse, Muhammad, he said that Mary, she is the sister of Aaron. When a Jewish guy, he got Muhammad busted, Muhammad now he tried to duct tape. He said, at that time they used to call them by their great ancestors. But Mary, she is not from the tribe of Moses. She's not. She has nothing to do with him. But the rabbi, he came to get him busted. Mary, she become the sister of Aaron. Nice to meet you, Mary, the sister of Aaron. But if you go in the Old Testament, you will see that it's true. In the Old Testament, there is a woman, her name is Maryam, and she is the sister of Aaron. So the potato Muhammad, he thought that Maryam, the sister of Aaron, is the same woman, the mother of Jesus. So based on the Quran, Maryam is the daughter of Imran, as you see here. And by the way, there's other stupid things Muhammad he said. According to Muhammad, Allah, he chosen the family of, like in the beginning he says the name, just individual name, Adam, and then Noah, and then the families. And look at the family of who? The family of Ibrahim, the family of Imran. Jesus is born from who? From the family of Imran? So according to the Quran, Allah, he chose only two families. And who is Imran? Is the father of Mary. What a stupid religion. Again, going back to our topic, when you talk to Muslims and they speak to you about their book, throw at them right away what they say from their book. Like I said to you, Jesus, he said only good is God. You say, was Muhammad good? If he say yes, you say, but you just said only God is good. If he say no, then you have to ask him how you trust the one who is bad. And why the Quran lie then? Because the Quran says that he is he have a noble ethic. You have, in order to, when you debate Muslims, you have to trap them. Otherwise, they never, if they knew what you would say next, they would never give an answer. As simple as that. The second they knew what you will say next, they will avoid the answer in every mean. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us? He is trustworthy, but yet his disciples is accusing him of stealing a piece of clothing. Any Muhammadan? Oh, we have this guy from Qatar is back.
Hello, it's me.
Did you find some answer for the question I gave you?
What question? I did give you the question and then I won.
Okay, I will give you a question. You know, forget the question I gave to the one before you.
Yes.
No, we go back actually. I said to you to read for me the Quran saying that Allah, He confirmed the book with us. You said Allah is confirming the book which was in the time of Jesus. So
yes, the time of Jesus, not yet. You didn't read it all.
Okay, but that means the book was with Jesus is the book with us because it says what is with them.
I wanted to read it all.
What?
You're lucky it's 5 a.m. because if it isn't 5 a.m. I will get mad.
It's 5 a.m. for you?
Yes, because my family is sleeping.
Oh, this is the time where Allah He come down. Do you know that?
No, Allah comes down every time. Allah's the king. Kings of kings.
Guys, did He say Allah come down every time? What do you mean?
No, like Allah can do anything what He wants.
No. I just said Allah He come down now at 5 a.m.
He doesn't come down.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Why you are lying to me? Is that because I'm young and you are old?
No.
Are you taking advantage of me because I'm not knowledgeable?
No, yes, no.
Okay, swear by Allah that Allah don't come down at 5 a.m.
I don't know.
You said a second ago you don't.
Yes, I said I don't know what Allah is doing right now.
No, okay, do Allah come down? Do Allah come down? Do Allah come down like yo-yo? Do He come down or He don't?
I don't know.
Is that an answer?
Yes.
What do you know then?
I know Allah's in the heaven. He's in His throne.
Can Allah go inside His creation?
If He wants to, He can, because Allah doesn't have any limits.
Oh, so Allah can go inside a man?
Yes.
So why you refuse Jesus to be God?
Because God can't die and cry like a baby.
Well, in Islam, Jesus never died, if this is the reason. Isn't you Muslim believe that Jesus never died?
Because Jesus was a man. He wasn't a God.
But a second ago you said to me, God can enter inside a man and He can be man.
I'm saying God can do anything He wants, but that doesn't make any sense to Him to be
okay, prove to me that Allah can do anything He wants. Prove to me that Allah He can do anything He wants.
Because He's God. You don't know what God means.
All right. You see, there is somebody, he says to me, He will make my face in my back. Can He do that unless He is God?
Yes.
He can do that?
Because God can do anything what He wants. He made you.
But if Allah, he said, I will do that to you. If He could not do it, that means He is not God, right?
And wait, can God become a dog?
Your God is already a dog.
No, see, I'm asking a question.
Yes, because your God, Allah. Okay, hold on. Do Allah have a dog?
No.
Do you swear by Allah that He don't have a dog?
No. Do you swear to your God? No. Do you swear to your God?
Do you swear by Allah that Allah don't have a dog? Yes or no?
Allah means God, Sarah.
Huh?
Arab. Allah means God.
I know. You are saying it to me. I'm saying, do Allah have a dog?
No, I don't know.
If Allah have a dog, what if He's God? Why He have a dog? Why have a dog?
You make me
I know a Muslim. He said to me. I don't know if he's lying. He said to me,
I
Allah have a dog.
I said I don't know, you little boy.
What?
I said I don't know. How do I know Allah?
So
I
anything I say
Allah.
to you, anything I say to you, you say to me, I don't know. How we can talk? What we can talk about? What?
Wait. Does Jesus has a dog? I'm asking the same question because you're hypocrite.
I don't know. I saw a hadith. It says he have a dog. His name is Muhammad.
No, I saw it in the Bible.
I'm not joking. Here we go. This is your God. This is your God. This is, you see, this is your God. This is your God. And this is the interpretation for the Quran. It says Allah has a dog. Why you're upset? I'm not the one who making things up.
I said to you in the Bible,
this is the tafsir, and this is your scholars. They are saying Allah has a dog. What the problem?
I want to see.
All right. You want to see? Do you see it?
Where is it?
Allah dog. You see it? Here we go. He said, Muhammad, he said to the guy, aren't you afraid that Allah dog will eat you?
Is it hadith?
Yeah. And this is tafsir too.
But which hadith? Bukhari?
I don't care, you know, my friend. This is your books. Why you are taking advantage of me because I'm naive. I don't know nothing. So here we go. Your God. Why your God? Allah have a dog? I thought dogs are dirty.
Shut your mouth. I'm telling you a simple question. Not all hadith are true.
So so are you saying to me, you Muslims are a bunch of liars? Even you lie about what your Prophet said?
No, everyone is a liar. No, not everyone. We don't know who's
No, a second ago you said everyone is a liar. Is Muhammad is a liar?
No, I'm saying to you.
You said everyone is a liar.
I didn't. I said, how do we know who's the truth or the liar? Because maybe it's a weak hadith.
That is a good question. How we know who is telling the truth and who is a liar? Let us examine that. All right. The Quran says. Okay, hold on. Did you go to school? Did you go to school?
Yes.
All right. How hail is made?
What?
Hail.
Hail means any hail.
Hail, the ice, the one came from the sky, the ice. How it's made?
Yes. Like heal the ice? I don't get what you're saying.
Ice, the sky, when we have rain as hail, where is coming from? Who make it?
Allah made it.
Where he sent it from?
He made it. I don't know. I don't know how Allah made. Allah made stuff.
So anything I say to you, you say to me, I do not know?
No, I know, but you ask him simple, stupid questions.
Well, I want to know who is a stupid here. According to your God,
okay,
according to your God, hold on.
I forgot his name.
According to your God, Allah, he sent hail from mountains in heaven. Is that true or it's false?
What?
Allah, he sent hail from mountains in heaven.
I think so, it's true.
It's true, really? So those who they are in the weather news, they lie when they say there is like if there's a cold air between the rain coming to the ground, etc.
Jesus did not said in your Bible there's a lot of bad prophets. Like look at what they do. They rape girls or like kill girls.
Jesus he said be aware of false prophet like Muhammad. Right, I agree with you. Here we go. The Quran says Allah he sent hail. Just get me your dad here. Either your dad or your mom. Do we have an adult mature Muslim? You can't even have a conversation with those potatoes. Everybody says to you, I do not know. I'm not sure. Look at your God. Their God have a dog. I mean, he told them that dogs are najis, filthy. Yet Allah himself have a dog. What a stupid cult. The one who don't believe in Allah, Allah will send his dog to eat you. Well, I don't believe in your Allah. Where is your dog? If you mean the dog, Muhammad is dead. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us? There's a lot of bad prophets in the Bible. Yeah. You see, in the Bible, when one person, doesn't matter who is he, do something bad, the Bible expose him. Your religion praise the one who do wrong. In the Bible, when David does wrong, God curse him, God destroy him, God even killed his son. That is the Bible. Is that true, guys? Go read it. God condemned his act. God took his kingdom. God demolished his kingdom. That's what the Bible says. This is telling you that's the book of truth. Otherwise, why even the Jews will keep a document about such a thing when they are so proud about David? That means they are being very honest in what happened. Why do they want to keep such a story? Because simply this is what happened. So going back here in the video, funny video.
I don't follow religion. I follow Jesus.
Right.
I am Christ's follower.
No, but I'm saying
I'm going to tell you one thing.
The Quran. You say you know the Quran.
I know the Quran.
This is a verse.
But let me tell you.
But you know what the Bible says?
I know the verse.
Why I know it's not
okay, let me
true?
ask you this. Why would hold on? I know.
You know why
Fatiha,
it's not? I believe it's
I know
corrupted.
Baqarah. I know all these things. I've read them.
Smash the baby's heads on the rocks. Kill your.
Smash the head of the baby in the rocks. This was a supplication of a Jew saying, God, do to them what they did to us. But let me show you how we can get them busted. If he is against such a thing, this is not something they did. This is a Jew who his people being killed. The enemy, they smashed the head of their babies. He said they're like what they did to us. But let me show you. The Quran speak about killing a child and how they killed him. They smashed his head. This is what happened. And who did it? A prophet of God. All right. Chapter 18, verse number 74. Then both, this is Moses and the prophet of Allah, Al-Khadr. Al-Khadr is higher than Moses. Allah, he sent Moses to learn from Al-Khadr. So imagine. So this is the guru Al-Khadr. He saw a kid, a boy. He killed him. Moses says to him, why you killed him? He's innocent. Let us see first how he killed him, shall we? Remember, chapter 18, verse number 74. Your Bible says smash the head of the baby. This is supplication of a guy. This is not God. You are stupid. And you are a liar. Let us see. Yeah, let us go actually 74. Let us find out how he killed him. How Al-Khadr killed the guy. And I will post the link for you. So they set off after leaving the ship, making their way on foot until they met a boy who had not yet reached the puberty, playing with other boys. He did not do anything. whom his face was fairest. Al-Khadr, he slew him by slitting his throat with a knife while laying down, or by tearing his head off with his hand, or by smashing his head against the wall. Abdul. So he is now upset from the Bible that a Jewish guy is asking God, God, do to them the same they did to us. God, punish them for what they did to us. God smashed the head of their babies. This was a guy praying. In your religion, this is what you do. And when Moses, and imagine, when Moses, he asked the guy, why in the world you killed him, what he did? Moses, he said, because later he will leave Islam. Huh? So we punish people before they commit a crime? And if this is the case, then we should kill every boy who don't believe in Islam before he grow. Do you see the stupidity? I hope the brother who made this video is listening and he is collecting reference. This is not a supplication, God kill him. This is how the Prophet of Allah killed him, and he is the one teaching Moses the sense of logic. And this boy is a Muslim boy. His family are Muslims. How we knew? You go a few verses after, down there. Verse number 80. Al-Khadr, he explained to the stupid Moses why he killed the boy. And as for the boy, his parents were believers, and we feared lest he should oppress them by religion and disbelief, rebellion and disbelief. This is a contradiction for what the Quran is saying, copying Moses, the one who killed a person, innocent person, as if he killed all mankind. This is what Moses says in the Bible. Quran took it, put it there. This person is innocent. He's a boy. He killed nobody. He did not leave Islam. He did not even know what Islam is about. And even Moses says it clearly. You killed an innocent boy. If you ask Muslims, can we kill somebody? He is born of a Muslim family without leaving Islam by saying trivial statement, I don't believe in Allah and His Prophet? They will say no. No. He have to say. This kid, he did not do anything. So this potato, when he speak about smashing the head of the babies, that was a supplication, not God command. Idiot. And this is in his religion, in his book. Idiot.
Your mother, if she follows another religion, that's all in the Bible.
That's not what it means. No, that's not what it means.
I don't need a whole...
What he say? What he said? What he said?
Smash the baby's heads on the rocks. Kill your mother if she follows another religion. That's all in the Bible.
That's not what it means.
Kill your mother and your father of other religion. Isn't it your prophet? He said, kill them all. Even the children of other religion. And we just showed you the example from the Quran. But we can show you the example from the Hadith. When the Muslim, they came and they said, when we are attacking, we are killing the children of those people. He said they are from them. They are from them. Which means you can kill them. We are typing twice. The screen is so far from me to see. All right. This is your book. The book of jihad. He said they are from them. They are from them. The translation is funny. They are from their number. He said they are from them. And they are their parents. So kill them. You see it? So we can search it again. And find more hadith. Yeah, the same. They are among them, agreed upon. Right away, you should have those reference handy. Take the reference, save it. Let me post the link. I will post the whole search. Here. Oh, hold on. I will post it in Rumble and in YouTube and in Discord. Those people, you have to spank them. Before you show him this, you say to him, so are you saying this is disgusting, it's not lawful, it's bad? Confirm it, and then show him. He's just a stupid, you do not know. Your prophet, he killed a woman, she is over the age of almost 90, between 80 and 90. Her name is Qurfa. Maybe we can find the story of Qurfa in English. Story of Qurfa. Oh, we have actually this guy, what's his name? This guy, he make a cartoon. This guy, he make a cartoon. His page is called Nabi Asli. Nabi Asli. He made a video about it. You see the reference? See the reference? Let us stop here a second ago. Stop. Oops. Take a screenshot. All of this is Islamic books. Muhammad, he split the women 2 pieces when she's alive. An old woman, very old woman. And he raped her daughter. And he killed her kids. And this is the books. This guy, he took even images of the books. Splitting the women 2 pieces when she is alive. Not dead, but tying her legs to 2 different camels.
Her real name was Fatima bint Rabia. Qurfa was a very old lady and was well respected by other tribe leaders. She had 12 sons and a beautiful daughter. On January 628 AD, Muhammad ordered his ex-adopted son, Zayd ibn Haritha, to attack Banu Fazara to retaliate their loss in the previous encounter.
Don't let that woman defeat you again, okay?
Yes, Rasulallah.
Prophet Muhammad was really against the idea of a woman governing a tribe, as he said in Sahih al-Bukhari 7099 that a nation headed by a woman shall never succeed. Zayd ibn Haritha led the Muslim army to attack Banu Fazara suddenly at night. The real reason Prophet Muhammad ordered the attack was because he earned his living from booty taken from wars against the non-believers. He acknowledged his livelihood in the following Hadith Sahih Bukhari, Volume 4, Chapter 88, page 104. Narrated Ibn Umar that the Prophet said, "My livelihood is under the shade of my spear, and he who disobey my orders will be humiliated by paying jizya." Under the shade of my spear mean from war booty. With full force, Zayd led the Muslims to attack the people of Banu Fazar.
So anyway, he attacked the women, and then he stripped her.
But they were not ready to face Sa'at and tied up the people of Banu Fazara, including the daughter of Kurfa. Zayd gave Kurfa to a Muslim soldier named Qais bin al-Muzahar to be killed.
Kill this useless old woman.
Yes, sir.
Qais bin al-Muzahar tied up her legs to two different camels, then the Muslims ran the camels in two different directions.
See how filthy?
Kurfa, the respected elderly woman, could not stand the extreme torture. She was dying in agony. Her body tore in half from limbs to limbs. Her blood saturated and stained the land where she used to live. Then the Muslims beheaded Kurfa. Qais bin al-Muzahar gave Kurfa's head to Zayd. A Muslim soldier named Sulamah bin Amir al-Aqwa now owned Kurfa's daughter. After that, business as usual. The Muslim
business as usual. And by the way, here the story did not tell that the one who commanded to kill her that like in such a way, it was Muhammad. He commanded to kill her, and he killed her. Even that the page says, قتلها قتلا عنيفا. He killed her a very violent killing. Look how evil this scumbag Muhammad. And then this potato is coming to tell you about killing the mothers and this, you know, what a scumbag stupid you are.
No, that's not what it means.
I don't need a Holy Ghost to interpret that.
That's not what it means.
You do not need a Holy Ghost to interpret that. So isn't it the whole Quran received by Muhammad is coming from the one you call him Holy Ghost? And the one who gave interpretation for the Quran, according to Muhammad, is the Holy Ghost? Let us see. I mean, you are just a stupid idiot donkey. I hope he will watch my video so he can laugh at himself. If you have the courage, call me. Let's see. Look how he's insulting the Holy Ghost. This guy is going to hell straight. Muhammad and Muhammadan, they claim that Gabriel, which Muhammad called him Jibril, even he, you know, he don't even know how to say the name. He claimed that he explained the Quran for him. Let us see. Potato and idiot. Oh boy. You do not need the Holy Spirit to explain the Quran for him? Oh boy. Oh boy. Let us see. Let us see this hadith here. Maybe we can find it in English. Here we go. You do not need Jibreel. You do not need the Holy Spirit to be explained. You know, this is what he do. He come to Muhammad, and the translation here is awkward, and then he examine him with the Quran. Why Jibreel is doing that if you do not need the Holy Spirit? According to Muslims, this is the Holy Spirit. كان يعارضني القرآن كل سنة مرة, once a year. I thought the Quran is preserved in the heart. You do not. Let us continue with this stupid video.
You're not following by God as my witness and put the power. Allah put the power of faith in you. That Holy Ghost that's interpreting it, that's actually a powerful entity called a jinn.
No, it is not.
I don't need that.
What? What he said?
That's actually a powerful entity.
What is a jinn? Hold on.
Let me ask you this. Why would, hold on, I know,
you know why it's not? I believe it's
know Baqarah. I know all these things. I've read them.
Smash the baby's heads on the rocks. Kill your mother if she follows another religion. That's all in the Bible.
That's not what it means. No, that's not what it means.
I don't need a Holy Ghost to interpret that.
That's not what it means.
And you're not following by God as my witness and put the power. Allah put the power of faith in you. That Holy Ghost that's interpreting it, that's actually a powerful entity called a jinn.
No, it is.
He just said the Holy Ghost is a jinn. That means, you see, you should not say no, no, no. You said, okay, so you are saying that the Holy Ghost in the Quran is a jinn? I mean, this guy is mentally ill. You have to be tough with those people, you know? You have to be firm and tough. Say right to him, oh, you just said that the Holy Ghost is a jinn. And by the way, as long as he mentioned jinn, we can open a whole chapter about jinn and die laughing. As an example, if he is talking about jinn and the involvement in you, isn't Muhammad received Quran from the shaitan, satanic verses? You should tell him right away, is your prophet is the one who received revelation and the influence of the shaitan, and the Quran says that, and we can go and read the interpretation. If he tried to say to you, no, no, he said, let us see the interpretation. Do you agree to see the interpretation? Don't let him go with saying, no, it doesn't mean that. He says, let us open the interpretation. Even the Quran itself says Muhammad received satanic verses. A very stupid, idiot person. Muhammad received satanic verses from a shaitan. His name is Al-Abyad. When a Muslim he speak insulting the Holy Spirit, don't hesitate to give him a screwdriver by answering him as he deserves. Give him the screwdriver from his book. What a filthy creature. So this is, and let me post the reference. I will post it in Discord and Ramble. And then maybe the admins can post it for you guys in YouTube. And let me show it to you on the screen. Again, in order to read it, you have to use Google Translation, which is fine. Just use Google Translation and type the word white. Or maybe the word white will not appear, I'm not sure. But it should be. White. Let us see. Here we go. A devil called White came to Muhammad and delivered him satanic verses. And he made Muhammad worship the 3 daughters of Allah and praised them and says their intercession is a must. Can you believe it? This guy is saying that the Holy Spirit we Christian we have is a genie. When his book saying it clearly that the one who receive, and then Jibreel, this guy, he came to him in the form of Jibreel. Shaitan, he came to Muhammad in the look and the shape and the form and the face of Jibreel. And he gave him Quran. So who is the one who have a genie inside him? And then Jibreel, after that, he came to him long after. He says to him, what you did, Muhammad, I did not tell you this. Read carefully. So Jibreel, peace be upon him, he came to him and he said to him, I did not tell you this. Where do you get this from? Jibreel, peace be upon him, said, I did not bring this to you. The Messenger of Allah said, he came to me in your image and put it on my tongue. Do you see it? So this guy is an idiot. We have a proof that you're a prophet. He is possessed by the devil. To the point the devil is even giving him Quran. Not only that, the devil possession or possess on Muhammad have full control to the point even his sex is fake. And even the Muslims, they agree the prophet was possessed. And they describe that as bewitched. However, bewitched means the shaitan control him. To the point, this man Muhammad, he imagined himself doing a thing, in fact he did not. So next time you speak to him, he says, it's you, you mentioned to me that the Holy Spirit is, it's your prophet who was possessed. It's your prophet who received satanic verses. It's your prophet, he imagined himself doing things, but in fact he did not. And this goes for more than a year. It took Allah 12 months to unfold 12 knots. Look at the fictions. 12 months to unfold the 12 knots. A Jew he made to Muhammad. So the Jew guy, he made the 12 knots. Allah, he can open one a month. Took him a year. Can you imagine the stupidity of this religion? Let's go back to this Abdul. Now, how we can trust Muhammad even that he see things from God? This guy, he imagined himself he done a thing, but in fact he did not. Even his sex is fake. Even his sex. Even Aisha, she said, he imagined himself that he have sexual intercourse, but in fact he did not. How we can trust this guy? The magic was worked on the prophet, so he began to fancy. And this guy is saying to us what he's saying. Look at this face. He idiot.
I don't need that. I need what's factual. I need what's factual, basic, and fundamental.
No one can.
So,
by the way, I don't believe he's a Portuguese. Maybe he speaks Portuguese, but he don't look like one. But anyway.
In Matthew 17:19, Jesus shows me the eternal life, and I'm following that.
Why you don't say to him, let us read Matthew 17. When a Muslim, he says something to you, get him busted immediately. And by the way, he is not even, he don't know what he's talking about. But why we don't ask the Abdul immediately? Can you read for us what you are talking about? As long as you believe in Matthew 17:19, can we go and read? What a stupid idiot. In Matthew, he keeps saying Matthew. Let us go to Matthew 17. Let's put it in the screen. So we can love together and see how stupid this idiot is. Always when they say something to you, get them busted, say, hey, let us read it. And right away we will see who is the Messiah. He mentioned Matthew 17:19. Let us go to 17. But before we arrive to 19, let's read a little bit. Jesus rebuked the devil, and he departed out of him, and the child was cured. We just saw Muhammad, the devil commanding Muhammad, the devil controlling Muhammad, the devil giving him satanic verses, and Jesus, he commanded the devil. This guy, he is not, I don't know what he's quoting. He says, I think maybe he want to say John. He keeps saying Matthew. So Jesus, he commanded the devil, and the devil is vanish. He have no power in the front of Jesus. Do you see how stupid this idiot is? And here we go. This is Matthew 19. What Matthew 19 says to you? The disciple, they say to Jesus, why we could not cast him out? Jesus says, because of your unbelief. For verily, I say unto you, if you have faith as a grain of a mustard seed, you shall say into the mountains, remove. This is Jesus. See how stupid this idiot is? Let us continue in the video. And not to forget to mention even the all the chapter. I mean, if you believe only in one verse in Matthew, hypocrite people.
That's great. That's great. But let me tell you something. I do
Why
believe.
Would you call me to less?
I do believe. One last thing I'm going to say. One do believe. Islam is an antichrist religion. Why? Why do I say that? Because
is Judaism antichrist?
Muhammad said.
Is Judaism antichrist?
Do you want to know why?
Let us see if Judaism is antichrist. Judaism itself is not antichrist. You are being stupid. But those who don't believe in Jesus, they are antichrist, including you. It's very stupid of you to say Judaism is antichrist. All the disciples of Jesus, they are Jews. The Bible says, whoever denies the Son and the Father is an antichrist. It doesn't matter if they are Jews, non-Jews, me and you, from India, from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, black, white, doesn't matter. So is Judaism antichrist? You're an idiot.
Would you like to know why? Because Muhammad says that they never لا صلبوه ولا قتلوه لكن
we love Isa, we love Jesus more than you.
False, you never love Jesus, even you don't know his name. Same time, if you love Jesus, why you want to kill the Christians? If you love Jesus, why you want to destroy churches? If you love Jesus, why Muhammad, he says he's going to have sex with his mother? Is that how you love Jesus? Till I love you and go and have sex with your mom? To prove it to you? Is that a sign of respect of Jesus? The sick, the filthy Muhammad, he says to his wife Khadija, when she was dying, don't forget to send my greeting to my wives in heaven. To my wives, sorry. She said to him, you married women before me? She didn't know that. He said, Allah, he promised me the wife of the Pharaoh and the mother of Jesus. This is Muhammad. Allah will send the wife of the Pharaoh and the mother of Jesus as sex gift to Muhammad. We love Jesus, we love Jesus. No, you don't. You never loved Jesus. If somebody insulted Muhammad, you kill him. If somebody insulted Jesus, you do nothing. Do you love Jesus? You worship Muhammad. You are a slave of the filthy Muhammad. You make fun of the book of Jesus.
But we love Jesus more than you. You know what that means? Do you speak Arabic? We love Jesus. Do you speak Arabic? We love Jesus. I'm asking you, do you speak Arabic? Not fluently. I just know my salah. So how do you follow a religion where you don't understand and you recite and read in Arabic? I can use the Bible said you could read it in every tongue that you are.
See here, the Muslim, he try always to change the topic. I can use the Bible to find Islam. Well, you are the one, you know, the Bible says whoever denied the Son and the Father is an Antichrist, and the Quran denied the Father and the Son. And just to show you how stupid Muhammad is, when the Christian, they say, we are the children of God, the stupid Muhammad, he think that the Christian, they are saying, and the Jews, they aren't a human. Read it. If Muhammad is a prophet of God, he will not answer in such a way by saying to them, nay, you are just a human. How stupid you are. When Christians and Jews, they say we are the children of God, they are not saying they are really children of God. And they mean that they are, by flesh, they are born of Him. Here you see the stupidity of the author of the Quran. He don't understand the basic belief of the Christianity. And this is always something we should ask the Muslims. How come your God? Ask him, what is the Trinity? He will say to you, Trinity in Christianity. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. How come your Quran does not know that? Why the stupid Muhammad, he think that Mary is part of the Trinity? If he said to you at that time there was a part or a group of people that believe in that, tell him, that means the Quran is wrong. That means the Quran, whoever they speak, they call him Christians, is not calling us, not talking about us. He's talking about different religion. Why Allah did not quote the true Christian who believe in God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit? Remember Muhammad, he came in the time of the Roman, which means there is no sect like this. Already Christianity is established, and the Trinity is the only belief. And there's nobody anyway in the history of Christianity believing the Trinity as Mary as part of it. A Muslim, he come and says, well, some Christian, they say she is the mother of God. Well, she is the mother of Jesus. And Jesus is God. It's just a word to describe who is she. But doesn't mean that we Christians believe that Mary is really the wife of God. The mother of God, she is the mother of Jesus. Jesus is God. Who is his mother? Mary. But here you see that Muhammad have a very stupid and he's a stupid, arrogant, who don't dare to debate the Christians. This is why he says, when the Christians, they came to debate him about what he claimed, Muhammad in the beginning, he refused, because they were going to ask him about how he say Mary is the sister of Aaron. Muhammad, he closed the door. They stayed 2 days, 3 days in front of his house, and he never opened the house. Those monks, they came all the way from Ethiopia. But look what happened. Muhammad, he decided to debate them by making cursing party. And even this verse showing you how stupid Muhammad is again. He said to the Christians that Allah told me, whoever dispute with you concerning Jesus, Isa, after this knowledge that has come to you, what knowledge? Between two brackets, Isa is a slave of Allah. And he have no share. This is all is additional to the Quran, just to make you supposed to understand. Say, Muhammad, come, let us call our sons and your son. Muhammad again making poo-poo. Those are monks. They don't get married. What sons? Our women and your women, those are coming all the way from Ethiopia. And they are monks. They have women. Ourself and yourself, was stupid. What ourself and yourself? And then pray to invoke the curse of Allah and the one who lie. And here again you will see how stupid Muhammad is. Because if a Hindu, he said to me he believed that he have 35 million God, he's not lying. This is his belief. He believe in a lie is different from being a liar. Do you understand? So look how stupid he is. If somebody, let us say those Christians, they have a wrong understanding of who is Jesus. They are not lying about their belief. If you believe in a lie, you are not lying. Hey, Muslims, you believe Allah is God? You say to me, yes. You believe in a lie, but he is not lying. He believes in Allah. Do you understand the stupidity of Muhammad? Same time, what this cursing party would do, is that how you prove that Allah is God? Okay, here we go. Okay, let us, hey Muslims, who want to do that? I did that many times. Just to show you how stupid you Muslims are. So now if I ask Allah to curse me, Allah will curse me only if I am lying? And I ask him to do it? He will not curse me unless I ask him? Are you stupid? So God will not punish me unless I ask him. And then he said, this is a true punishment. And this is the true story of Jesus. What a stupid prophet. Come, come. Bring your women, I bring my women. Bring your children, I bring my children. And now imagine if this is true. Like 50 women from our side, 50 women from their side, and 50 men from our side, and 50 men, oh, hold on. 50 women from our side, we will have 200 women from their side. And 50 men from their side, and then 1,000 kids from their side, and 100 kids from our side. And now all of us, we're asking Allah, please curse us to Allah in Allah. Just stupid idiot. I mean, you stink. You, Muhammad, you stink. This is how you prove you are a prophet. What about you show them that you are a prophet? Make a miracle. All this drama can be solved. If you do something, can be proven it's from God. And the Quran keeps saying that the people ask, how come Muhammad have 0 miracles? Look, all those verses saying, how come he don't have, like chapter 10 as an example, is given to Muhammad at the end of the Quran, at the end of his life, and the guy is still, he have no miracles. They say, how is it not a sign sent down to him from his Lord? The Muslim in the Hadith, they have tons of miracle fabrication because it's against the Quran. Muhammad, he made the dead lizard convert to Islam. Can you believe it? Muhammad, he command the trees to come and cover him when he do shit. And they took Shahada. But the Quran says he have 0 miracles. Even the verses which is claiming the Muslims, they say that Muhammad, he did split the moon. Even that verse, nowhere it says Muhammad split anything. You know, I challenge any Muslim to call me right now and to show me where it says Muhammad, he split the moon. I want to see it. Any Muhammadan? Where it says he split the moon? It says the judgment day is near. False prophecy. Muhammad, he just claimed that this is a sign of day of judgment. The judgment day is near and the moon is split. So this is what? This is a sign of the day of judgment. 1400 years ago. And this is not a moon. This is the eclipse. The moon, nothing happened to it. Same time, how the Quran saying in verses came after this chapter that Muhammad have 0 miracles. Look at the stupid book. What is the miracle? Who saw even this miracle? Any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammad would like to join us? So those people, you have to be firm and tough with them, and you have right away to give them what they deserve. Try always to focus in one topic at a time. Like he mentioned to you, the Bible is corrupt. Show him the verses from the Quran and say to him, that means the Quran is false too. Because the Quran says confirming what is with them. And there's tons of verses. And all what you need to do, if you are searching, like I heard him speak in Arabic, so he knew Arabic. Just type the word Musaddiq. And you can type, you can make a note in your hand, in your phone. All those verses, chapter 289, chapter 291, chapter 297. In fact, here it says, مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ, confirming and believing in what is between his hands. So when a stupid Muhammadan, he says to you, the Bible is corrupt, use his book. Don't waste your time and speak about the Bible, because simply he is not listening. The second you get him busted from his book is the best way. Chapter 2, verse 101. We have a lot of verses. Chapter 3, verse 3. Chapter 3, verse number 50. The same word used even when they speak about Jesus. Chapter 4, verse number 47. O people of the book, believe in what we send down, agreeing in what is with you. What? Agreeing and believing in what is with you now. Do you see it? And then here you will see a very clear proof that Allah is a false God. He warned the Christians, if you don't believe in me, I am going to efface your faces by making them like back of your neck without nose, mouth, or eyes, etc. The same we did to the people of the Sabbath, which means this is not in the day of judgment, this is now. Nothing happened to the Christians. They did not believe. And Allah could not punish them. But here, look, it says, believe in what? The Quran, believe in what is with you. Do you see it? So when a Muslim, he says to you that when the Christian, they met and they agree about who is the Messiah, when he is born, he's the created. This is just to debate the Christians making a debate, and all those Christians, they join in Nicaea. All of them, they join, but all of them believe that Jesus is God. Nobody denied that Jesus is God. So even in the beginning of Christianity, there is some heretic. They say things like Jesus is created in a certain point. But they did not deny that Jesus is God. They say that, okay, well, Jesus, he's created in a certain point. We do not know when, but he's created. And the other Christian, they debated with them and they lost. The Christian did not kill them, those who lost the debate. It was a civil, nice debate. And those who disagree with those who agree, they debated together, one lost, one win, and the truth revealed. But both of them believe that Jesus is God. From all the false sect, which Muslims they used to call their names, even those, they believe that Jesus is God. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us? Any Muhammadan? Our link for our Discord is there. As you see, I'm here for many hours. I'm tired. It's getting late for me, so it's your opportunity, Muslim, to defeat me. Who want to do it? So do you see how the Quran all over saying, what is with you? What is with you? And then a donkey in the corner, he says to you, your book is corrupt. So which one we should take? Your statement or Allah's statement? Then the Muslim, he will say, well, the Quran says that they corrupt the book. The Jews, they corrupt the book. No. Hold on. If the Quran says they corrupt the book, that means the Quran lied when he says confirming what is with you. That means when Muhammad, he took an oath by the Torah, he have the correct Torah and he have the correct Injil. So how anybody can change it? He have it. Even the Quran says what is between his hands. Even the Hadith says that Muhammad, he took an oath on the Torah and he said, I believe in thee and the one who sent thee. I believe in you. Muhammad, did he believe in a false Torah? Did Muhammad took an oath lying? If this is the case, that means Muhammad is a fraud. Any Muhammadan? Adnan Rashid would destroy me. Adnan Rashid, he destroyed me already. He went in speaker corner. He said to them, how a Christian prince, he said to a Muslim women, suckle me. It's your prophet who said that. And this filthy woman, she was saying to me, Jesus was playing with his mother boobs. Scumbag Adnan Rashid. And Adnan Rashid is the one who said, how prophet of Allah he knew this, that the king in the time of a prophet Joseph was, his title was Pharaoh. This is how stupid this idiot is. And I made a video getting busted. You don't dare to debate me. The stupid Muhammad, obviously he think Pharaoh is a name, is not a title. How we prove that? You see all those words in yellow? This is the word al. Al. The word al come only and only in the front of a name of an individual, not in the front of a title. Ali Ibrahim, chapter 4, verse 54. What al mean? Family of Ibrahim. You see it? So Muhammad each time say al, it's in the Quran in the front of a name. Ali Moses, the family of Moses. Ali Harun, the family of Aaron. Ali Lut, the family of Lut. Ali Yaqub, the family of Jacob. You see it? This is what al mean. So the stupid Muhammad, in all those verses, he say Ali Pharaoh. Why? Because he think Pharaoh is a name. Do you see it? Do you see it, Muslims? And the Muslims, they translate as the people of Pharaoh, liars. How come all of them al as family and now suddenly is people? So Muhammad the idiot, he think Pharaoh is a name. Actually, we have other reference. Prove that to us. Prove it in a very solid way. Let us see.
Hey!
Oh boy. Commercial. You cannot find even website. Even the website about religion, they made them garbage. Garbage in, garbage out. Look what Muhammad he said. Just to show you how easy. This is why this guy, all those guys in England, they will not dare to get close to me. Oh. They copy the hadith with the link. Hold on. We don't want that. Give me a second. Adnan Rashid, the idiot, when he made the video about his prophet, how he knew, I want to ask him, how is a prophet he knew this? Hold on. How is a prophet he knew the name of the wife of Pharaoh? Which means he think his name is Pharaoh and this is his wife. Where is the hadith? Hold on. Here we go. Read and laugh. Prophet said, Many reached perfection, but none of them among the women reached the perfection except Mary, the daughter of Amran, which is false. Again, Muhammad is wrong. Mary, she is not the daughter of the father of Moses. Asiya, Pharaoh wife. In Arabic, it's so clear. You see, he says Pharaoh's. Pharaoh wife, Pharaoh, not the Pharaoh, Pharaoh. Now, if we go and check what is the name of the wife of Pharaoh at that time, which is Ramses II. What is the name? Let us check it out. Ramses II wife. Look how we can get Muhammad busted. It is a Queen Nefertari. Who? Queen Nefertari. So Muhammad again is a stupid liar. Suddenly the wife of Pharaoh, her name is Asiya, and she is the daughter of a Bedouin man. His name is Muzahim. Do you see, guys, how easy to get Muhammad busted? So when you see this guy and those Muslims who made them videos saying how Prophet Muhammad knew the Pharaoh title, he never knew a title. He thinks this is the name. This is why he says, Asiya, the wife of Pharaoh. He used the word Pharaoh as a name. And he got the wrong name. There's a huge difference. If there's any, like, do they share anything together? Is Asiya in any way close to Nefertari? Like maybe Muhammad, he missed 1 letter, 2 letters, 3 letters. Yeah, Muhammad Batito. Nefertari. A descent from a royal family. Suddenly she become an Arab. Her name is Asiya. Her father is a Muzahim. And he is a Bedouin? Are you sure, Prophet of Allah? I mean, can you find one thing this guy he said is not stupid? Anytime you are watching the video and you want to find what we are saying, you can freeze the video, you can take a screenshot, use your phone search engine and as a picture, and you will find it. Even if it's in Arabic. Any Abdul? Guys, how I know that, well, I mean, I will tell you something to make you believe that I'm Prophet of Allah. Once I was sitting with 3 ladies in a coffee shop. And they don't know each other. So I was introducing each other to the other, you know. So I met the first one. They want to take me to do a seminar in a church. So I said, I forgot really their names. Because I just met them. I met the girl, she came before them. So other churches, they came to meet with me. And those 3 ladies, they are the only one is not busy to take me and show me the direction of their churches. So later, like when the day of the seminar, I can go by myself. So I was introducing them. I forgot the name, so I will give you like whatever names. So I was saying Miss Georgette, Miss Janet, Miss Jacqueline, and while I'm saying that, there was in the table a mosquito. And I said, mosquito. And I smashed it. I want to ask you now, how in the world I know that the name of this insect is mosquito unless I'm a prophet? Seriously. How I know her name? It's amazing. I was able to figure out. Mosquito. Yeah, she was Japanese, mosquito. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us? How is my voice coming, guys? Is it like there's any noise? Does it sound good? Or I am far from the microphone? All right, that's good. Any Muhammadan? Yeah, mosquito is Japanese. Any Abdul? A Muslim saying the Trinity is non-essential. Well, why you don't join me and let us talk about the Trinity? Do you want to do that? Join me. Yes, Abdul.
Yeah, let's talk about the Trinity.
All right. What is a Trinity?
So the Trinity is a pagan concept that there's three gods, but they're one God at the same time somehow.
Who are they, those three pagan gods? They are one.
Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. You know this.
No, tell me who they are. Details.
Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Father, Son, Holy Spirit. So why your stupid book, Quran, say that the Trinity in Christianity is Mary, and who is else?
Oh, I can answer that. So it's not talking about the Trinity. It's talking about people worshipping Mary, which are the Catholics. And there was a group called the Chalmidians, I believe. They were a section that actually worshiped Mary as a god. That's what it's referring to.
Okay, so did your Quran mention anywhere the true Trinity the Christian believe in, or this is only the thing?
No, it actually does mention the Trinity. Muhammad Hijab actually pointed this out in his debate with David Wood, but I don't remember the exact verse where it talks about the Trinity.
As long as you mention Muhammad Hijab, he said, not only one Jew believes that God has a son. Do you agree with him?
Jews don't believe it has a son, as far as I remember. No.
Okay, so do you agree with Muhammad Hijab when he said that not a single Jew believed that God has a son?
Well, I'm sure maybe there's like a few heretical Jews, but for the most part, yes, that's correct.
I'm asking you about in your religion. In your religion, Muhammad Hijab was very sure. He said to David Wood, screaming at him, not a single Jew believed that God has a son. Do you agree with Muhammad Hijab or not?
Yeah, I agree with him. Yeah.
All right, that's mean you and Muhammad Hijab are donkeys, because the Quran says the Jews they believe that God have a son. Here we go.
Where's that?
Chapter 9, verse number 30.
The Jews say Israel is the son of Allah, and the Christians say Messiah is the son of Allah. There's a saying from the mouth. Okay. Well, I'm sure there's some.
So now, who is the stupid? You, Muhammad Hijab, or Allah?
No, I mean, for the most part, I think the Jews don't believe that God has a son, but there's some that do.
No. What do you mean for the major part? It says the Jews. Can you read? It says the Jews. He did not say one Jew, two Jews, one. He says the Jews.
You know, okay, that's fine. Yeah, Muhammad Hijab can be wrong about some things. That's okay.
No.
I have no issue with that.
You see, you just said that Muhammad Hijab answered David Wood. So now you are saying that Muhammad Hijab was lying about what the Bible teach, because according to your Quran, the Jews agreed that God have a son, and that means Muhammad Hijab, he was a loser and fabricating, and even he believed that the Quran is lying, because he was so sure and so excited. Not a single Jew believed that God has a son. Now let me ask you, who is Ezra? In fact, in Arabic it says Uzair. The Jews, they never heard of a person like this.
So I think it's referring to Jesus.
Oh, Uzair is Jesus now?
No, I've actually never read this verse before, but with the context,
so what did you read?
Talking about Jesus.
What did you read in before, like the Mickey Mouse Quran? What do you mean you did not read this verse? You are the one who called me to speak about the Trinity, and this is the one talking about the Trinity. Speaking the Christian, they say that Jesus Christ is the Son of Allah. So you call me to speak about Trinity, and you are saying to me you never heard this before?
Yeah, I want to debunk the Trinity.
But how come you did not know such a thing? Okay. I want you to debunk the Trinity. According to the Quran, the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah, or the Messiah is a second person in the Trinity with Allah.
The Quran says that the Christians worship Jesus as God. Yeah.
No. I'm asking you, is the Messiah, according to the Quran, he is Allah, or he is the second person in the Trinity?
Second person of the Trinity.
So why the stupid Quran says that the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah? If the Messiah is Allah, who is the second person, who is the third person?
Because Christians are associating partners with
this is
Allah.
Another question. Abdul, focus with me. If the Messiah is Allah, who is the second person and who is the third person?
If the Messiah is Allah, then Jesus is part of the Trinity, and Allah is...
This is not the question, Potato. Potato, focus with me. Don't be nervous. Breathe. If the Messiah is Allah, who is the second person in the Trinity and who is the third person?
The Holy Spirits and Father. The Holy Spirits and the Father, right?
Abdul, focus with me. If the Messiah is Allah, who is the second person and who is the third person? The Messiah and Allah now is one. If the Messiah is Allah, what is the Trinity then? I mean, who is the stupid here? Do the Christian believe that the Messiah is the Father? No, they don't.
No, I never said that they do. I never said that they do.
But your Quran saying that the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah.
Yeah, but you pointed out that the Quran gets the Trinity wrong with regards to Mary, but I debunked you on that because I said that there were a group of Christians called the Chaldeans who worship Mary as God.
You did not debunk me, just to show you how stupid what you said. Because if the Quran called those who believe in this Christians, then the Quran, he called the wrong people Christians. Because Christians don't believe in that. So you don't call them Christians when they are not. Christians is those who believe in the Trinity, and the Trinity is God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And there's not a single group believe that Mary is God.
Yes, there was. There's the Chaldeans in Arabia
in the things. No, they elevate Mary, but nobody believed that Mary is part of the Trinity. The Trinity from the beginning of Christianity is God the Son, God the Father, God the Holy Spirit. No Mary, no one else. So when your stupid Quran mix up things, it's all over the place, proving that he is stupid, the one whoever says that. And look, here it says that if Allah want, just again to confirm that Islam teach that the Christian believe in this. Does it say here, surely disbelieve those who say this? Okay, who are they? The Christians. And then he says, Allah, he can destroy Messiah, the son of Maryam, and his mother. Why his mother there? Because this is a Trinity in Islam.
But the thing is, the Catholics do worship Mary, and
that is
as
a big,
Muslims,
that is a big fact. Listen, if you want to lie, I will spit at you and kick you out. Don't lie about. I'm not a Catholic, but don't lie about people. Either you are adult, mature, or you are just a dog. You are coming to bark. Can you show me one Catholic he say Mary is God? Either you prove
they
what
don't
you
say
say.
Mary is God.
So shut up.
They pray to her. Which
I pray to Mary to pray for me, which means I ask Mary to pray for me. We Christian, we ask all Christians, hey, brothers, sisters, pray for me. And you Muslim do the same. Isn't it you Muslim? You make Muhammad an intercessor? And Muhammad is dead?
We mention him in our prayers.
Do you ask him to intercede for you and Muhammad is dead?
Yes, because he's a prophet.
So how come you just said that if the Christian, they pray, asking Mary to intercede for them, they are worshiping Mary, that means you are worshiping Muhammad. He left the potato. Potato. He was so excited. Go ahead, Harry. You are a Muslim, Harry? Harry, are you a Muslim? Harry Butter?
Hello.
Hello.
Salam.
Salam. Why you are saying salam? What is that?
Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam.
Where you get this from?
Wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Baqaratahu? Rahmatullah wa baqaratahu? Allah
barakatuh.
I don't know. I heard you saying baqaratahu, which means cow. But where you heard this from? Like where is the word assalamu alaikum coming from? Is that something you Muslims stole from the Bible?
Something you're born with. You learn this.
Really? What is the first thing the angel he said to Muhammad when he met him? Did he say to him? Did he say to him, "Salamu alaikum"?
Obviously, you know better than everyone. So why don't you tell us?
Well, you are the Muslim.
Enta malak.
I'm what?
Enta malak.
Enta malak? What is that? Is that Arabic supposedly?
Don't pretend you don't know Arabic.
I can pretend to know Arabic if you want. Assalamu alaikum. So when you spoke to me in Arabic, you pretend to know Arabic or you know Arabic?
No, I know Arabic.
You know Arabic? Speak to me in Arabic. Go ahead. What?
Ya kafir.
Ya kafir? What kafir mean?
It's you. Christian kafir.
What kafir mean?
Non-believer.
Non-believer? Does that mean he's a bad person?
To us, yeah. To you, maybe not.
So if we say Muhammad was a kafir, is that an insult?
Of course.
All right. Are you sure?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, let us read together and see that you Muslims are a bunch of idiots, because according to the Quran, the one who is a kafir is the Muslim. You want to bet?
Let's see.
Let us see. This is your Quran. It says that the one who is a kafir is a Muslim. Do you see it? Read it, and you know Arabic, right? يكفر بالطاغوت. You said it's an insult. And for sure, yeah. And you are a kafir. It turned to be it's you who's the kafir. Hey, Kafir, are you there? Kafir? Hello? What happened? Heart attack? Mr. Kafir?
That doesn't make any sense.
What? It says here that the Muslim is the one who do kufr. It's in front of you.
Is this Sahih or?
Oh no, this is da'if. This is
Da'if?
Yeah, this is a da'if hadith.
It's probably wrong then.
Yeah, well, this is the Quran, you idiot.
Probably the translation is definitely.
I'm not showing you translation. I'm showing you the translation is wrong. I agree, but I'm showing you in Arabic. I highlighted for you in Arabic. You claim that you know Arabic. Read it. يكفر بالطاغوت ويؤمن بالله. The one who is a kafir in taghut and he believe in Allah. Are you with me, Mr. Kafir? So the Quran now is da'if?
Who is the one that wrote this?
I don't know. Do you know that his name? I have no idea. The Muslim, they have it in their website. Allah knows best, you know. Who knows?
Didn't you study Islamic studies?
Yeah, I study Islamic study, but you see here, I did not study the Hindu books. This is the chapter of the Hindu, the chapter of the cow. I did not study cows. I'm not a butcher, even though I have many knives. I mean, what kind of God? The biggest chapter in his book is the chapter of the cow. Why? He's a Hindu God? Do you know, by the way, why they call it the Hindu cow? I mean, the cow chapter.
Why?
Because your God cannot resurrect anyone from death unless he beat him by beef. Is that true?
No.
Seriously? Are you sure?
أضربه.
This is how your God, he beat the guy with beef, the penis of the cow, and the guy come back to life. Read it. And Allah, he says, and this how Allah, he raised people from death by beef. Your God is a Hindu. He did not even mention a spice or anything, just beef. Is that possible? Beef alone? Is that a buffalo? Are you there?
Let's talk about Christianity.
Really? You want to switch? What happened? What if I use beef against you now?
You're still a kafir. It doesn't matter.
Well, you are the kafir. I just showed you the Quran says you are a kafir. Okay, you know what? I will go with you. This guy, he said, I am a kafir. All right. You are not a kafir, but you believe in the most amazing book. What is the name of the book? Hello? Hello? What happened to this guy? Potato.
Potato.
Well, he is insulting now. He is saying the vagina of your mother. He said the vagina of your mother. A Muslim. This is the best day. Vagina of your mother. By the way, your prophet, when his mother, she gave birth to him, according to him, there's a light came out from her vagina. And to be honest with you, since then, I charge my phone for free from the vagina of Muhammad mother light. I have solar in my phone. my calculator. Imagine Muhammad's mother, when she gave birth to Muhammad, this is how powerful her vagina. Muhammad, he said that when his mother, she gave birth to him, the light from her vagina reached all the way the palaces of Damascus. I don't know why the people of Syria is so white. They should have very, very strong tan. I mean, aren't you Syrian people burned by the vagina of the Prophet, mother? And the funny, nobody in Mecca saw the light, but people in Syria, they saw it. The same as the moon. The moon is split, but nobody saw the moon. Even all the neighboring country, nobody saw it. There's a girl, her name is Fifi, she said, the reason they did not see it, because it was only for a second. Allah put it together again, a second. That fast? That's it. Any Abdul? Do we have any Abdul? Do you see how stupid this garbage? They're going to stand for anything. They deny. You show them the hadith. I don't accept hadith. Oh, I am Abadi. Oh, I am Shia. Oh, I am Sunni. Oh, this is a weak hadith. This is a weak Quran. Maybe it doesn't mean that. Maybe. Okay, we show you the interpretation. I don't accept interpretation. It's made by a human. Whoop. What a stupid garbage cult. Hypocrite people. Any Abdul would like to go to heaven? It's going to be written in your resume that you debated a Christian prince in the front of Allah. Trust me, that alone will give you a lot of extra versions. Big ass. And their ass will be red like yours after you debate me. Chimpanzee. You know, when Muhammad says that the Muslim women, her ass in heaven will be 1 mile, first time I'd read the hadith, I said, maybe I did not understand. I mean, this is all the classic language, Arabic we don't use today. So I'd read it again, and again, and again. And then I open dictionary, and then I flip pages. Like, what the heck? The guy, he's promising his followers that your wife ass is 1 mile. And my concern, and your concern is global warming. I mean, now we know what's going on. There's women in heaven made by Allah, their ass is 1 mile. It's not the cows. It's not the volcanoes. It's not the cars. Do you know how much 1 mile ass can produce methanol? And do you know that methanol is flammable? Which means if this woman, she's fart and you are smoking, you're done. You're barbecue. When we were kids in the school, and the teacher, he said that fart is flammable. One of the kids, he did not believe it. He's a teenage, you know. So he was, wearing, nylon pajama. So he bent over and he put a lighter behind his butt and he farted. And oh boy, he catch in fire all over. I'm serious. Don't try it. 1 mile ass. I mean, what about half mile? I mean, what's wrong with 72-inch 4K? Only 1 mile. If her ass is 1 mile, her vagina is what? 5 mile? If she's deep in her back, I can fill it up with water and I can swim. I can do fishing there. I can grow fish. I can use her vagina as a pond to grow fish. We can use her ass because according to the hadith, it's so smooth. You can use her ass for a challenge. Who can climb it hiking? Who can do that? No way. It's very smooth. It take Allah 1,000 years to smooth the skin of a Muslim woman in heaven. You know, I was doing a seminar in the Philippines, and the Muslim woman, she said, what you are saying is not true. I said, like, about what? She said, you said Muslim women in heaven have nothing. I said, yeah. Do they? She said, there's a hadith. Prophet Muhammad is said, but Muslim women, she will be 70 times more pretty in heaven. I said, well, first of all, if you make you pretty in heaven more, it's just to be pretty for the man anyway. So still you are a sex toy. Secondly, and I have a board, you know, I always, when I do seminar, I ask them to bring me a board, like whiteboard, you can write in it. So I said, okay, I will go with you. So let's say there's a 3 women. One, her name is Aisha, one, her name is Fatima, and one, her name is whatever, you know, Jamila. The first one is twice more pretty than the second one. And the second one is twice more pretty than the third one. And then Allah, He made you all 70 times or 70 times more pretty. Nothing changed. You were ugly in earth, and you are still ugly in heaven. Because beauty is relative to who? So the woman, she was twice, the first one, she was twice more pretty than the second one, and she was 3 times more pretty from the third one. Still she is the same. And the second one is still the second one, and the third one is still the third one. Nothing changed. People die laughing at her. She thought she had something against me. 70 times? Okay, so number one, she was twice more pretty than the second one. Now she is 140 times more pretty. No, sorry, she is 70 times, yeah, twice, 100. And she is 3 times more pretty than the third one. 210. The last one, the third one, is 70 times more pretty. That's it. The second one is 140 pretty. That's it. Nothing changed. You were ugly ass in earth, you are ugly ass in heaven. I feel sorry for her, by the way, because people start laughing at her, you know. I don't mean to insult her, or I mean to wipe the floor with her hijab, but you should see how she's talking to me. She said, you lied. This is not true, Prophet Muhammad. So imagine how many times they heard this story, that you will be 70 times more pretty. I mean, I will make you 70 times more tasty so they can eat you. Still you are a victim. You cannot even leave your house. Nobody can see your beauty except the one man. The Quran says that even you will stay in a tent. Why? Are you the camping? Bedouin man, a Bedouin man is, you know, speaking to the Bedouin. Restrained in their khiyam. Khiyam is a tent. Nobody can see them. So what's the point of this beauty anyway? Do we have any Abdul? And Muslims, think about it. What is stopping Christian Prince from converting to Islam so he can get this tent, man? How big this tent? According to Muhammad, the smallest tent in heaven, is the distance between Yemen, the capital of Yemen, and the city of Damascus. Somebody tell me what the distance, please, between the capital of Yemen and Damascus. What it is, 2,000 miles? How many? This is just a tent? Really? There's no yard? Five hours what? We are 5 hours by donkey, by camel, by flying horse, carpet, what? Tell me the distance. 2,344 kilometers. Okay. So now you and your wife sitting inside a tent, and the distance inside it, the space is 2,344 kilometers. How you can see them? And Muhammad, he says they will be in the corners. You spend the whole time going just from the corner to the corner of the tent. You guys giving me different numbers. Why everybody giving different numbers? 700, 400. Anyway, you must be an Arab. We Arab have different numbers and everything. All right, maybe we have a Muslim. Muqtada? Sound like a Shia name.
Yes, brother. I actually spoke with you a year ago.
Ah, okay. You are a Shia, right?
Right. Now, I'm from Iraq. So, yeah, basically, that's the majority religion there.
So what are you now?
Hey, brother, I just wanted to talk about and to tell the Muslim brother that the Lord Jesus is actually the creator of the world.
Oh, you became a Christian?
Yes, brother, but I like to think that it's a matter of fact today, you know?
Yeah.
I believe the Lord Jesus created both the Christian and the Muslim. Right?
Well, God, He created everything. The Bible says everything created by Him and for Him. Everything, not only human.
Right.
Yeah.
And now I have to tell the Muslim brothers, if they want to go to heaven, if they want to escape hell, only Jesus Christ can get them out of there.
Absolutely.
And to find Jesus Christ is in the Holy Bible.
Muqtada, did your family left Islam yet or not yet? Only you?
No, brother. They don't want to, you know,
they're
not interested.
Do you like me to talk to them?
They're not with me. They don't live with me.
No, I mean, you can, like, online, if you want. I can even talk to them in private if you want.
Hey, brother, it's not like you think, you know?
All right.
Because it's a different story. If you share with them these verses, they may maybe hate you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let them hate me. At least we deliver the truth to them. You know, hate me. The Bible speak about they will hate you in my name. That is a blessing for us. No problem.
See, that's the thing, right? I told them about the Lord, and they don't want to believe it. They're like, you know, we don't want to be Christian. We are not a Christian. And they told me, you're not a Christian. So why do you want to be Christian? So they told me, you want to impress foreigners or, you know, Americans. I told them no. Told them it's actually in the afterlife, it's going to be Jesus Christ that can get you out of hell and get you into heaven. And they told me, who do you think you are that you know the secrets of the universe? I was like, I don't know, man. You know, I'm just trying to help.
Your parents are Shia, right?
Yes, pretty much.
Well, tell them about the story, if they believe in it, that Al-Imam al-Baqir, he created an elephant from mud and he fly with it.
Hey brother, it's you know what I'm talking about. It's you have to understand that if you bring them this stuff, they might like it's, I don't know how to explain it, but it's with religion, right? There's a lot of hard feeling.
Yeah, I understand.
There's a lot of like contention. When a long time ago, also used to not want to listen to this stuff.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
But
well, we are happy to have you. When you call me, you said you called me a year ago. You left Islam when you called me a year ago, or this is new? I forgot.
It's complicated, brother. I'm personally, you know, usually I'm not a person of faith. You know, I'm not a person that likes to talk about religion or likes to believe in religion. But I just wanted to share with the Muslim brothers.
All right.
That if you want to escape hellfire, if you want to go to heaven, you have to accept Jesus Christ. Only Jesus can get you out of there. No other name.
I'm into that.
No other name. So just wanted to say that, brother.
God bless you. Take care.
All right. Goodbye.
All right. Do we have any Muhammadan? There's a Muslim saying Islam is the fastest growing religion. I don't know. Mimi Hijab, he says it is the fastest shrinking. And he asked Muslim for donation. And Ali Dawa, he says, brothers and sisters, 100,000 people die in Islam a year. In America alone. Donate for us, brothers and sisters, donate for us. And supposedly he will make Muslims stay as Muslim. And then later he said that the scientific miracle is debunked. The scientific miracles is debunked, huh? No problem.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So as usual, we've got a man daily talking about someone you've never met, never seen, and has never done anything wrong to you.
Who's that?
Is this some sort of psychosis issues or
who? What you are talking about? What?
All these rants about Prophet Muhammad, and like, have you ever met that man? Have you ever seen him?
That's a good question. Have Muhammad ever met me?
Has he ever done anything to you? Yeah, he has never met you, so he's got no time for you. So why do you make a
why he says the Christians are the worst of the creatures between like animals?
The Tanakh said the worst, and you have got no time to talk about the Tanakh.
The Tanakh.
So why Prophet Muhammad? Why are you so...
No, we talk about everything, but this is my degree. I have degrees in the garbage of Muhammad. I do not have degrees in the garbage.
Yeah, listen now. We live in 2024.
Listen.
We haven't seen your degree.
Listen,
Abdul.
Abdul.
You got no degree.
Why you're a prophet?
Until you see your degree, you got no degree.
Listen. Why you?
We don't even know you. You're just a voice. No one has ever seen you.
Why
you're just a voice. You might even be an AI system.
Your God, Allah did not even fart to Muhammad. Did Muhammad even speak to Allah?
You do not know God, so just don't even talk about that.
Did your God spoke to Muhammad even once? Yes or no?
You don't even know God, so why are you talking about God?
You just said to me you're a voice. Okay, I have a voice. Your God don't. How come your God, nobody heard his voice?
He's too powerful to speak to.
Why your God never had a voice? No, the God he spoke to Moses. The God he spoke to Moses. Why
has God ever spoken to Jesus? God ever spoken to Jesus?
Why Allah will not speak to Muhammad? Do you have an answer?
Has God ever spoken to Jesus?
Why God will speak to Jesus if Jesus is God?
Oh my God, goodness! Are we?
Don't say oh my God. Don't say oh my God. Say oh my Allah. Listen.
Jesus said to him, the Father who sent me,
why Allah never spoke to Muhammad? Be honest with me.
Yeah, he's got an angel to do that. He doesn't have to.
He has what?
He's a powerful being. He can send angels. He can even sit on his throne.
So why Allah he spoke to Moses in the Quran. Allah spoke to Isa.
Yeah.
Allah spoke to Ibrahim.
To Isa.
How come he don't speak to Muhammad? Yes.
Can you prove he spoke to Isa?
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
You got no proof. You're just guessing.
Oh, okay. I hate to guess. Okay, hold on. Let us see. So you see my screen? Hello?
Yeah. I'm checking your screen.
You see my screen.
So basically,
hold on.
So basically,
here we go. You said that Allah did not speak to Isa. Here we go. Isn't it? This is a
so hold on. When Allah, where are you coming from? You are showing me. You are showing me a Quran verse. You actually believe in the Quran.
Allah,
you believe in the Quran. So why are you using something you don't believe in?
It's you who said to me that Allah did not speak to Isa. You said to me,
Allah has never spoken. There is nowhere where it says Allah.
My friend, we don't believe.
You're using an evidence to justify your claim, and evidence you don't believe in, and you're going to believe in.
We don't believe in Allah. And you said to me, show me where Allah spoke to Isa. Everybody heard you. So Allah in the Quran, I said Allah in the Quran spoke to Moses, spoke to Abraham, spoke to Isa. You said, show me where it says that. I said to you in the Quran. So now, why Allah speaking to Isa, but he don't want to speak to Muhammad? Is that because Muhammad is a piece of shit?
TP. CP, the story of CP, you are quoting a book you don't believe in. You are quoting a book you are deriding on a daily basis.
I'm quoting a book you believe in. I'm quoting a book you believe in. So Allah,
but basically,
Allah
CP,
even
you do
spoke
not
to
believe in
Allah.
You have no right to quote this book for me. You are just fooling your audience. You are fooling your audience.
Allah,
you are using evidence of something you don't believe in.
No, I use evidence against you. This is your book.
No, it's not against me. It's against you. You're just speaking your audience.
No,
how do you come here and start using an evidence to justify it when you don't have yourself, you don't believe in that evidence?
Abdul, if you go to the court,
that evidence.
You use.
So how can you use it?
If you go to the court, you use document created by your enemy, not by you.
No. You do not believe in that evidence yourself you are using to justify your claim. How do you expect me to believe in that evidence?
Okay, I will promise you not to use it if you agree with me that this is garbage and we should not follow it.
No. You see, thank you very much. So why are you using a garbage for me to believe it as an evidence?
Well, the best shampoo for a Muslim is a garbage. As you see, this is your shampoo.
No, but that's the thing though. So it's like you are behaving like you're in the kindergarten school using garbage. You yourself don't believe.
Do you have an answer why Allah never spoke to Muhammad?
Allah is on his throne and he can send an angel, and that's what he does. He's done it with so many other prophets. So why some prophets he speaks through a bush, some he sends angels.
Did you say the bush?
We know in the bush he spoke to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When he went up, we know he spoke to him.
He spoke to Muhammad. Where it says he spoke to Muhammad? Can you show me?
Where? So this is it's what do you call it? I'm so close. So it's a hadith. Well, actually, if we first look in the Quran, in the story of Buruj, in the night journey, you know it. When he went up and when he got the salah, when he talked to Musa, Isa, and I think it was Yunus as well. He spoke to.
This is in the Quran.
The Mi'raj, yes. The Mi'raj is.
The Mi'raj.
I know.
Okay,
you know what I'm on him.
Give me the verses where it says Allah he spoke to Muhammad in the Mi'raj. Go ahead.
It is proven. I'm reading off this hadith. It is proven.
You said to me in the Quran.
He just said it is proven. He said it is proven, and we Muslims we believe that.
Okay, so now it's not in the Quran, correct?
No. I did not say it's not Quran. First, I'm reading off the hadith because I've forgotten the exact verse.
Give me the Quran and give me the hadith so we can laugh. Go ahead.
Christian Prince, we do not expect you to believe.
No. I want to hear Muhammad talking to Allah. And be careful.
Christian Prince, we believe that 110%.
Be careful. It's you Muslim who keep saying to me weak and da'if, hadith is strong, da'if. Show me authentic hadith. It says Muhammad he spoke to Allah.
Christian Prince, every single Muslim knows, like the Prophet, when he went on the Miraj, he spoke to Allah. We don't expect you to believe it. You are not a Muslim.
Show me.
But we Muslims, we believe in that 110%.
Show me.
And that's why you cannot be using hadiths as an evidence because you don't believe in the hadiths.
Okay, you cannot be using something you don't believe in. So now you are making up. So you are making up a story or not? The Quran and the hadith says Muhammad. Muhammad called Moses Kalimullah. Why? Because he is the one who spoke directly to Allah. Correct?
Okay. And in the same story, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he went to Musa. He asked him. He went up to Allah 3 times. He went up. He said, Allah.
Can you show me where you get this from? This all what I'm saying. Show me. I want to learn.
Christian Prince, you know the story. Christian Prince,
I do not know the story. I want to see the story. Read it.
Christian Prince, you narrate this story here all the time.
No, listen. Show me where it says. Show me where it says Allah spoke to Muhammad. Otherwise, both of you are lying.
Christian Prince, you're always narrating this story here all the time. You're always narrating the story.
He spoke. Nowhere it says Muhammad. He always received, according to Muslims, always received command through the angel Jibreel. He never received There's two ways. And correct me if I am. We can't talk in the same time. Two Muslims without talking. Listen, according to Muhammad received command from Shaitan and from Allah. Am I lying? And how he received from Allah?
No.
How he received from Allah?
He never received any
by
command.
the angel
Yeah,
Jibreel. By the angel Jibreel.
Story of the Mi'raj. Let me describe the Mi'raj so we can get past that. So, first I'll state the hadith because I can't remember the verse. I should remember as I'm reading the hadith. So, narrated by Al-Bukhari 3674 and by Muslim hadith 162. It says, it is proven in the story of the Prophet's ascent, the Mi'raj, to heaven, concerning which he, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said, then I was taken up and came to Musa, and he said, what has been given to you? And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, 50 prayers. And Musa said, your ummah will be unable to do this every day. By Allah, I tested the people before you, and I tried hard with the children of Israel. Go back to your Lord and ask him to reduce it. So he went back and he reduced it by 10. The same thing happened again. And he felt too shy, so he went down and he said, rather I shall accept and surrender. So this is the hadith. Now the surah, I know the surah al-Buruj. I'm going right off the top of my head. So
hold on.
surah al-Buruj.
What you just gave me is a joke, and everybody will laugh at you and your prophet. Look, nowhere it says he spoke to Allah, and now you will see here that Allah, he commanded Muhammad, but doesn't say how he commanded him. Hold on. And then he won who refuted Allah and showed Allah that he is stupid and Muhammad is stupid is Musa's. Is it you who just said?
Wait.
Hold on. Is it you who said this is a Sahih hadith? You said that. So Musa's, he said to Muhammad, Musa said to Muhammad, hold on. Musa's, he said to Muhammad, idiot, what's wrong with you? Go and tell your God, my people cannot do so. So did your God Allah give command to Muhammad, which nobody can do, which means he's an idiot God?
Brother, wait. First, before can we respect each other, because like we're having a conversation, bro. We're not having a degrading contest. There's no need to say.
I don't respect Muslims.
No. It's acceptable, man. CP, you are not expected to respect Allah or Islam.
I don't respect people who rape our women, kill our children, take our churches, and steal our land. Do you? I don't. So now listen. And I don't respect a child molester like Muhammad. So you want to teach yourself first to respect. You call me pig, you call me kafir, you call me infidel, you call me the worst of the creatures, you call me najis, you call me all kind of filthy words, and now you are talking about respect. You are a hypocrite. So now, your prophet, when he was giving command, when your prophet was giving 50 prayer command, was your God being stupid? And Moses, the Jew, is correcting your God and your prophet? The mic is yours.
CP, that's kindergarten. That's some kindergarten assumption, CP. Like the entire Bible is full of God actually giving out.
Focus with me. He mentioned the 50. Don't talk, Cylinder. Let him talk. 50 prayer. Did Allah give a wrong number? And Moses, the Jews, because he's a smart Jew, corrected Allah for he is being stupid. He said to Muhammad, your followers cannot bear 50. Listen, what he said to him, your followers cannot bear 50 prayer a day. So now, did your God Allah knew that the Muslim cannot do 50 prayer a day? Or only Moses know that?
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Can I answer?
CP, do not start this discussion because we're saying, did Allah talk to Prophet or not? You said no, yet I'm showing you proof and you're trying to divert the
convo. Nowhere there it says Allah spoke to Muhammad. I challenge you to show me where it says. It says Allah gave me. They didn't say he spoke to him. Don't make things up. And the only
no. CP,
the only one in Islam called Kalimullah is Moses, which means the one who spoke to Allah. So don't make things up. Yes,
we call
only Moses. Now,
you
are the one who mentioned such a stupid story. What kind of God he gave command of 50 prayer if Muslims cannot do it?
No, that's what God wants. That's what God wants. It's just Musa realized it could be difficult, so he told Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to go and appeal to Allah that it could be difficult for people to do it.
Wonderful.
So Moses doing slandering and ranting rubbish. So Allah sent us in to worship Him solely. It's like 50 prayers.
Oh boy,
it's nothing.
All right. So Moses, he was a smart man, and he noticed that this is impossible. And he told Muhammad, hold on. He told
in the third
Muhammad.
line. It says in the third line, go back to your Lord. Does go back to your Lord not mean go back and communicate? Do you not understand what English means? Go back means go back and talk.
No,
it says go
it
back.
says go and ask. Muhammad, he asked Allah. Muhammad, he asked Allah by praying. Muhammad, he asked Allah by praying. He go under the tree, the lotus tree, and he go and sit there because this is the tree of Allah. And he sat there and he prayed to Allah, and Allah gave him the answer. He did not speak to him. Show me where Allah spoke to him. Go ahead.
So God in the Bible doesn't know Adam will actually eat from the tree.
So
the God
of the Quran, your God is in the tree. It's in the Quran.
No. So by your logic, CP, you are saying.
Okay. We will go to the God in the tree. But after we finish this one, what kind of God? He gave the wrong number, which nobody can do, and Moses is correcting him.
And what kind of God told Adam not to eat from the tree, knowing very well Adam will eat from the tree?
So listen, the other Muslim, what's your name?
You guys heard from the topic, CP. We're on about Muhammad
it's you
talking
who mentioned
about
it, guys. Isn't it him who mentioned the 50 prayer?
Yeah.
Yes, bro.
Right. So brother, you did not show me where in the hadith. Here we go. Show me in the hadith where it says he spoke. Nowhere. Did he speak to Allah?
So
go back to Allah. Go back to Allah. Go back to Allah. But nowhere it says I spoke to Allah. Nowhere he says Allah spoke to him. So
scroll up.
Hold on. I will go with you. Did your prophet when it says here go back to Allah? Where is Allah?
Brother, do you not know how the Miraj happened? The prophet, he went on
don't change the topic. My voice, I'm losing my voice. He went back to Allah. Where is Allah?
You said the prophet went to a tree. The prophet, he did not go
to no tree. Where is Allah?
I cannot answer that because you need to understand the story of the Buruj, which you obviously don't. He went onto the Buruj and he went to
Buruj? Abdul, what is a Buruj?
We don't even know properly. Even the tafsir, they don't know properly. It's something like
what is a Buruj? What is a Buruj?
We don't know the same way we do not know how.
I'm asking. What's wrong with you? Why you are like a recording machine? What is a Buruj?
Can I explain that?
Abdul, why it is so impossible for a Muslim to answer a question? You mentioned the word Buruj. What is a Buruj? What is a Buruj in Islam?
CP.
Why do you not understand?
It's just the same experience
what is the Buruj? Why I need to repeat? You keep saying I do not know. My friend, tell me what is Buruj?
What does it mean to ask something?
What is Buruj?
What does it mean to ask something?
What is Buruj? What is Buruj? What is Buruj? What is Buruj? What is Buruj?
But what is asking? What does it mean to ask? It's to have a conversation. It says that he did that.
Okay, is your God Allah in the Buruj? Is your God Allah in the Buruj?
Okay, let's go to Surah Al-Buruj and read it together.
Don't change the topic. Is your God Allah in the Buruj?
Let's read Surah Al-Buruj together and understand it. It will explain everything for us.
Is your God Allah is in the Buruj? Yes, say. Tell me what Buruj is. Tell me what Buruj is. Why you don't want to tell me what Buruj is?
Brother, because not even we know properly. When we look at the hadith, the surah, it literally says Al-Buruj. They don't explain it. We know it's something like akin to a horse or donkey. I forget the actual word used. But let's go to the surah.
Hold on. Buruj and we can. So are you saying to me that you don't know what Buruj mean?
What? No, brother. That's what I'm saying. Open the surah right now. You have the
I don't care. You can open as you wish. Tell me what Buruj mean.
You open and it can mean a star, it can mean a tower.
What Buruj mean?
No, I know. We know Buruj is an animal. We know Buruj is an animal, but we don't know its exact
Buruj is an animal?
Yeah, that's what the surah tells you.
It can mean a tower, but CP, you cannot interpret it just based on the.
You're an idiot. Hold on. You're an idiot. Here we go. This is your Quran. Buruj is here we go. Chapter 15, verse number 16. وَجَعَلْنَا فِي السَّمَاءِ بُرُوجًا. What is buruja?
So, no, stars will be calculated. It says we have put the big stars in the heaven.
What?
Brother,
I asked you what buruj is. I asked you what buruj is. You said animals.
Ibn Kathir, Ibn Taymiyyah, As-Sa'di, all of them agree that it's akin to an animal. This is based off probably another hadith of the Prophet that probably described the buruj.
No, you are an idiot. Hold on, let me show you.
Okay.
What you are. Hold on. You are talking about the chapter 15. You are talking about the chapter 15, verse number 16. You Muslims are a bunch of idiots. If you change the translation, if you change the translation, what's wrong with Abdul? Those are okay. Are those real animals? Are they real animals?
CP, you don't know though. CP, in the Bible, we've got a morning star singing praises to God. So morning stars to you, they are stars, but you never know. They are
so look at this. This is what the Quran is talking about. This is how stupid your God is. Your God believes in zodiacal signs. Do you see the zodiacal signs? This is what Ibn Kathir says to you. He said those are animals, you idiot.
So, CP, open Ibn Kathir and look at the tafsir.
Yes.
Because I'm not saying this is.
This is how stupid you, Muhammad, and Ibn Kathir, he believe, according to you, that in the sky there's a bear.
Brother, do you not know the story of the Mi'raj?
You said to me those are animals. Guy, did he say they're an animal? No problem. They are animals in the sky. Okay, they are animals in the sky. The big bear, the small bear.
The sky. CP, I can't lie, you're moving like somebody who's on something. The Buruj is currently in the sky. What the story lets us, the Buruj came, but that the Buruj was open for him. I said myself multiple times, we don't know the appearance of the Buruj. So now let's go back to the meat.
Okay, hold on. Easy. You see, I did not tell you that I have people, they go and they steal information from Allah, from the Buruj. Do you know that?
What do you not understand the concept of something being under? Why are we switching to the topic? The main thing was
we are talking about the Buruj. We are talking about the Buruj. Is that true?
No.
Is it true that there is shayateen? They go and they spy at the zodiacal signs and get information from there because this is where Allah live.
But if you don't understand the story of the Buruj, you should not be speaking like this.
Well, here what we're talking about here in front of me, it says.
Read it.
Okay. Read what it says. Read it. What it says.
Do you not understand the concept of multiple translations existing?
I do not need translation. I speak Arabic.
Yes, you do. Because if you open another translation to simply Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, you can have the most merciful, you can have another one say the most graceful. Do you not understand the fact that the tafsir exists to have explained it properly for you?
You mentioned to me Ibn Kathir agree with that.
That, brother, I'm not saying simply Ibn Kathir. Even Ibn Kathir, all of them say that the...
So what's the point? You said to me, open Ibn Kathir. We open Ibn Kathir. You agree with me. So do you agree with Ibn Kathir or you don't agree?
We're on the Quran English site. What's this that you're saying Ibn Kathir?
Okay, listen. I ask you, because we speak about Muhammad, where he go, and you said to me, Muhammad, he went to the Buruj.
No, brother, look, I said he went with the... Do you not know the story? This is it's a common thing among children, in Muslim children. It's basic, it's near, like
what do you mean children? What, how old?
Now, it's the same way the story of Christ is known to a lot of...
I don't understand. What do you mean this is a story known among children? What do you mean? What age?
There are lots of cartoon videos about it.
You say this is a story among children. What children means in Islam? How old?
So that's what I'm saying is a story among children.
So how old those children? How old those children who knows the story? How old those children? Because you are insulting me now. So I want to know how old I am. How old those children who know the story?
interrupting you because you said the Prophet went to the Buruj when I'm trying to explain to you.
Why you don't want to answer? What's wrong with those Muslims? How old those children who know the stories?
Yeah, around the age of, like, when you can understand cartoons, around 6, 7. That's the time when we can play the videos. And
Muhammad, he married a child at the age of 6? You said 6, 11.
My nigga, why you, my nigga, why you switching? We started with, did Muhammad talk to Allah? I showed to you that he talked to Allah. You try to deflect. I show you that the Buruj is a thing that he used to go. Yes, you
okay, hold on. Did Muhammad, okay, hold on. When Muhammad, according to you, Muhammad, he spoke to Allah. Did Muhammad hear the voice of Allah? Did he hear the voice of Allah?
You know, actually, this specific thing, did he hear the voice of Allah? I heard some people discussing about it, supposedly. But if you want to be about something about the voice of Allah being they were discussing about some deep thing. I won't lie. I should send you the link. But if you want to be real, did he speak to Allah? Yes, because in the story he went up. He went up to, I think it's right under the Arsh. I don't, brother. We have the story. We have the surah right in front of us. Let's read all of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it should be somewhere else as well in the Quran. But it's known he went up.
Okay, I want to ask you. The word speak, is it the same as the word inspiration?
The thing is, he did not get no inspiration because we know he went up.
Okay.
He went.
So inspiration is not the same as the word speak. Do we agree?
So, and where in the Buruj did he get inspiration?
So I'm asking you. So is it possible that Allah, he inspired Muhammad? He did not talk to Muhammad like he did wahi, awha?
The story says he goes. So inspiration, well,
so he did not. Really so he did not deliver wahi to him. He talked to him, correct?
Yes, that's literally how the story goes. He goes up to supposedly around Allah, and then he starts coming down. He meets the other prophets. He goes up again. Starts coming down. He goes up again.
All right. Let us read and see how stupid you are. Not do wahi. He spoke to him because he went there. Here we go. Here it says, hold on. Here it says, he أوحى فأوحى إلى عبده ما أوحى عند سدرة المنتهى. Here we go. And Ibn Abbas, he said that when he was in Sidrat al-Muntaha, he revealed to him by inspiration. Turn the camera and do the monkey dance for me.
My nigga, you're the monkey right now. Do you not understand how the Buruj works?
It's you who said, it's you, a second ago you said, no, he did not do wahi, because he went there and he spoke to him. Now here it says, he inspired him. Here it says, he inspired him. He inspired him. This is your stupid prophet saying that. Apologize.
No Surah Buruj. The Surah Buruj is detailing the story to us.
Apologize. You are an idiot. Apologize. I just get you busted. Guys, doesn't say here. So, and it was a distance but 2 bow length or nearer. So Allah conveyed the inspiration to his slave. This is about what? This is about your Prophet Muhammad going to Sidrat al-Muntaha, and he did not even meet Allah, did not speak to Allah. Still he delivered the whisperation or inspiration to Jibreel, according to you. Read it.
No, brother. Yes, and this is saying inspiration about the ayah, about the information in it. What is this? Is this saying that he did not go to Allah and talk to him? It's supposedly 3 times because he went down to Musa, and Musa told him to go up like 1 or 2 extra times.
All right, hold on.
Okay,
hold on. Hold on.
No, I need to finish because you obviously
Okay. Read for me what I will show you on the screen. And apologize. And apologize. Potato. Stop screaming. Does it say here that this is a Sahih Hadith about Muhammad going up to heaven, Al-Isra wal-Mi'raj, that the Prophet, he says, فَأَوْحَى اللَّهُ إِلَيَّ مَا أَوْحَى فَفَرَضَ عَلَيَّ 50 صَلَاةً. So Allah, he inspired on me what he inspired, and he gave me 50 prayer. Apologize for being a donkey.
What does it say next? What does it say next?
It says the same. Okay, do you know? Read it. You read it. Read it.
And then he says every day to pray. And then he goes to Musa.
Read it.
And then he goes.
Yeah, but you see, Abdul, we are debating if Allah, he spoke to Muhammad or not. No, you see, when I speak about the 50 prayer, you say, well, you are changing topic. We speak now, it's about wahi. Allah, he did wahi, inspiration. He did not speak to Muhammad. It's in front of you. Apologize.
You're nitpicking the certain part that says wahi. As we continue in this, it's saying, ila Musa, as Musa said.
Just get lost. Bunch of kids. Stupid people in front of you. And he said, he is the one who said, it's recorded, no, Prophet did not receive wahi, for he went there. Because inspiration, you do not need to go anywhere. So Muhammad again is lying. He's right, you do not need to go there. So why he says, فَأَوْحَى? أَوْحَى mean inspired. It's in front of you. And this is in Sahih Muslim. It says, فَأَوْحَى اللَّهُ إِلَيَّ مَا أَوْحَى. So Allah, he inspired me. Sahih Muslim 162. You're an idiot. All of you Muslims are certified idiots. They speak so fast in order to cover the humility and the stupidity. So Musa now is correcting Allah. And what Musa is doing in heaven? Everybody is dead. Muhammad, he said that he is the first one to be resurrected in the day of judgment. So how Muhammad, he saw all the prophet there? The Quran says all the prophet, they died and nobody left. وَمَا مُحَمَّدٌ إِلَّا رَسُولٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ مِنْ قَبْلِهِ الرُّسُلُ. All messenger of Allah, they died. So how Muhammad went to heaven and he found them all there? Stupidity is amazing. Let me see if this is the hadith we are looking for. Give me a second. No, this is not the hadith. They are long, you know, you have to read them all. Let us see another one. This is Sahih Muslim. What is the number? 216. 316. Okay, let us see. Yeah, still it's not showing. Let me give me a second. Stupidity is amazing, man. Shameful people. No dignity. Well, welcome to Islam. Yeah, I want to get the hadith so I can share it with you. This is at-Tirmidhi. It's the same. Here we go. We found it. فأوحى. See it? So Allah, he inspire 50 prayer. Use the translation. The word here is coming revealed. No, it is inspire. أوحى.
So God revealed to me what he revealed, and he made 50 prayers obligatory upon me.
What a drama. What a nice movie. So Allah, he never spoke to Muhammad. The word awha in Arabic means inspire. Muhammad obviously is a fraud. See here the translation. He revealed to me a revelation. Sorry, my throat is hurting. So you see how they lie? Anyone knows that the word awha means inspire. We can copy the word as it is, and we can take it to the Quran, and you will see that this. You can take it to dictionary. You can take it to wherever you want. Awha Allahu ma awha. In fact, we can copy it and we take it to the Quran. Now this search engine is a really bad engine. It shows any word is a little bit connected. But you see here, awha. Awha mean inspiration. Yuhi, inspired. Awha, inspired, etc. So a Muhammadan, when he tried to prove himself right, he always proved himself wrong. You cannot play with me. I am a Christian prince. Always Muhammadan, remember that. Screaming loud, speaking so fast, you can say whatever you want. And don't ask me to respect you over my dead body. I don't respect liars. You don't even dare to tell me what is the child. I have to repeat the question 1,000 times. One of the clear signs that Muslims are a bunch of liars is you have to repeat that question 1,000 times in order to get the question, if you get lucky to get the question. Yeah. Do we have any Muslim have decency? Beside those who scream. You don't know what Buruj is. You do not know what Buruj. Your God, he believe in such a stupid thing. Shaitan, he go to the heaven to spy at the zodiacal signs. What the heck? And he get his information from there. Is that what is this? You stupid Muhammadan believe that those fortune teller, they go where Allah, he is there, the zodiacal signs, and this is where they get their information from? You're a pagan person. You believe in fairy tales and fiction stories. Chapter 15, verse number 16. And then we guarded those zodiacal signs from every cursed devil. But any that gains hearing by stealth is pursued by a flaming fire. So Muhammad now, he want to try to explain why those fortune tellers, they can tell you something will happen to you. He claimed that the shayateen, they go up to the sky and they get closer from the zodiacal signs where Allah, he live, and they steal information. And then Allah, he showed them with the stars as soon as he noticed. And notice here the failure. Allah, he guarded the sky, yet the shaitan is still, they can spy. So do you guard it or not? So he guarded the sky so nobody can spy. But the shaitan, they spy. Go and buy the doom, you know, rockets from the Israeli. Failure. How he say, we have guarded it, حفظناها, actually not only guarded it, we protected it totally from every evil devil, shaitan, except the one who steal information, except, so what the guarding for? So you guarded the sky and still they can steal information? What? Really? No way. Okay, let him join us. First of all, it's very simple. As an example, we in Pakistan, we spy at India. In Pakistan, you spy at India. But this is God, man. I mean, if Allah, he guarded the star, guarded the sky, how in the world shaitan, he can go through and he spy? It's very easy. First of all, shaitan is very small. Therefore, he can find the hole and he can go through it. What hole? Are you talking about the hole of Allah, his anus or something? Respect yourself. First of all, I gotta talk to you. What hole? I mean, Allah, he says he guarded the sky from every shaitan. And then he says, except the shaitan who steal information. What is this? So now shaitan, he steal information, he use it. He's giving it to the Hindus. First of all, you are a big fat liar. The Quran did not say that it doesn't steal information. The Quran says that Allah will throw him with fire. No, it says here, he steal information. Read it. He gains. You see the word gains? Get a breath. First of all, as an example, my wife, she keeps saying to me, oh, eat more so you can gain weight. I never gain weight. So if I said gain, that doesn't mean gain. Look at me. I'm very almost like bones. Abdul says he gain hearings. Already he gains. You cannot gain weight because already you are a skull, you are a bones. You are from the bones time, you know. Anyway, I better go before I lose my voice totally. I want to say thank you. Don't forget to subscribe and unsubscribe. And for sure, nobody care to leave comment, most of you. We do our part, and the Lord is my witness. I do what I can. Those who listen, listen, and those who don't, they are doomed. Thank you all for being here. And remember always, God is good, so is Jesus. I mean to that.